Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Damn it, I was muted. Damn it. Well, day one shit. Thank you for that. We all do it. Even the bigger guys do it. So you know what? There we go. Big beautiful bill passed the House. Did it? Shit. Hey, what up, Bandit? No, I did hear about it passing the House. We'll see what happens in the Senate. We'll see if there's any provisions that are changed. We'll see if they do the 61s. I don't know. Honestly, I just want to know what's in it. Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, now I just want to know what's in it where I can prepare. Like, I can talk to my tax guy and then also, just prepare for anything that, like, might cost me money. I don't know at this point, man. It just sucks. Just knowing that it's going to happen regardless. Anyway, I was just saying real quick, I was giving a little bit of a tribute. Well, I would be muted during that. Today's the 10th year anniversary of my brother's passing, and I just wanted to say something nice about him. Because he was a really, really, like, influential figure in my life as far as my personality. He was a really he was the quintessential big brother. There's a reason that I was into wrestling, and he was not afraid to use me as a test dummy in that regard. Let's just put it this way: I knew how to sell really, really, really well. But yeah, man, he was a really kick-ass big brother. We got into trouble together. He taught me how to get in trouble the right way. He actually, for real, like he kind of broke it down for me where he's just like, listen, you can go get drunk and stuff, but that'll get you into real trouble, or you could go have fun trouble. I was like, I like fun trouble. He's like, all right, well, fun trouble involves girls. I'm like, I like that. He was really, really cool. So yeah, rest in peace. 10 years, man. 10 years is wild. It goes by fast, man. It really does. But anyway, back to the politics. Man. Yeah, actually, back to politics. My title is Hassan blamed for DC's shooting, because right before I hopped on, that's the last thing I was checking out. I was like, what is going on here? They had uploaded, like Hassan had uploaded a video that was just like talking about how dangerous it is that the news is now blaming him for this. I was like, wait, they are? So we're gonna go into that a little bit. I didn't get to watch much of it, so I hope it's not just clickbait BS. But from what I saw, CNN was talking specifically about Hassan. So yeah, ADL blames Hassan for DC shooting. Okay. I was just in a stream. Oh, were you? Nice. That's nice. Well, I appreciate you hopping over. I'm flattered. Actually, you know what, guys? Here. Let's go to the most important story of the day. This can't even wait. This is technically a part 2.
Well, a crappy situation that's been splattered all over Delaware County. You've probably seen the infamous viral video, whether you wanted to or not, and then you can't unsee it once you've seen it. Today, the woman accused of a gross act during an alleged case of road rage was in court. Our Chris O'Connell's been following this one since the start. He's live in Prospect Park here with the very latest. Chris?
It's fake. Am I really doing this?
Yeah, Jason, I'm not sure if you can hear me or not, but I'm just going to go with it. I
loud.
lost my earpiece now. Yeah, that woman who was made infamous by that now viral video of showing her defecating on another woman's car shook her head as a judge upheld the charges against her and added another one.
Wait, they added a new one?
Private security, 44-year-old Christina Solometto, leaving district court in Prospect Park without saying a word, instead letting her attorney do the talking.
If you're going to charge a client with a crime, then you be able to meet that burden. Okay?
This guy looks like he would definitely defend a pooper. Like a on-video pooper.
And what we saw here.
You guys know what they're talking about, right? Like, I'll just spell it out. This woman totally, like, during a fit of road rage, just hiked up her dress and just let one rip.
Today, I'm not sure they did.
The viral video
Here we go.
played
Here
for
we
a
go.
judge in court shows the end of
boy.
a road rage incident where Solometto was seen defecating on the hood of another woman's car.
Dude, and it's bad.
The video
it's
was shot
so
by
bad.
17-year-old Greg
It's so bad.
Ferrari,
Oh
an
my God.
Interborough High School junior who testified about his encounter.
It's pretty crazy. I mean,
He can't stop smiling. He's like, dude, I had to say this shit in court.
it's something that you'd never expect. So,
Oh, goodness, what was she eating? I know, it looks like she exclusively eats baby food. That was wild.
kind of just create. I just got done in school, so I got called out of school for this.
It looks like the stuff that RoboCop ate.
Tell us what happened.
The lady chased me. She
Oh, dude, the lady chased
me and I
me.
asked her that's what's happening.
We were also there
Oh,
when
man.
Solometto was arrested
And then I think she says she'd do it again.
from her Ridley Park home.
Can't she be charged as a sex offender? Technically, yes. It depends on what state she's in. I know that if she was if she was in Chicago, she could.
On charges of indecent assault, disorderly conduct, harassment, and lewdness. Since
Nah, they're not.
the video
Okay.
has made the rounds on social media, her attorney said
What up, Charlie?
Solometto and her family have been
We're covering the most important story of the day.
threatened.
It's traumatic because
They brought this pooper to justice.
it's all over the media. There's people making T-shirts, hats.
Oh no, she's trying to be the next Hawk Tua girl. Oh boy.
Threatening,
Oh,
making
no.
threatening comments. It's not something, when we're talking about a person, it just because
You need to know what kind of
it's not
fiber
your
she
best
takes,
day.
dude. Okay, we've seen the uncut video here, and I know that like there's a few of you here that have definitely seen it with me. Yeah, man.
doesn't mean that you
Just-
should be harassed
The way that she unloads it like a squirt gun.
continuously.
Shitting on a car is unhinged and funny. We're all, dude. Literally the news coverage here started it with just like in a crappy situation.
Now Solometto is due back
Please don't show the uncut video. I just
in
ate.
court for her
Okay.
formal arraignment in July.
I wasn't going
the
to anyway.
victim in this case
It's rough.
has not testified in this hearing today, Jason.
Yep. All right, we're waiting to hear more. All right, Chris.
Oh, we want to hear about. Oh, yeah, I
O'Connell,
want to hear
thank
the
you very
victim
much.
testimony. Oh, that's gonna be wild. She pooped on my vehicle. She defecated on my Hyundai. It was disgusting. I could smell it for over a week. I mean, she did poop in the radiator, so dude, that was totally coming through the AC for sure. Oh man, that's so rough. I couldn't imagine. I just couldn't. And the reason she did it, it wasn't even like an overt road rage thing where it's like it was a back and forth or anything like that. No. She thought that they were following her. They lived in the same neighborhood. This is legit. Like you going to, like turning into your neighborhood, and then this car in front of you just slams on its brakes. And you're just like, what is going on? And she's just like, you're following me. You're following me. And then she drops trow and just fucking splats all over your, I don't know, man. Compensation is needed. Did a woman defecate on your vehicle? Well, call Lerner and Rowe. Lerner and Rowe are the lawyers for you. Call 222-2222. Get it? Lots of twos. Okay, I think I'm done. Am I? Yeah, I think I'm done. Oh, man. That is one of the funniest stories I think that I kind of needed. I'll be honest, man. I needed a little levity. As I said, I've had a rough day, and on top of it, I kind of covered this a little bit yesterday, but I need a break from politics, and it's going to happen in the form of on Saturday, I'm going to be exclusively on Twitch over. It's actually not going to be on my channel. It's going to be on Smoke a Tide Pod's channel, so I'm going to send links out as we go live. I hope you guys can all join us. It's going to be at 2 o'clock Central. So here, let's see. Can I get his channel link? Here we go. Here we go. Follow Smoke a Tide Pod on Twitch to watch my special appearance. I spelled it right the first time. I hate when I do that. Set 2 p.m. CST. There. I hope I got the time right. Good boy. It gets lost in the Central Standard to Eastern to I think he's Mountain Time. We'll figure it out. But either way, follow Smoke. It'll be fun. I didn't know this happened. I was too focused on the embassy and the bill passing. Wait, embassy? Oh, the embassy shooting and the bill passing. Yeah. You know what's weird, Sylvie? Like, as a commentator, that's how I kind of realized I need to do this. And I kind of talked to my therapist about it, where I was like, I think I'm getting burnt out. Just not like, I've got a lot going on, man. I do have to give myself some credit on that. I got a lot going on, and then with everything going on politically, it is kind of like, yeah, give myself some grace, you know. It's also why I plan on playing a video game on stream here. We'll probably start that in the fun half. It's a puzzle game, so it's called The Witness. It was gifted to me by Talon. It's so funny that he's not in chat right now. So if he doesn't show up today, I will audibly laugh. Anything else that I want to cover before we get to the politics? Because I don't know, Sylvie. How are you feeling about this stuff lately? I need more going on in my life too. Politics is enveloping me. That's one of those words. Enveloping. Technically, is it both right? Because like there's always the British pronunciation. The funniest one for me is how we say aluminum and they're like aluminium. I like the way they say it. I just want to, it's the same with zebra. Can we just call it zebra? But every time I do, people look at me like I'm an asshole, so I'm just like, fine, zebra. Nah, I got you, Sylvie. Well, you know what? That's where the D&D game on Discord is going to come in. We can at least get away from some politics that way. But yeah. Starting to see the value in gaming and like just taking time away. It just sucks, dude. I was reading a comic and it was one of the new X-Men books. And man, leave it to the X-Men to just be like, oh, that's right. I can't, there's just no escape from this, I guess. Because they're talking about it like the it was essentially like all allegory for the immigration stuff. And I was just like, oh, fun. Let's see. The Delco Pooper. The fact that she's the Delco Pooper. She got like she's got a nice thick accent too. Currently, I'm trying to get better at the fighting game. Guilty Gear Strike. Strive? No, it's Strike, I thought. Yeah. No, it's is it Strive or Strike? Strive. Oh. All I do know is that I played a lot of Guilty Gear 2. Chip was my main, so love me some Chip. All right. All right, let's just get into it. Then I can change the title if I want to. Haha. That's how this will work. By the way, as you guys are hopping into the stream, if you guys can hit that like button, it really does help me out. I have seen a huge difference. So yeah, if you guys want to help out the channel, it's free. Makes you awesome. I am also in your debt. So if you start a channel, I'll start liking your videos. That's how that works. I'm kidding, but not kidding, because I have actually had that happen where somebody's just like, can you check out my channel and give me like some feedback? It's been fun. I mean, I know. Oh, nice. I also play Pika. Currently learning yeah. Malia is one of my, or Malia? I think it's Malia. Yeah, I haven't played one since then. We switched to BlazBlue and then just like I never went back personally. I did just pick up Marvel vs. Capcom collection today. Maybe, you know what? Maybe I'll play that for a little bit. Okay. Okay. Let's figure out what's going on with Hassan situation, because the fact that they're even trying to blame this on him is wild.
I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hassan Piker, who regularly employs awful.
Oh my God, he really did invoke them.
Jewish people
I thought he did it like anecdotally, or not anecdotally. What's the word I'm looking for? Like not by name, but kind of just inferring to him.
Psychotic to say, no, I don't. Okay, no, the I don't. Against Jewish people, the rhetoric that I regularly apply. Also, gamer. I haven't played a video game in months.
Is it on sale or something? It is. It was $29.99 at my local Target. So, and it was the last one. It was one of those situations where, considering it was the last one, and I was like, I almost bought it for full price the other, like 2 weeks ago. So I was like, you know what? Hell yeah. That was a nice little cap on the day. I'll actually say, you know what? I needed that.
All right. So,
I'm going to go
last night,
I'm going to load that up. So.
2 people that work for the Israeli embassy were shot 2 Israeli embassy staff members were shot and killed outside of the Capitol Jewish Museum in D.C. Okay? This is breaking news. And a lot of people instantly rushed online.
Heartbreaking and senseless again, and that is where we're going to start this morning with that shocking news from
love
Washington
physical
that you're
media.
waking
It
up
comes
to.
with a comic
Last
book,
night,
guys.
2
It's
Israeli
awesome.
embassy staff members were shot as they left an event at the Capitol Jewish Museum. Now,
We're
video
gonna do
from
an
the scene
unboxing
shows
stream.
the arrest of a man who appears to be the shooter. The victims have been identified as a young couple who were set to be engaged. They were right across the street from an FBI field office and less than a mile from the U.S. Capitol. Scott McFarland is near the scene right now. Scott, good morning. I know that this is a very fluid situation right now, but what can you tell us so far?
Okay, Gail, the Capitol Jewish Museum is that smaller brick building behind me, if you look closely at your screen. And that police tape is hanging from the side of the Washington, D.C. FBI field office.
So this guy legit just like, did he target them?
High security. And
Have you seen everyone trying to call a false flag event? I think people's brains have been cooked. But I get why.
It's currently $50 on Steam. Then I got a damn good deal for a physical copy.
Think
Hell
that.
yeah!
There are a million different opinions out there. Some people
it's a
think,
mini
oh, it's
comic.
great. I'm
Fuck
glad
yeah,
that this
dude.
happened.
These are awesome.
Other people say this is the most
Okay,
heinous
like,
act
I'm an
of
easy
violence
sell.
that has ever taken place. Please do not pay attention to the dead Palestinian children.
It's a legit
that Israel
comic book.
is melting
Holy
at a
shit.
rapid clip, and instead talk about this. There are plenty of people who are using this as an
cool.
opportunity to be like,
Sorry.
this is a heinous anti-Semitic act of violence.
Listen to
Everyone that says free Palestine should be instantly jailed, all this stuff. Ultimately, I mean, look, this is, let's just go through the.
And here's the coolest part. Check it out. It actually fits like an original booklet. Oh man, I'm kind of geeking out, guys. Like, I love physical
Just
media
go
so
through
much.
the details, and I'll give you my
Physical media
perspective,
for the win.
Okay. What the does set to be engaged mean? Are they engaged to be engaged to be married?
All right.
Set to be engaged is they're humanizing the victims in this situation. That's why they're you know, this is
Set to be
how it
engaged. That
goes.
is weird.
Obviously, there's no such humanization, of course, when the victim of an Islamophobic attack is a 7-year-old child, and that doesn't happen obviously in the United States of America. But the reason why they're talking about it is because he bought a ring to basically announce his engagement to the girl that he was dating. They're both in the Israeli embassy.
area.
This is tragic. I mean, can we like not do the political thing with this? Like, this kid also sucks. Like, this is not it. This ain't it.
But the reason why
Like, what
the
the
reason
fuck?
why people are like saying this is a psyop is for 2 reasons. I don't think it is, for the record. And I'll tell you why. The reason why people think it's a psyop is because this happened right after the Israeli occupying force shot at diplomats in the West Bank. And immediately people with maybe a little bit too much pattern recognition turn around and go, ooh, that's probably a way, like they probably executed these like low-level Israeli diplomats so that they can like change the SEO or whatever when people type in Israeli diplomat attack or something. And no, that's not the case. That's ridiculous. Or
when you start today,
you know,
usually 8. I decided to start a little earlier.
People think
Technically later.
it's a psyop.
I did. You know what? I started it. I'm in the technically the second room, and I'm going through some of the puzzles. I like it. You know what? Thank you again, Talon. I'm gonna have a lot of fun with that. I'll play it on stream at the end of everything today.
Or
unfortunately, it takes up my main screen, so that's one of the bitches. I have to like move everything. I didn't play it on here. I played it off stream.
People think it's just like sacrificing low level.
I wanted to check it out so I didn't embarrass myself completely.
Israel embassy workers.
Damn.
Because low level.
I wasn't even sure what kind of format of a game it was. It's pretty much FPS.
Embassy workers because they claim
without the
you
S.
know they want to change like the victimhood narrative back to Israel or something.
FPP.
Okay. But of course, there are a lot of pro-Israeli
First-person
accounts
puzzler.
that are using this opportunity as they use any
Or is it technically an FPG?
Opportunity to turn around
That sounds more
and
right.
say, oh my God, we have to stop people from saying free Palestine, which is ridiculous, okay? actually suck my. Yeah, you're right. You know this because of this.
The PSL is gonna fold under this. Oh my God, I'm choking. Oh, okay. I don't know what the. Apparently, I just forgot how to drink. The PSL is going to fold under this. They already got way too many sus practices. Hopefully, DSA doesn't get rolled up into this
incident. We should actually just close our eyes to the.
Ooh, I wonder where Anna is. I want to get her take.
Side that Israel is doing.
Oh.
Yeah, that seems like a
okay.
That seems like a reasonable bargain.
We are steps away from the Justice Department, from the D.C. police headquarters, from the U.S. Capitol. This was nevertheless the scene of a targeted attack last night.
Tonight, a heinous crime was committed.
A fatal outside the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C.
Damn, he hit that Jewish hard.
Wednesday night. Law enforcement says prior to the attack, the suspect was observed pacing back and forth outside the museum.
He approached a group of 4 people, produced a handgun, and opened fire, striking both of our decedents.
Sorry, my stupid fridge makes this really
After
weird
the
noise every time I open it up. It's like
to the museum and was detained by event security.
This morning, the Israeli Foreign Ministry named the 2 victims as Yaron Lashinsky.
This sucks.
And Sarah Milgram, embassy staff workers in Washington.
I don't know about the girl, but I know the dude's background. I've looked into the dude's background, and the dude is like a Jews for Jesus guy. He is a German Christian originally, which makes the story even crazier when people are like, oh, dude, this is an anti-Semitic hate crime. It's like, bro, very clearly, the dude that did it, okay?
Wait, are we arguing that this wasn't like set up as an anti-Semitic hit?
That did it. Wrote a manifesto, and it's entirely about Israel, okay? Like entirely about Israel. The victims are Israeli embassy workers.
What do you mean second room? Or like not second room, but second area?
And
where you like you emerge out of the cave and then you have to like start solving the puzzles right away.
And not only that, but also like one of the dudes that work for the Israeli embassy is a German Christian, like a German Christian that was, I guess he.
Now you are kind of making me want to play it. I gotta say,
like changed his name or something. I don't know what was going on.
What does this matter
on there? Like but
this is, oh my God, this is weird.
Regardless.
Like
this could have been anti-Semitic or not. I don't know. Could he have?
I also don't like what
known that they were
fucking
stabbed, or did he
CNN
just
is
target
doing.
random people leaving the museum?
The way that they're politicizing this immediately.
Impossible.
Although, again, all I know is the guy shouted "Free Palestine" and as he was getting hauled in, and that's all I know about this. So I'm hoping that there's more news coverage on this.
And the possibility of backlash in the state is terrifying. This is how Crystal Knock started. Exactly.
Can somebody give me like a little bit of a rundown? As I said, I kind of ignored a little bit of the news today.
And to be I don't think that the person who like the gunman knew exactly who he was targeting.
It is fun. The end's fun to watch. I'll make sure that I'm streaming the end of it.
And the reality that
clearly every pedestrian needs a firearm. That's the only way to prevent firearm crimes.
The matter is, this is. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. Yeah, the dude also volunteered for the IDF, even though he's. Dude, I thought they were Israelis. No, the dude is.
A young man purchased a ring this week with the intention of proposing to his girlfriend next week in Jerusalem.
The suspect, who's now in custody, was identified by police as 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez from Chicago.
No. Why do you have... No.
The FBI says it's investigating ties to potential terrorism.
Put that smoke on us.
And his motivation.
Damn it.
The suspect chanted, free Palestine while in custody.
Witnesses say Rodriguez was with them inside the museum before they realized.
About 10 minutes later, when the cops actually came in, he said, I did this. He said, sir, I'm unarmed. He put his hands up. He grabbed a red kufi out of his pocket and started the Free Palestine chants.
President Trump responded to the shooting.
Dude, oh my God.
This isn't okay.
He hit like every button he possibly could. Yeah.
This
By the way, he was Christian. She was an American Jew. None of them were Israeli, yet they are literally working for Israel. Insane that these people don't have to register as foreign agents. I know it's kind of the point. That's how it works.
I know, hot take, getting uncomfortable when anybody starts glorifying the killing of anybody. especially like random act of violence like this. Like, again, this goes to the Luigi thing. Again, that one's even hard for me to fucking like sit here and go, because it is bad. Like, but this is gonna go south real quick. But at least with that one, I don't know. Fuck.
If he had yelled from the root of the sea that would have nuked him, no, dude. Him saying,
I still think that it's just wrong.
Free Palestine.
I mean, this isn't a hot take on my end either, because even when the Luigi thing happened, I did say that this was still bad.
Having like the red keffiyeh,
it's just more like I understand it
on the ground, like all of that is so perfectly placed for the government.
Especially, fuck, dude. Oh my god, did you hear? We'll go into this a little bit later, but the what that same company is doing now in response to it is.
Hey, if you have a red keffiyeh, you're going to jail.
Like, these
you're
people even more.
If you have,
he's not glorifying. He's explaining why it happened.
Free Palestine.
Okay. Well, no, it's chat. No, Sylvia. I think okay. I should have said this. He's not. His chat is.
And you're going to jail. You're a terrorist. Like it's so. It is. I don't think it's
like people in the chat overtly just were
false
like
flag or anything.
That's where I was like,
But it's so perfect.
But to be fair, I don't hold him to the standards of his chat. I don't do that to streamers.
Perfectly designed for the government to utilize.
When I was watching earlier, he said very blatantly he doesn't agree with the methods.
In an effort to stop people from saying, like, Israel, please stop murdering children. Like, it is so perfectly designed, okay? Anyway, let's continue.
These horrible DC based obviously on anti-Semitism must end. Adding hatred and radicalism have...
Dude.
The thing is, this isn't like, if he thinks he's helping the situation, he's not. He's going to make this so much harder on people like us. Like, he's going, like, literally, they're going to start being like, look, they're going to use this as like a, look at the crazy left, they will murder you. This is a problem. This is a fucking problem.
What are you saying? Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. What are you talking about, Hassan? They are looking for any fucking excuse right now. This is also why I'm a little concerned about this.
Donald Trump saying this is like Adolf Hitler saying this, okay? It's like...
Fucking A.
What do you mean hatred and radicalism have no place in the USA? You literally won on hatred and radicalism. You are Donald Trump. Did you...
You are mincing words and not seeing what he's doing here and what they're doing here. That's cute.
Forget who you are.
Sorry, I like this. Come on, Hassan.
Yesterday, he literally was talking about how there's a white genocide happening in South Africa. It is literally a fucking white nationalist conspiracy that virtually no one believes. White people in South Africa don't fucking believe it. And only a select handful neo-Nazis advance this conspiracy theory. And Donald Trump is one of those guys now. This isn't Trump, is just a staffer.
Trump contacted Attorney General Pam Bondi, who was with the Israeli ambassador.
Together with...
The fuck was with that chatter? It wasn't Trump, it was a staffer.
President.
I'm glad that he reads chat in that voice.
Trump, our Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, will stand together tall and firm, and we will confront this moral depravity.
The news is already saying that Free Palestine is the new hail. See, again, this is a problem, Sylvie, because just yesterday, people like Piers Morgan were just catching on to the fact that, again, now I understand why what Hassan was saying is that this was a psyop, like perpetrated by the IDF to give sympathy to Israel right now and say, look, because the timing, sus as fuck.
Without fear. And with determination.
But if this guy truly is a like PSL or DSA, whatever the hell, that's a fucking problem.
Israel's prime minister says they are strengthening.
I'm just going to say it. Like, again,
security arrangements at their
I'm trying to look at this as objectively as possible, man.
Facilities across the globe. An initial.
And this ain't it. I'm just saying, like, for freeing Palestine, this ain't it.
LGBTQ event.
Like, again, when we were objectively getting more support and you were getting people on the right finally going, stop starving children.
Earlier, Chatter lied. It was an event.
But every time we get to that one, like we get close to getting that food aid across that fucking border, something like this happens, and then it's another justification for Israel to just shut it down.
For Israeli diplomats, AJC's access, young diplomats reception. That's what it was, right? The American Jewish Center or whatever. Like that's what here AJC's. Event targeted in DC shooting was agency's young diplomat's reception about response to humanitarian crises. The event Wednesday night at the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C. outside of the deadly shooting. Also, don't say the person was lying, okay? Don't immediately assume that they were lying. They could have been misguided, okay? Calm down. Yeah, I don't endorse the notion of it being a false flag, but here's the video of him being apprehended. I know, I saw this, which is why I was like, this is insane. Like, the way, like, look, there's a fucking... Like, the guy picks up the keffiyeh from the ground. This isn't...
Yeah, what Yankees and elected Democrats have in common, control opposition.
Even the best version of this video. Because, like, I think he literally takes it out of his fucking pocket or something and, like, tosses it.
No. Free Palestine! Free!
By the way, one of the craziest parts about this, in this video, is that there are dudes there...
If I was a conspiracy theorist, I'd definitely assume this was a psyop because I don't really believe in coincidence.
This guy just
like
shot
this.
people.
Coinky dinks.
He is.
You typed out coinky dinks?
Turning himself in. He says free.
You know what? Points.
Free Palestine. And there's still motherfuckers there that are going from Hamas. I was like, bro, do you have no sense of safety? Like, how embedded is this in your mind? Like, automatically, you hear someone go free Palestine, and you go from Hamas. It blew my fucking mind. I was like, dude, no sense of being. No, you're just like, at that point, you are just a vehicle for Israel. You are in DC as an American citizen. And you are so invested in like behaving like a bot that you hear free Palestine, and immediately, even after, like you don't know what the situation is. You don't know if there's a bomb there. You don't know if there's other shooters there. You are literally just auto Hasbara bot mode. You hear free Palestine, you go from Hamas. You know what I'd be doing in that situation? Running away. That's what I would be doing. I wouldn't be like immediately time for the retort. Like, you're not a part of a barbershop quartet or whatever the fuck it's called, okay?
Well, I mean, he was already subdued.
Free Palestine!
That is wild. What the fuck? He had that. What?
Insane.
All right, Hassan's got a point. That was like, it was just like a automatic. Oh, shit.
Free Palestine!
Oh my God, they did it twice.
They are definitely going to start clamping down on Palestine protests just before Israel.
All right, this is weird.
Israel's
all right, psyop or not, this is
plan
is weird.
Yeah, I think so too.
This is. Okay.
I think so as well. I also. That
does sound.
I mean, it's
it does sound prepared, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh, I mean, especially with the. It's almost more sus that they had like the cheer squad there, where it was literally like you were at a pep rally,
saying that they're going to clamp down on free
Palestine from Hamas.
Pro-Palestinian protests,
except not
now is.
Wait a minute, no, that's not a pep. That's not a pep talks one. That's not a pep talks one.
Kind of funny too, because it's like now. You mean
I do not endorse this.
You know, they have been doing that already. Pretty aggressively, as a matter of fact, they've been doing that. So I don't think that that's like anything new. Those just like escalated.
I mean, dude, the fact is, like, he also brings up a good point. Like, I wouldn't say running because like the guy was subdued, but really,
but yeah,
like you're ready to sit there and like heckle the.
Here, I'll give you the analog here, okay? Luigi Mangione was an adventurist.
That's even crazier, because wouldn't they just be shouting at him like you're a monster! You're a monster! Why would you do it? Like, I mean,
okay, he had obviously
this
a goal.
Is a weird one, guys.
And because so many people had been directly victimized by healthcare in this country, that as soon as the
every time I see a collar under a sweater, I immediately just feel like it's like, oh.
As soon as we knew who the victim,
that's how my mom used to dress me. So like,
everybody immediately
you.
understood what the motives were. Right?
I hated it.
Allegedly, Luigi Mangione,
hated that.
Despite being an adventurist, had a clear-cut agenda that most Americans very quickly understood. Even if they didn't agree with the methods, like they kind of understood where the resentment was coming from. I wouldn't say that this situation is comparable, and here's why. Because Luigi Mangione, allegedly, Okay, I think he's innocent personally. But when Luigi Mangione targeted the United Healthcare CEO, that was the United Healthcare CEO.
Right.
Luigi Mangione didn't go
target randos at an event.
Oh, and killed the I don't know, reception desk worker at United Healthcare, and then turned around and said free healthcare, right? And that's the major difference. If Luigi had done it, of course, allegedly. I'm saying allegedly Luigi Mangione, who I think is an innocent man and is unjustly maligned, if allegedly he had done this act, that would be the equivalent to what took place here. Okay? That would be the equivalent to what took place here. Now, I'm not going to entertain the emotional blackmail that Israel defenders, who very clearly don't care about victims of Islamophobia, people that died, and simply only care about defending
Luigi went out of his way to avoid collateral damage, allegedly.
Israel's interest.
Good save, Dave. Good save.
The emotional blackmail that they are going to try to enforce here at a time when Israel has very openly stated their desire for permanent ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian population in the Gaza Strip. That's not going to happen.
Still got me.
Okay, so don't expect that from me. I'm not entertaining that. Okay, having said that, that's my position. I explained it to you. This is, going after low-level people, and it's most likely going to be used against the Palestinian movement. But I'm also not going to sit around and constantly fucking wail away either. Okay? Did you see PSL National's tweet? Yes. So the alleged perpetrator yesterday was a former PSL member. So of course, the Party for Socialism and Liberation. For those of you who don't know what PSL is, it's the Party for Socialism and Liberation. We reject any attempt to associate the PSL with the DC shooting. Elias Rodriguez is not a member of the PSL. He had a brief association with one branch of the PSL that ended in 2017. We know of no contact with him in over 7 years. We have nothing to do with this shooting and do not support it. So I think it's of course appropriate to say this. Like, it's appropriate for them to come out and say this. And that's also part of the reason why I talked to a bunch of my other friends as well this morning. Like, no person, especially no person like immediately affiliated with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, who are fantastic organizers overall, no organizer is going to do something like this. And no organizer is going to associate their organization with something like this, because organizers understand that this level of association with an act such as this one will be catnip.
Well, yeah,
for the federal government, who is already
and detrimental to their message,
using every fucking avenue they can to clamp down on free speech and free association. So before people get like in their feelings and go, what the fuck, I can't believe that they're saying this, like, don't be a fucking moron. They're probably still going to aggressively come after PSL anyway. They're probably aggressively going to come after any and every pro-Palestinian person, myself included. They've already even started coming after myself, as far as I understand. It's pretty crazy. It's crazy times that we are a part of, but it is what it is. I'm going to keep saying the fucking truth. If you think that I'm going to stop saying the truth about Israel, about what Israel is doing, which is a live-streamed child holocaust that Israel is committed to, and the only way that they are able to do this is by unlimited munitions that they get from the United States of America. If you think I'm going to stop talking about that, you are out of your fucking mind. I think the real dangerous thing to do here is, if you are the president of...
No, what you need to do here is aggressively message against what happened here and not own it. Like, do not even try to mince on this one. Like, just denounce this entirely. I'm dead serious. Like, otherwise they're going to use any soundbite drop or like any of it, and it's just going to it's not going to help. Especially, as I said, guys, like, the timing of this is beyond sus. Because seriously, when you have right wingers like Piers Morgan, who again didn't have any stake in this, and if he did, he was almost aggressively like for the pro-Israeli side, but then for him to come out and start denouncing this and bringing on a whole bunch of people. Like literally, I think the last 3 shows were about this, and we're gonna watch one. Destiny, I guess, was on. We're gonna check that out because that's gonna be wild if freaking Piers Morgan is to the left of Destiny on this one, which that would.
That is tasked with combating anti-Semitism, using that position of prominence at a
If
time
we don't
when
speak out for those without voices. It's not about that, Taco Bell. It's not about that. We can still speak out. This is bullshit. You denounce what's happening as far as like this shooting right here. This will not help your message. This won't help any group that is trying to fucking get any politicians elected. This is shooting yourself in the dick if you go out and try to like prop this up as a good thing.
Semitism is skyrocketing.
I'm sorry,
to
man.
basically
I ain't
come
doing that. I'm not going to be complicit in that.
After people that you don't like,
because that's being complicit in like the genocide at that point, because guess what's not going to help the people of Gaza if you kneecap PSL or anybody that gets associated with that if fucking the feds come for us because of this shit.
You
like,
know
no, dude.
Are not anti-Semitic in an effort to call for their deplatforming is fucking psychotic.
They're talking about locking us up, dumbass. No, if this is what you got from it and you're doing the Luigi thing, then
And of
you lost the fucking plot on this one.
Of course, that is what I'm going to talk about now as well. The head of the ADL directly blames Hassan the Hun for the DC shooting. The full force of the U.S. government is about to come down on him. When these things happen, politicians look for a scapegoat to show that they're doing something. Hassan will be that guy. To which I quote,
"This is almost textbook false flag, and you're playing into it. You're literally playing. You're gonna do what? You're gonna do the propaganda for him."
Retweeted. I said,
To be fair, it doesn't matter what he says because before he said anything, they were
Israel's an
blaming him.
apartheid state doing a live stream genocide. I think it's wrong and dangerous to conflate these heinous
I wasn't talking. I'm literally talking about this guy.
actions with
in chat
Jews.
here.
The Apartheid Defense League doesn't because they think they can improve Israel's standing by silencing its critics. It won't change the truth. That is one of the most...
No, and that's why he should, like, honestly, he should be fucking getting whatever his agent is, or whoever his agent is, to call all these places so he could go and just be like, no, this is bad, and don't try to use this against us.
Insane fucking thing.
It's that simple. But here we go. Piers Morgan's now going to fucking use this as the next little wedge issue.
Things, by the way. One of the most insane things is like...
Meanwhile, the people of Gaza will still get bombed.
Immediately after.
Like this
the
is fucking
bodies
ridiculous. And I'm
haven't
getting
even
tired
gotten
of it.
cold yet. And Jonathan Greenblatt goes on CNN to be like, you know who killed
Because we
these-
were actually getting this close to where even Trump was pressuring him.
You know who killed these people?
Wait, is someone in here defending this? I'm listening, not watching. Yeah, they're over on Twitch.
Hassan played a big role in this. It's like there is unprecedented amount of overt anti-Semitism out there, and this
need more jank
fucking
outrage.
freak is looking to blame someone like myself for it. You are just such an unserious charlatan, dude. Quit, okay? Resign in disgrace. Disband the organization. Stop doing this.
But all of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hassan Piker, who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state. Like,
Luigi is different in many regards, and you could also say that Luigi's technically being weaponized. If this is, like, let's put it this way. If this is a psyop, allegedly if this is a psyop, why wouldn't they try to weaponize like a Luigi type of situation and then demonize the leftists that are then getting behind it, saying, look at the violent extremists that are in this party, and using all of this to put a nice little video package together for the federal government to start locking us up. You don't see where this is fucking going? Denounce this hard. Pep Talks, denounce this fucking action.
Extremists.
Like, that's so
God
psychotic to say. No, I don't. Okay? No, the fuck I don't. Against Jewish people, genocidal rhetoric that I regularly apply. Also, gamer? I haven't played a fucking video game in months. Utterly depraved shit.
To be fair,
by the
he
way.
is a boomer.
Utterly depraved
Like, he's a
shit. He's like,
boomer.
whoa,
Like, you think he's gonna get it right?
shooting took
Come on.
place against against people that worked at the Israeli embassy. Time to immediately make this about my favorite villain. Like, what are you fucking? Are you insane? Like, what are you doing? This is the reason why, for the record, nobody cares about what ADL says anymore. It's lost its institutional motion. And the reason why it's lost its institutional motion and prominence is because this is what Jonathan Greenblatt is busy with.
He has a point here. Yes,
he
the
already
ADL
fucking
has
cooked
lost
the books
all
so
credibility.
aggressively
Hey, what up?
By expanding on the definition of anti-Semitic attacks and made it something so ridiculous at this point, where someone says from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
I don't understand his methods and reasoning. Fuck that.
That's ridiculous.
No.
Like, you are out of your fucking mind.
Killing a random couple? I'm sorry.
Also,
I don't. I actually don't. I don't think
while
like
doing that, he's like running defense for the likes of Elon Musk with regular frequency, because Elon Musk is obviously pro-Israel, and Elon Musk is part of the administration that's pro-Israel. I have always stood against anti-Semitism, even at times when the fucking ADL did not. Okay? Suck my dick, you bald piece of shit. Anyway.
Should not be empowered. People who spout prejudice should not be platformed. This is a moment.
Yeah, he's like, please ban him. Please ban him. Just take my word for it. Please. He's anti-Semitic. I promise. He says genocidal things about Jewish people. What an insanely fucking slanderous thing to say. You are supposed to be the guy. You are.
Because Sylvie, I'm dead serious. I can see how this is going to be like so much worse for us.
Supposed to be the.
If we even try to play that game, I'm not doing that. Because the way that they already have like tilted the opinion of Luigi.
A dude that knows.
I've seen people in my life that, like, you know what? They agreed with what Luigi did at the beginning, and now all of a sudden they're just like, he was a murderer.
What anti-Semitism looks like. Imagine dropping the ball this spectacularly. Like, listen to me. I don't even think I'm this relevant to the anti-Zionist cause. Okay.
Stop it. Then, oh my God, I don't understand this. You don't get, what? Why do you LARP like a smaller streamer? I don't understand that. Like, fine, Hassan, then by your metrics, what I'm doing isn't going to fucking help in the slightest. Like, shut up. God, he's pissing me off today.
He's so horny for deplatforming that this is like, I've become his I've become this white whale that he's chasing down.
No, Taco Bell. What you're doing is listen, if you want to argue with me because I'm a safer target, fine, go ahead. But honestly, this ain't it, bro.
For some fucking reason. Okay, let's say you pressure institutions hard enough that Twitch actually enforces some sort of ban. Okay, and then what? I go on YouTube. I start my.
You're gonna play into the fucking propaganda. That's gonna get me locked up as a leftist propagandist. Then I'm not gonna play this game.
Continue live streaming on fucking YouTube. YouTube is not going to take these kinds of pressures seriously. It's
Taco Bell. If you don't have that answer, guess what? I don't. And you know what? That means that what this is not the answer.
Just
if this is the answer and it's not going to do anything, it's actually going to create more harm for people that want to fight for Palestinians, and it's also going to do no tentative good for the people of Palestine. It's not going to solve the hunger issue. It's not going to solve the bombing. What does it solve? What does this solve? By your logic, what does it solve?
Totally and utterly ridiculous.
You're talking about it, not in a good way.
Because guess what? Even if I'm no longer on Twitch, even if I get banned on Twitch, you think that the overwhelming majority of Americans are going to turn around and be like, you know what? I think it was awesome that Israel has been doing this unlimited child holocaust.
And again, you're missing the point that the media's attitude, I almost said media atmosphere, completely changed. Like, within the last 2 weeks, we have seen more pressure just from the mainstream media than we have in any time. I'm sorry, man. Like, and this is where I have to kind of give that, like, well, at least Trump did something good. He did something good where it's like people start, like, he made that pivot to where people on the right were like, oh, we can care now?
19 months. I actually changed my mind because some random fucking dumbass.
If he had gone after, like, Netanyahu, then maybe we'd have a discussion on our hands. But going after, like, a receptionist, nah, bro.
Hassan.
No, going after randos at a fucking gala, no. You have lost the fucking plot.
On Abi, got banned off Twitch. So I think my opinion on this has changed.
I'm sorry, man. I can't condone this, and I will not.
Surely.
Absolutely not.
Now that this guy's gone from this one fucking platform.
And this doesn't make me any less fucking pro-Palestinian. That's honestly what's kind of sick here.
Okay.
Is if you guys want to fucking do the mincing here and then do the whole I'm not gonna watch you because you're not pro-Palestinian.
Now that we have banned this one guy from this one fucking platform,
I'm trying to get us fucking people that this is my mission for my stream. Have fun, get the news out there, and try and kind of change people's minds, especially from the right to go fucking left.
10M Israel highs every morning, as a matter of fact. Is that how you think this is?
That's not how you do it.
Gonna work? What are you, fucking stupid? Are you insane? It's just so stupid. The Anti-Defamation guy just defamed you. Yeah. No, it's the Always Defamation League.
I'm glad that you have an actual
the
moral
Apartheid
compass.
Defense League, or also known as the Always Defaming League. Anyway.
We need to look ourselves in the mirror and say, we've got to stop this because the consequences are deadly. But all of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times.
They think you are
Pep's impression of his enemies
much
goes
more important
hard.
and prominent than you actually are. In a way, they're glazing you technically by hyping you up to this extent. I know. I think part of the reason why they're doing that is because I am actively working against their best interest. If their goal is to on the one hand, continue brainwashing young Americans into being pro-Israel, specifically young American Jews.
What up, James?
Into being pro-Israel, a guy who actively fights against
I think Hassan. No, he's not. No, because he's not stupid.
Semitism, who also is
I'm sorry, man. If this is how you feel, then you're actually doing more harm to the cause, and you need to definitely, I don't know, talk to a therapist, talk to somebody a little bit more moderate. I don't know.
Hardline anti-Zionist
but this ain't it.
Is a big threat. This is why I kept repeating over and over again. For these guys, they don't give a fuck about Candace Owens because they can always point to Candace Owens and say, "See, she's anti-Semitic." They can always point to someone
you don't see how you're doing that shit and speaking that way even can be totally used against you and the cause.
They can always point to someone like Dan Bilzerian and say, obviously, this guy is anti-Semitic. That's why he hates Israel. But for someone like myself, they have to stretch as hard as they fucking can to be like, I promise you he's anti-Semitic. Just take my word for it. He's so anti-Semitic. Why is he anti-Semitic? Because he contextualizes how militant resistance exists against the apartheid state that has been doing an apartheid for 77 fucking years.
They're saying that he inspired him.
So now doing a unlimited genocide, that's the reason why I'm anti-Semitic.
Violence begets violence. In this climate, leftist violence begets fucking concentration camps. Let's not kid ourselves.
Most Americans agree with me.
They're just looking for a fucking excuse. Let's not no.
Shut the fuck up. But that's it. Let's see what the majority report said.
Live, who went on CNN and went after Hassan Piker, who, by the way, was just detained for his speech coming back into the country. This is absolutely despicable.
This is fascist.
But
I feel like I'm having a discussion with somebody that's just like, oh, if some guy pulls out a gun, you should punch him in the face, instead of just like, no, you should run. No, you should punch him in the face and be manly man.
All of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state.
That's a heinous smear. That's defamation.
I would sue over that if I was Hassan.
That's fucking.
That is 100% slanderous.
Go for it.
I know.
I'm glad that. Oh, hey.
But I don't think there's any. I don't think there's a court out there that will be favorable to my opinion here. You know what I mean? Also, once again, a costly endeavor that I do not want to engage with. I feel like it's a distraction.
He should. He's got money. He should sue him.
Oh, I just felt like my entire, from the tip of my neck all the way across my shoulders down to my lower back, just cracked.
Honestly,
wow, that is beyond what I was expecting. I had not seen that clip.
Well, they've shown. Sorry, Bender, I got heated.
No,
Go on.
No, that is
silence is violence too. This isn't silence. No, what you want is you want this to be no, dude. You just want to be right, and you're not. You're just not right. in your world that you're going to start your little revolution with the shot that was heard across the world instead of looking at it with any objectivity, especially in this fucking situation that we're in with our, the current administration, and looking at the reality that you will not win. We want to win this. Listen, I will keep my morals, but my morals also kind of lead me to go, I want to be active in this, and I want to actually be able to, beget change, not from a fucking jail cell.
A direct accusation of a very specific thing that Hassan has not done. And if
they keep this shit up, that's what's going to happen. Or I'll just have to quit YouTube.
I would look into my legal rights here,
or just do a hard pivot to comic books and Godzilla, which that might be.
Go after.
What is happening with?
I agree with you, dude. I'm parroting their insane talking points to illustrate how insane they are.
Twitter, man.
Cool.
Work, Twitter. Work. Fucking Twitter. God damn it. Fuck you, Twitter. Fuck you. You are such a piece of shit website.
Thank you.
I can't even watch this. Someone linked me the fucking OG video with the time code.
UK Gov brought charges against one of the kneecap guys for supporting H group at the U.S. show. This bending knee to Zionists is bullshit. I have nothing against you because of your God, but F Zionism.
Someone is on the sideline waiting to make their bones from something like this. Keep that in mind. Yeah, also, I don't even think...
That's why I said glad you have a moral compass.
He just wants me to be deplatformed. I think,
no, I know.
There are plenty of people out there at this point that would love if I didn't just get deplatformed, but got deplatformed from Earth at this point. At a certain point, taking legal action is...
Welcome to the internet, dude. I'm what?
Slander defamation becomes
I've only
important.
been here for like half a year, and I've had multiple people tell me that they want to see me gone. Like, are you kidding?
When it actually does impact your profile to a significant event, is there a point where you would do this? Does Lolo...
I don't have to LARP as a small streamer.
Know you are his client? Yes, he knows. I talked to him this morning. Anyway, he had this take. Violence begets violence. Palestinians have been getting massacred in an ongoing genocide for the last 18 months. 2 diplomats for Israel, 1 German and born and Christian, are assassinated clearly for political reasons, whether you agree or not. This is not anti-Semitism. Israel makes the world an unsafe place for Jewish people, not simply because of their decades of countless war crimes and crimes against humanity, but because Zionism itself aimed to conflate Jewishness with a fascist ethno-state. It may be the case these people were actively trying to find a solution for peace, which is very sad. But just like the indiscriminate killing in Gaza, where 80% of fatalities since March, as reported by the IDF itself, are civilian, that is an inevitable result.
I don't blame you for missing that. I've heard these arguments that I've said here told to me unironically on multiple occasions.
Of mass violence. Hold on. I will not stand here and say nothing when every media outlet and politician calls this anti-Semitic and tries to distract from the very serious and underlying reality here. Shame on you, charlatans and cowards. Sorry to chat about earlier. It wasn't an LGBTQ event. The museum was opening an exhibit on LGBTQ Jews soon, and the group of people I met at the police station were referencing that. Okay. You should sue, though, because your case is clear-cut, can provide precedent that other smaller creators could use for cover. Sure, you don't care, but what if they use the same heat later for Frogan or Dennis? Shouldn't you preempt that? I'll think about it. It is kind of wild that he got so horny that he just hit.
I like how they use Frogan and Denims. At one point, Pep Talks will break through.
Me with a total fucking...
You know that smaller streamer, Pep Talks?
Textbook case of defamation. Yeah. But I suspect that the ADL has I
think people on the left are getting more upset, and the vet groups are fired up. They know something is coming.
Lawyers, you know what I mean?
That's honestly why I'm like, anybody that is talking like that, it's like, shut the F up and get
done. And if I was Hassan, I would look into a legal my legal rights here and go after this guy and the organization he's speaking for, honestly.
The ADL has shown that they can be cowed by money. They accused, rightly, Elon Musk of anti-Semitism when he endorsed the Great Replacement theory on social media.
He's asking Trump to pardon him?
Yeah. Then...
No, that can't be real.
It's just like a little weird. Suddenly, they were really pro-Elon Musk.
Maybe less money and more just, oh, you're going to work with us because we're a fascist government doing fascism and you have the ear of the Americans.
I mean, I think that it could be a coincidence, but also Starling started to work with the Israeli government, and then what do you know? A year later, they're turning the other cheek when Elon Musk is endorsing.
I'm sorry. Somebody just sent me an update on the Diddy trial. Yeah, apparently Diddy is reaching out to Trump for a pardon.
The far-right German party that says that we should leave the Holocaust in the past and quit remembering, and then doing Nazi salutes at the inauguration, repeated, as AOC said at the time, for emphasis and clarity. They've shown that they can look the other way on that.
If every person is just collateral damage, they've won.
But
Could we rewind a little bit just so I could fully hear exactly what he accused Hassan of doing? Because if he had claimed Hassan was sharing anti-Semitic rhetoric,
Elon's
that'd be a
hissy
little
fit.
bit harder to go after, because you could claim a lot of things are anti-Semitic. That's sort of in the eye of the beholder, right? But we have made clear. We have made it very clear over this past year, especially from people like him.
You can't just buy the ADL.
Him and the ADL.
Can you?
That
wait a minute, is that a thing?
Accusing someone of genocide is a very specific framework, and for you to
that's what's so. That's
the Dady case federal. Yeah, it is. It is. He's in a federal prison, so yeah.
That's what's so crazy. He's saying that I'm doing genocidal rhetoric against the Jews, while his entire purpose is defending the state of Israel, while Israel is doing a fucking genocide. Like, my
No, you cannot buy the Anti-Defamation League.
Genocide position, he claims...
All right, cute cat aside there, Legend of Sean. Nah, not how it works.
Is a genocidal statement against all Jews. Like, what a psychotic thing to fucking say. I'm a loving slop tuber to also turn around and be like, this is Hassan. Hassan did this for the record. Because
he really is trying to be the new Joe Rogan, because he's trying to disassociate. He's been using the term apolitical and slop tuber a lot.
I'm sure that's coming.
Because that's how he wants to be viewed. He wants it
as well.
It's kind of funny. He's trying to get away from it because Asmongold took
narcissism. Yeah.
Declare that someone is using genocidal rhetoric against a specific group of people. That is slander. And without a doubt, Hassan should go after them if that's indeed what he said, and I'm pretty sure he did.
Let's hear it.
But all of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hassan Piker, who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state. Like, extremists should not be empowered. People who spout prejudice should not be platformed. This is a moment when we need to look ourselves in the mirror and say, we've got to stop this because the consequences are deadly. But all of us need to call.
But I mean, do you see how he conflates Jewish people broadly with a Jewish state, like the ethno-nationalist state of Israel? Yeah. And to be fair, he's doing just like we were talking about with the South Africans, right? He's trying to make their inability to hold control over a state, a piece of land, as an ethno-nationalist state. Because we know that a lot of people in Israel who are Zionists think that the one state solution, the state where they have equal representation for Palestinians, equal representation for Israel, is the genocide they're referring to. They're not referring to the total eradication of Israelis, Jewish Israelis by Arabs. They're referring to a changing of the structure that prevents there from being an ethno-nationalist state.
You thought my comment was serious, then you should skip the 20-minute mark.
State, which provides special rights for Israelis and that creates a permanent underclass of Palestinians. And unlike in the situation with the white South Africans, they are able to more readily reference and index an actual genocide that happened to Jewish people and cloak themselves in the veil of people who, are
Yeah, Randy Fine, by the way, in response to the killing of the Israeli embassy staff in Washington, a Republican congressman went on Fox News and suggested Gaza be nuked like Hiroshima and Nagasaki. This is deemed an appropriate response to the killing of 2 Zionists. Then what is an appropriate response to the murders of tens of thousands of Palestinians? Zionists routinely call for genocide after experiencing a fraction of the violence they subject Palestinians to daily. Hassan gets targeted by shitlib and neo-Nazi slop tubers and communities for being...
Hyperpolarization and extremism often result from grievance politics. It's a dangerous game. It just creates tit for tat.
Anti-genocide. Now Hassan supposedly regularly employs genocidal rhetoric.
Well, yeah, it's also implying that you're just never going... again, this is why I get mad at people that are just bipartisanship. Ew.
Yeah, fuck 'em.
Just no. Stop with this.
Yeah, this is...
And where they just totally disassociate from the center, where it's we don't need the center.
Basically...
yeah, you do. You need centrists. You need apolitical people to get to where we are, or even to a fraction of where we are, just to go, Hey, yeah, we should stop that.
You know, Adolf Hitler reincarnated.
The fact of the matter is the Palestinian cause is an evil one.
Yeah, and Congressman, there is a ceasefire deal on
for all of us?
the table right now that the White House is hoping both Israel and Hamas
No, I just want to cast meteor.
will sign on to. Does this
I'm
shooting
starting to sympathize with Sephiroth every day.
change anything when it comes to the course of the war or the negotiations to end it?
Well, I think it speaks to the importance of the only end of the
I'm not kidding. I literally used to like think, oh yeah, I'd be more like Zach. Oh shit, I think I'm turning into Sephiroth, guys. Oh no.
Conflict is complete and total surrender by those who support Muslim
Silver long
terror.
hair.
In World War II, we did not negotiate a surrender with the Nazis. We did not negotiate a surrender with the Japanese. We nuked the Japanese twice in order to get unconditional surrender. That needs to be the same here. There is something deeply, deeply wrong with this culture, and it needs to be defeated.
We heard in Brooks.
The fact of the matter.
Freak. Fucking freak, dude.
Yes, he's a freak.
Absolute freak. I do want to explain something to people, okay? I want to explain something to people. First of all, the edits on this was so damaging, okay? First of all, J.D. Vance comes in hot. My heart breaks for the 2 Jews who were murdered last night at the Capitol Jewish Museum. Anti-Semitic violence has no place in the United States. We're praying for their families and our friends at the Israeli embassy where the 2 victims work. Then he gets corrected. He goes, my heart breaks for Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lishinsky, who were murdered last night at the Capitol Jewish Museum. Anti-Semitic violence has no place in the United States. We're praying for their families and all of our friends at the Israeli embassy. Okay? Important. Okay? This is something that I've noticed in the United States of America. Our interests are so invested in simply defending Israel, whatever violence. Those who also defend Israel are considered a part of the in-group of being Jewish. You are more a Jew, even if you are Christian, even if you're a German.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. All right. Shit. Boost internet. Sorry, guys. Give me a second. Okay. Had to boost my internet signal. This should work now.
Remember, way more Christian Zionists out there than there are Jewish Zionists. Important to recognize. But you are seen as more of a Jewish person than an Israeli Jew that got beat up by fucking Kahanists in Brooklyn 2 weeks ago.
Sorry,
when not a single peep was made by mainstream media.
Lost connection.
That was an Israeli Jewish woman that got beat up by rabid sociopathic Kahanist terrorists on Brooklyn streets. And not a single peep was made by mainstream media, despite the fact that she was literally a person who has an Israeli fucking passport. Why? Because she was an anti-Zionist. Okay? If you are a Jew and anti-Zionist, you're no longer a Jew in the eyes of those who want to make a statement about Israel. And if you're not Jewish, but you work for Israel, if you're not Jewish and you literally go and you fucking serve in the IDF, you are more of a Jewish person in the eyes of the media than someone who literally is an anti-Zionist Jew with a fucking Israeli passport. It is ridiculous. It is fucking ridiculous. Clearly, these motherfuckers don't give a shit about anti-Semitism, okay? They don't care. Like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing here?
Dude, Justin Bieber's gonna get chased out of Toronto for the way that they're blaming him for the Leafs loss. The Leafs loss on Game 7.
Dangerous.
Which is hilarious.
Underlying premise there.
Wonder what Ethan's take is. Oh, God. Why'd you say it? Because now I'm going to have to watch it.
Is.
Because now I'm curious.
You're not a Jewish person if you're not pro-Israel. Okay? The dangerous underlying premise here is the notion, the false notion that all Jews are monolithic and love Israel and love the child murder that Israel is doing, they are fully on board. It's like literally
it's payback for being a dickhead for
offensively
years.
saying, if you don't like ISIS, you're Islamophobic. It blows my fucking mind. And the people that present this argument are so brain broken. They're so oblivious.
So many people would rather feel that they're correct while watching the world burn around them than listen and compromise with someone they disagree with to save it.
How much resentment has...
Which is wild, because guys, like, I'm in, you know, one of the stages of grief. Couldn't tell you exactly which one. It's one of the shittiest ones, for sure. On top of, I know that I've covered it earlier, but it's it's the anniversary of my brother's passing. So it's just like, if I'm not at that place, like, what the fuck is your excuse?
Calcified against Israel for good reason, that they don't realize that they are serving an anti-Semitic purpose when they behave like this.
Long
when
weekend
they
pre-gaming.
literally make blood libel the reality in the eyes of so many people that are uninitiated, that don't really think about these things at all. They don't recognize what they're doing in terms of manifesting more anti-Semitic thought. They realize, don't be ridiculous. No, they don't. Plenty of people don't fucking realize what they're doing. I promise you they don't. Because at the end of the day, you think fucking liberal Zionist Jews that live in the United States of America are seeing the mountainous wave of anti-Semitism that will inevitably fire on them? You think, no, they don't realize it. They don't. They don't realize it at all. The Israeli government doesn't give a shit. Israeli government relies, like Zionists in Israel rely on this kind of anti-Semitic sentiment exploding.
Is this the video?
In the Western world. This way, you have to go.
I'm glad that ended, because now I have, you know what? This makes it easier. I'm going to just run a diagnostic real quick. There we go. All right, this should work. Turn down to 7. Shit. Oh, there we go. Cool. That should clean everything up. If it doesn't, let me know. If we have an emergency, just start, like, aggressively typing one in chat. I mean, not aggressively, like, don't spam. Just let me know. Let me know if I'm having an error. All right. So many people would rather feel correct. Oh, sorry, man. Oh, it's okay. Sounds about right. It's not easy to relinquish your worldview. Yeah, good take. Better than being a nihilist? Yes. No, and that's... I don't know, man. Like, I have my nihilistic moments. Like, I was... Kirk, I'm not sure if you were here for it, but I literally just said how, like, I fancied myself as, like, Zach Fair. And, like, I've always had his attitude, especially, like, if you've played Crisis Core. But then I'm starting to realize now, like, after everything that's happened to me, that I could easily see how I'm turning into Sephiroth. Like, easy. And it's not just a physical thing. It's actually kind of scary how I like... Because I'm finishing Crisis Core, and right at the end, his heel turn, I'm like, oh... I kind of get it now. You didn't have to chop off her head, but I kind of get it. Great game, by the way. Not the best Final Fantasy game, but it's definitely like a great, like, Final Fantasy property. Anyway, we all have our moments like depression or anxiety. Just don't become consumed by it. No, and too many people I've noticed do. And, like, I don't want to say it's a leftist thing, but it's like, here's my observation. On the left, we are a lot more comfortable acknowledging our mental health and being self-aware. That's just something that, like, people on the right tend to, like, and I'm not trying to be, you know, funny or, like, be a dick. They do tend to run from their feelings. This is why they hunt so much. You know, sorry, that was actually just a little bit of a dig. But realistically, man, like, more people on the right need therapy, which they're not going to get. So, Hunt is running from feelings. It's a joke. I don't know. I think that I was about to say shooting is kind of like relinquish. Like, I don't know. It's kind of the same thing as when you go boxing or whatever the fuck, I guess. You're just letting off steam, but when you let off said steam, you're also killing an animal. I don't know. I don't even agree with myself on this one. I was trying to just kind of be cheeky, but it didn't work. You know what? Not everyone lands. It's okay. Moving on. I just, again, to wrap this up, I just don't want to see them use this to demonize the left, and they're going to. Like, dude, this is going to be... They're going to be talking about this for the next fucking year. I love killing animals with my teeth. I appreciate the honesty. Oh, thanks, man. I think you're talking about me. I don't know. All right. I am cool. Nice. Let's see. Trump abandons MAGA. No, let's not do that one yet. Supreme Court says, yeah. Here, I wanted to cover this one. Okay, so real quick, I have a backstory on this one. This is one of those situations that my old school has been personally lobbying for a long time, and funny enough, my school got like bought up by like a big evangelical conglomeration that funds a bunch of this stuff, where they try to get public funds for private schools. So I was elated when they had a 4-4 vote and then one swing vote, I guess, that denied any taxpayer-funded religious charter schools from being funded by us. So
this is an ABC News special report.
From becoming a thing. I said that wrong.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. We're coming on the air because the Supreme Court has just released a major decision concerning government funding of religious charter schools. The ruling could reshape how taxpayer money is now used to fund education across the U.S. Let's get straight to ABC's Devin Dwyer. Devin, your first reaction.
Well, the Supreme Court here, Kira, surprising many observers in a deadlock vote, 4-4, because Justice Amy Coney Barrett, herself a Catholic,
she recused
herself from this case from Oklahoma, in which the Catholic Archdiocese was seeking to put online the nation's first taxpayer-funded religious charter school, explicitly a Catholic school under the Oklahoma
the
charter.
Thing is, I have a feeling that they see where a counter lawsuit would then be filed for religious institutions to start paying taxes.
Program, and
because then they would be susceptible to the IRS, and oh boy,
the Supreme Court, because it was deadlocked today, Kira.
Love to see a nice, wide. Well, can we see a widespread audit because Doge went in and like gutted half of the IRS?
Effectively is letting lower court rulings stand. The lower courts in this case had found that creating taxpayer-funded charter schools would violate the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment, and therefore this is a big blow to those efforts to expand religious freedom and religious education in this country, Kira.
Amy Coney Barrett, she's not necessarily a great judge, but she did at least recuse herself. That's honestly what might have saved this case, is the fact that it was coming from one of her personal friends.
Let's bring in senior national correspondent Terry Moran as well, wwho also...
But God said we don't need to pay taxes. Actually, he said the opposite.
...covers the Supreme Court for us. Terry, what do you think this means?
It's literally part of that, like, what was it called? There was this, like, weird, really popular Sermon on the Mount.
...for religious schools going forward.
Well, it's a setback for what has...
Sorry, that was a little Christian condescension for you.
...been a steady movement towards allowing for more taxpayer-funded religious support for religious schools over the years. And the
Jesus is
hard line between state, church and state that had been drawn by previous courts has certainly been weakened over the years by this court, but not in this case. In part because the Oklahoma Constitution is very specific.
I don't know what to do with my hands.
There is a duty on the part of
especially Clarence Thomas,
the government of the state of Oklahoma, to set up a system of free public schools, free from sectarian control, and no public money.
At least she has the decency to accuse. Cough, cough, Thomas.
Should go to any religious instruction. The Supreme Court of Oklahoma, which is the deciding case in this, they said that
wait, what?
this violates the Constitution and does not violate the Establishment Clause of the U.S. Constitution. That's the question before the Supreme Court that they divided on, and so that lower court opinion remains in place. This question will come back to the Supreme Court. There's no question about it.
Let's bring in Sarah Isker, our legal contributor. What do you make of the 4-4 split, Sarah?
Yeah, if it goes back to the Supreme Court, I have a feeling that they might get somebody that, Amy Coney Barrett doesn't have to recuse from.
Well, we've seen this now for the last several terms that this.
But again, I don't know, man, if they can get a counter lawsuit filed against this quickly and have a lawyer half a damn, this could be solved pretty quickly if they start gunning for have a preemptive bill ready where it's just okay, but or J.B. Pritzker could do this as governor, where it's just all right, you guys want to play this game, then I'm going to start gunning for taxes.
This court, while certainly conservative, has its limits.
Although no, because that would be pretty unpopular, wouldn't it? Politically,
we don't know which justice is on which side here, but we know that there are 5 Republican appointees who weighed in on this case, and it was a 4-4 split. We've seen conservatives win at the court, but we've now repeatedly seen conservatives lose at the court as well when they try to push these legal doctrines further than we've ever seen before.
Sarah, Terry, Devin, thanks so much. And of course, our coverage will continue on
Sarah, Terry, Devin,
ABC News Live and abcnews.com.
First name. Sarah. Do you think that she got the joke? Sarah, Terry, Devin? Which one? Pick one. I think every student gets same money as fair. Okay, I don't know what you guys are talking about. All right, speaking of Harry Potter, my new place has a room under the stairs. Nice. School or no school? Pay up, suckers. What would be the commandments of Pepstianity? Always have a lighter. God, I feel like that is actually number 1. Always have a lighter. Oh God, that's the most important one. Her name is. No, it totally is. Oh, we're back at high. Not even high. Oh God. Okay, you know what? Can we just appreciate the things that we don't age out of like that, or it's just ha ha. Good catch. Oh. God, I'm such a child. All right, no, so I got the first one. Is definitely always have a lighter. God, I don't want to steal it, but be kind to one another and party on, dudes. Wait, that's not what it is. Be excellent to each other. And party on, dudes. What we doing? We're not gaming yet. Stop it. We're only an hour into stream, bro. Or an hour and a half. Trust me, I want to. Now that I started it, it's a good game. I like it. If you guys haven't already checked it out and you guys like puzzle games, it's called The Witness. I'm going to be playing it at the end of stream here. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. A different church. God, that is such a win. Ooh, let's do a little check-in with the news because I heard something. Texas lawmakers move to ban legal THC hemp amid medical marijuana expansion. On Wednesday, the Texas House gave preliminary approval to legislation that would prohibit hemp-based products with any amount of psychoactive compounds of THC across the state. The bill responds to a 6-year-old 2019 law that legalized low THC hemp to boost agriculture, but led to a large unregulated THC market. Government Dan Patrick. In Jurassic Park, we call him Meals on Wheels. And supporters accuse the industry of targeting minors with unregulated intoxicating hemp products. It's always, they're coming for the kids. They're coming for the kids, the vapes. They're coming for the kids. They're coming for the vapes and the kids. All right. According to one analysis, the hemp sector supports tens of thousands of workers and contributes billions of dollars annually to tax revenue, yet proposed legislation includes penalties of up to a year of imprisonment for possessing hemp products containing any THC. Oh, you draconian mother... No porn and don't get high? Who the hell wants to live in Texas? Like, seriously. I thought they like unregulated markets. Yeah, unless it's, you know, gooning or having a little bit of open-minded fun, but... You know, whether it be alcohol and guns and then all that. Yeah, you know what? Have fun. God. Why can't they just deregulate electrical outlets and bathtubs? That would solve a lot of problems. I think we should watch this now. Oh boy, I just realized I was getting a little mean. Love, laugh, toaster bat. Dude. Good night, folks. I'll be here all week. I'll be here all weekend. Try the veal. The bill's expected passage would effectively end Texas's short-lived hemp THC industry. Yeah, the thing is, I do have a feeling that they're gonna try to gun after this in Tennessee after this. 95-44, huh? We're deeply disappointed by the Texas House passage of SB 30, a bill that dismantles the legal hemp industry and ignores the voices of small business, farmers, veterans, blah, 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 blah. Delta 9. Really? The bans include Delta 8, Delta 9, and all other forms of intoxicating THC, including beverages? Damn, you could get a year for fucking the boring one? The one that gives me a little bit of a headache? Hello. I don't know who you are. Okay, this is not targeted ads because I can tell you right now, I haven't been looking for any of this shit. Since 2019, retailers across Texas have exploited a state agricultural law called to sell life-threatening forms of dihydrocannabinol to Texans. What does Rogan think about this? This is his state, man. Like, what the fuck? So... Is Rogan gonna, like, and all his fucking buddies, are they gonna start just staking out the comedy, what is it, the comedy mothership? Patrick sent a statement, these stores, which often target children, what they're marketing have popped up across the state, threatening the safety of our communities. Today, the Texas Senate drew a line in the sand and passed SB 3 to ban all forms of intoxicating THC. Texans don't want this. In March, hundreds of visited the Capitol to hear arguments over the proposed ban, with more than 170 people speaking up or signing up to speak. Texans don't want this. John Burke, the owner of Shell Shock CBD in Richardson, who was in Austin, testified, "Let us be. Let combat veterans be. If we have to be, if we want to have a blunt, it's no different than having an old-fashioned drink and kicking back." Burke previously told CBS News Texas that veterans like he would rather use THC than more addictive opioids, and the ban on THC is not a true reflection of what the public wants. THC is and its siblings, blah 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 blah. Reefer madness. We're entering reefer madness. Oh, so mad. See the kids. The precious kids. Oh, man. I need to watch that movie. It's been a while. Ooh, cheers. Wait, cheers. Oh, I see what you're doing. Spock's up another bowl. Why did I just say it like I'm from Boston? Hey, why don't you spark up a bowl? To be honest, I don't know why. What? No, I know. I don't know. The Portland situation kind of changed my mind on that one, where I'm like, oh, it didn't work. Decriminalizing worked and giving safe zones, but there were problems where, like, full decriminalization was, or like not. there were problems. I'm just gonna say that much. There were problems. I was like, oh shoot, which sucked because I was a strong proponent of that. I was just like, because like end the war on drugs immediately with that one, but yeah. Melania Trump releases audiobook of her memoir, created entirely with AI. Oh, and boomers are going to buy it. That's fun. Trump is considering bringing Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. The most toxic couple in all of finance. Get your khakis. Let's go down in the bar. Hey, man, what's up? Say hey, all. Remember when I said the rise of anti-Semitism is really concerning and I'm scared to travel abroad visibly? Yeah, what happened in D.C. is a prime example of why. Yeah, I'm not sure if you caught what's going on, Ryan. I condemned what happened, and I'm not playing that game. This isn't a Luigi situation. I'm shutting this down. I don't like how people just are like walking towards this idea of, you know, being locked up over on the left, because that's literally what's going to happen, because they're going to start weaponizing and demonizing the left that much to where they're going to be like, no, we're going to lock them up. At least that's my opinion on it, man. So I'm sorry you feel that way, and honestly, this is where, yes, dude, yeah, more people need to smoke more weed. I 1000% agree with this, but what we just read about Texas here, that's going to be a problem. Dude, you're going to have a lot of pent-up motherfuckers living in Texas, and that's dangerous with all them guns. Like, they're fine with alcohol and guns, but they're going to take away the weed and the whacking off? Okay. I don't see that being a very good mix. Just going out on a limb. A lot of blue balls in that fucking state. More people. All right, let's see what he's actually saying about this. On May 22nd, President Trump revealed he is seriously considering returning Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac to the private sector after consulting with key government officials. No. You do realize that, like, there's a reason that they weren't allowed to operate the way that they were. No. Whatever. I'm not going to college. Who am I kidding? Or 2008, Freddie Mac. Yeah, dude. Like, we're private companies backed by the U.S. Treasury, though both were originally created by the government. They were responsible for the fucking crash, dude. Like, and this dude, he's all about, he's just like, let's do these tariffs that are, you know, very, very similar to the ones that tanked the economy in the 1930s. And then he wants to do this. Like, why is he like Usain bolting towards a recession and then a crash? Gee, what's going on here, guys? I want to be that dude, but what the like, seriously, even if you like this dude, what the explain it. I don't know. I'm going to maybe become a corn smuggler. Sure, there will be a black market for VHS tapes. Oh my God, VHS tapes. That's kind of funny. Mitesh, you got those? I haven't. Let's see. I definitely don't have any VHS tapes, but I know for a fact I got a few magazines that I saved. And they were not used. Not in the way you think. They're not gross like that. It was for, God. I hate to admit this, but there was a really good interview in one of them. God, who the fuck was it, though? Because it was a it was a penthouse. Shit. I think it was George Carlin. I'm 99% sure it was George Carlin. Look, last few major conflicts happened on European soil. I think maybe the powers that be say it's our turn. That's my conspiracy for the day. Jesus. Pep, everyone is gross like that at some point in their life. Probably points. For articles, yeah. Yeah, I mean, articles. They were awesome, guys. Hey, right, but I figure out it would be great. I mean, it would be just hilarious. You got a whole bunch of VHSs, and they're just like, huh? Oh no! Crap! I just realized I never got that. There was this dude. He was getting rid of 3 CRT TVs. I meant to grab one of those. Damn it. Man, they were nice, too. It's all because I was racing home to get on the stream. Damn it. Yeah. Trying to get a CRT so I can play my N64. Because I had a little problem where I played my N64 on a plasma screen. I don't recommend doing that, guys. Because, yeah, I forgot that plasma burn is definitely a thing, and GoldenEye is now forever in that plasma screen. Kind of sucks. Look, Mitesh, you did say that gross makes it sound worse than the normal stuff. I don't know. Oh, wait. Here we go. Wait, how did I just miss this? Supreme Court grants Trump request to fire independent agency members except the Fed. Except the Fed, that's good. But wait, who? Like who? Like, I don't understand who this would cover. Won't reinstate top federal labor officials in a victory for Trump's firing powers. Oh, that's fun. So, union oversight. Got it. Plasma screens are still... Shut up. I've had my plasma screen. God, God. Long time. It's the only TV I currently have that had the hookups I needed to play the N64. Because for some reason on this one, it wouldn't load up. So I don't know why. Maybe I did something wrong. Tends to be a thing with me. No, I really want to see RT TV for that type of gaming. What's a plasma? Please tell me you're kidding. Please tell me you are kidding. It's back in my day, the first flat screen televisions had liquid plasma that would create pictures on the television set, and it would be in borderline high definition. Actually, one thing I will say, that's why I had my plasma hooked up again. It broadcasts 4K. When I found that out, I wanted to test it out, and not only does it broadcast 4K, it looks beautiful. So it's kind of like, you just got to make sure that the settings obviously don't go past its capacity, like its whatever hertz limit or whatever. So I have a Triniton. Triniton? I don't know what that is. Trinitron? Oh, like a little TV? Plasma TVs, the laser discs of television. Shut up. You want to see the No, I got the laser disc. Here. Guys. You don't understand? We're about to get down on a 3D movie with my 3D TV, baby. Although, we just got to make sure that the the glasses are charged. Although, yeah, these were USB. At least these ones were USB, because my first ones, they had a little battery in it that you had to change out. It's very sought after. Yeah, I know. That's why when I saw 3 of them, I was like, I really want one. And he actually had. They work perfectly. I still can't believe I didn't pick it up, man. They were free. They were totally free. Stan just gave you side-eye judgment. Oh, yeah. I Googled those look massive. What, the 3D TVs? I mean, they were okay. Oh, you mean the plasmas? Yeah, no, they're thick, boys. Let's put it this way. It takes me and my old roommate to carry one upstairs, like still, which is insane because most TVs are totally a one-person job now. So Laserdisc was a DVD the size of a vinyl record. Yep, and you would reach a point in your Laserdisc that, like, for instance, the very first Laserdisc I ever watched was Star Wars. So at the point where they are getting tractor beamed into the Death Star, it stops and says, flip to side 2 to continue the movie. So then you have to flip the disc. Some really rich people had a Laserdisc player that would flip it automatically. So that was pretty cool. But yeah, man, I got to watch Star Wars on Laserdisc, and then I got to watch Empire Strikes Back right after that. And I was young enough at that point to where it was like, oh, that scene where Han Solo cut the Tauntaun open, like I legit like went to bed with nightmares and like I was really sad for the Tauntaun. And it didn't help that my friend's dad, wasn't exactly like, I don't know. He was definitely not mushy as far as like, oh, I mean, look, it was already dead, and it's just like, what's that? What up, Miss Alice? How you doing? Mine was Kindergarten Cop. Good one. That's actually a good one. I got to watch Batman on Laserdisc too. I watched that in a theater in Chi-Town. Nice. I even know which theater. Plasma TVs are dope because they double as space heaters. Yeah. You're kidding. Oh, dude. So that is funny that you say that because I've been using it as like I'll just be real with you. Whenever there's a wrestling event on, I truck that thing out to my garage and we watch some wrestling. But because it's 4K, it does look beautiful. But it also does heat up the damn garage. We still have our massive. I got a pretty respectable collection of DVDs and Blu-rays that I need to just make a wall for. I was kind of debating like bringing some of that stuff in here and doing like a little change out, like putting my art table and stuff outside of here, but I don't know, man. I like having my TV there when I paint, and oh, that's another thing I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be doing an art stream soon, so I call my DVD collection my library. Me too. It's nice. Although I suggest if you can still buy Blu-rays like over DVDs, because DVDs are subject to disc rot. Blu-rays were really not. So from music to video games to movies, I mean, I still can't believe these were a thing. And get this shit, I had to watch it like this because of my glasses. So cool. I'm so cool, guys, watching my 3D movie at home. I haven't used these. God, look at that. There's like a layer of dust on these. So, God, these have got to be 10 years. Rogers Park, new 400. Watched a few movies there as a kid. Nice. You know why I got these, though? Amazing Spider-Man 2. That's literally what I did. Rogers Park 400. I think, have I been there? Is that the one by the mall? Or is that the one in the mall? I want to create a home media server. You just have... Yeah, I actually have something kind of like that. I just don't know how to set it up, really. My father-in-law, like, gives me all these, like, hard drives that have, like, just millions of movies. I swear. Like, the last time I checked, it was up there. It's way more media than I could ever consume. But I have, like, really no way to watch it, and then he's just like, oh, you just hook it up here, and then you gotta, like, route it. I'm like, I don't know. Whatever, man. But when he gave me vinyls, I was all about that. I just realized I missed smokage time. I will make that up. We have a 3D Haggadah for Passover, literally the Haggadah with art and those Blu-ray glasses. Kept me occupied as a kid during the reading. I was a kid. It's not in a mall. It was on a main drag. Okay, yeah, I'm trying to think. 'Cause, yeah, Rogers Park isn't too far. He has the same problem as me, just a digital hoarder. Oh, see, I'm not really a digital hoarder. That's my problem. Is I literally, when I saw this, and I was just like, well, I'm gonna buy it. Like, I like owning my stuff. That's why the Switch 2 being one of, like, these things where they give you a code to unlock. I am a little bothered by that, and I hope that they abandon that quickly, because that's, ugh. And if it's true that you cannot play, like, on the road, like, if I'm on a road trip and I can't play Mario Kart on my Switch, I'd be pissed. Even though I'm usually the one driving, but still. 'Cause I'm a man. Clark Griswold and me won't let me not drive. What? Nah. Dude, you buy license, you buy the license to your own game, bro. What the fuck? Yeah, to a game that you already bought. Yeah. That's so wild. Like, so yeah, when you buy one of these, the cartridge is in this, in the game or in the system. So not this one specifically, but yeah, man, that's what it's gonna be like. It's gonna be fucking, I don't know. Yeah, license to play. I thought you were gonna say license to drive. I don't know, man. Like at Corey Haim, I was just like, all right, man, Corey Haim. It's the Coreys. You know that we were brothers, man? God. The Corey Feldman. Oh, by the way, guys, if you guys enjoyed the Ground News segment, definitely cop yourself a Ground News subscription, especially now. It's very, very useful in these times. Jesus. Can't tell you like how bad the algorithm's been on my phone where I'm just like, whoa. And it's been blatantly showing me right-wing stuff just to get me pissed off. So I bought a disc for Portal under the false assumption it would save me from joining Steam back in the day. See, now I've heard about that. I think that's why I was so adverse to like getting into PC games, because like back into PC games, because I remember it was like right around Fallout, was it 3? It was either Fallout 3 or Vegas. But or New Vegas. It was one of those two where like it just didn't have the game. Or was it 4? God damn it, I can't remember now. But yeah, somebody explained that. They're like, yeah, it just does, it has like a code for. I'm like, no, that's not okay. I don't like that. The Lost Boys, love that movie. Especially, dude, that sax in the beginning, man. Yeah, Steam is, it took me a while to see the benefit of Steam, but now, like, I get it. I kind of want, like, I wouldn't mind getting a Steam Deck at some point, and I was just, for some reason, so adverse to it. I mean, to be real, I didn't have a PC until last August, so I was pretty much a console gamer, exclusively. But I'm also one of those console gamers where it's like, I didn't really play multiplayer games, and I really love me some Mario games, dude. So, I missed it, but cheers for 420. Yeah, you know what? I've got to do that. Also, if you guys haven't already, follow Smoke a Tide Pod over on Twitch, because I will be on his show on Saturday. I will not be able to simulcast, so please follow him. Be ready. I will be on the show. I think it's a 2-hour show, but it's gonna be fun. We're gonna be watching. Actually, speaking of old VHSs, we're gonna be watching some old VHS tapes. It's gonna be a good time, and it's going to be a full smoke-a-thon because it's on Twitch, so I don't have to really do my normal shenanigans over here, so. All right, guys. Let's see. For real, everything is so expensive a pirate's life for me. I would, Yar! Got Ryan over here. Yar me, I fly ye old Jolly Roger, yee-har. Allegedly. Guys, yeah, we don't condone that behavior over here. What are you talking about? We do not. We did not. Oh, hi, Mark. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, oh, man. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. One of the best fucking... old joke, but it's great. We sail the seas in Minecraft. Yarr. The digital seas. Yee-har. I condemn. Okay, I condemn. I condone. I condemn. I don't know. Which one is it? I always mix up the two. I don't know. All I know is I think I look pretty kick-ass with an eye patch on. Come on. What do you think, Dan? Come on. You know what I'm talking about. Give me one of those Solid Snake eye patches like you got over there, buddy. Oh my god. What would his name be? God, I got nothing good for this. Nah, not Big Boss. God, what would Trump's name be in Metal Gear Solid? I have to download a license first, though. Dude. Do not get me started. Again. Ugh. All right. Well, we are done with that. I'm going to smoke something real quick, and then we're going to watch... Here, let's do the Kyle Kulinski story that I had lined up here. Trump abandons MAGA, makes them beg for help. So if you guys don't know what this is about, I'm just going to bury the lead and just say, yeah, FEMA. You know that whole thing? You know, Doge, KO FEMA? Well, that had implications.
So one of the underreported stories that I really haven't seen many people talk about, which is just mind-boggling to me,
is wild.
Is that
Orange
Trump
Viper?
is
There we go.
actually trying to abolish FEMA.
No, it sounds too cool.
So FEMA, of course, they do the federal emergency disaster relief whenever there's a massive hurricane or earthquake.
Plump Python.
Quake or whatever the natural flooding, whatever it is.
Plump Python. I'm not sure what they mean by that, but I got the Python.
They're always there to help people in their hour of need. And Trump ran, I'm sure you guys remember this, there was that hurricane that hit western North Carolina.
Yeah,
and basically like Asheville and many other places got like wiped off the map.
Joe Biden did a horrible job with that.
I mean, just catastrophic flooding. And Trump made a big deal of like, Biden's abandoning these people. It's incredible. Why is he screwing them over? This isn't right. I would never do this. And then as soon as he gets in office, he flips a switch and he talks about, FEMA, we should just get rid of it. We should abolish FEMA. We should make it so the state and the local governments do it. This isn't the place of the federal government. And so he went from, I will beef up FEMA and do a better job with FEMA to, let's just get rid of it. Like that. Out because he has rejected a lot of emergency declarations that even red states have asked for. West Virginia, they had huge problems. They wanted an emergency declaration. Trump didn't give it to them. Okay. Well, now, as you all know, we just had huge storms go through Kentucky and Missouri. Now, one of the things which we already discussed on this channel is there are at least 27 deaths because of Doge. Doge, Elon Musk's brainchild, all of the slash and burn stuff they did behind the scenes, cutting government spending on whatever they wanted to cut it on. Well, one of those things that they cut was funding for the National Weather Service and NOAA. National Weather Service, that's how we get all of our weather reports, is through that. And they started putting up fewer weather balloons, so we're not going to get as accurate weather forecast. There used to be an overnight forecaster in these places, like in Jackson, Kentucky. Now, there wasn't one, and we had catastrophic storms rolling through the area, and people didn't get the proper warnings. So, 27...
Yo, yeah, that's right. You were there for the scary one where you guys were fucking around with me with the ghost in the background, but then all of a sudden the thing moved.
And people died because of that, because of Elon Musk's cuts, and because now we don't even have basic shit functioning like a proper National Weather Service with the right number of warnings and the right number of people that are working. So that's underfunded.
Just have to go back and find that clip.
The flight safety officials, air traffic controllers, they are underfunded. We're short 3,000 in the country. 90% of the airport towers are underfunded. Basic shit.
Yeah, you reminded me of that. That was wild.
Now doesn't work because they don't want it to work. They don't want it to work. Okay.
Oh no, Santa.
So,
yeah, it was the Santa blow up I had on the chair there. Yeah,
here we are.
Moved. I was like,
Missouri and Kentucky get ravaged by these storms. Here you have Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri, and he is in a committee hearing. I believe he's talking to Kristi Noem of the DHS.
Can we just appreciate how funny this is that it's Hawley? Like, chef's kiss on this one. It couldn't happen to like a bigger asshole. So
he has to use this moment to beg for help
from Kristi Noem of all people,
from the federal government for his constituents.
That's kind of funny to me.
Commit to helping for those 3 major disaster declaration requests that are pending. Will you help expedite those, Secretary Noem, and get those in front of the president, get those approved? We are desperate for the assistance in Missouri.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank
you. Sure the application gets to the White House as soon as possible.
Fantastic. Thank you. And can I also have your commitment that if and when the president approves a major disaster declaration for this storm that just happened on Friday in St. Louis, will you expedite as much as possible FEMA individual assistance for those who qualify for it in the St. Louis area?
Yes.
And I want to tell you just how important that is, because as I toured these streets and walked and talked to the residents, what I heard over and over is many of these folks don't have insurance.
Yeah.
You know, many of these folks, they either got their homes from a family member or they bought them from a family member, so they don't have a mortgage on the property, and therefore they don't have homeowners insurance. So, as you know,
deregulation.
I've been a governor. In many instances, FEMA assistance is going to be the only.
I don't know how I feel about this one because
assistance.
Man,
that's the saddest thing I've ever.
Not exactly a fan of homeowners insurance. Okay,
ever seen in my life. Josh, I guess you missed the news stories that we covered here on Secular Talk on the Kyle Klinsky Show. But
I occasionally forget that's what your show is called.
They already got the ball rolling on eliminating FEMA. They already got rid of the door-to-door help, for example, which used to be a staple of a disaster. You'd have FEMA literally go door-to-door to help people. Now they don't do that. They're in the process of getting rid of it completely, Josh. And here you are, having to beg to Kristi Noem in a committee hearing, please get the president to approve a disaster declaration. All right, ready? I got more for you. Watch this.
Not just true for St. Louis, cities across the nation, when experiencing disasters such as this is what the federal government is for. We need your help. We need the help of the broader community. We have set up a fund to help bring in some funding right off the bat just to bridge that gap, but we need federal assistance. There is
FEMA
no way.
there? Is FEMA on the ground yet?
FEMA has not been on the ground. We do not have confirmed assistance from FEMA at this point.
FEMA is not there. They are not on the ground. By the way, it says on the Chiron, it says one of the worst storms in St. Louis history. No emergency declaration. FEMA's not there. Do you guys understand now why false equivalence is bullshit?
Yep.
Do you understand why, they're the same? Do you understand why that's bullshit? I have a lot of issues with Democrats. I do. And I talk about them on a regular basis. Having said that, there is no question about the most basic shit under a Democratic government. There's no question. We've had 7 plane crashes under Trump. We didn't have that before. Didn't happen. FEMA. Sure.
Yeah, but their excuse is just like, they weren't reported. I've looked into this. That's not the case.
Sometimes they're maybe too slow to act. They don't get
the ones that, and funny enough, the ones that were reported on by the right wing, where the ones that they are talking about are the ones where it was because of Trump's deregulation with Boeing.
All the help out to where it needs to be. But usually
you know,
have
the door ripping off.
If not a disaster declaration immediately after the disaster, sometimes they do it right before to make sure, all right, mobilize, get people on the ground. We know this is going to happen. We know there's going to be a problem.
Yeah, Pritzker, he did that a few times for
there
us.
To help. He's trying to end FEMA in the same way the Department of Education. He signed an executive order trying to abolish the Department of Education. Ready for this, though? Here's a nice little cherry on top fact. But they still want to collect student loans through the Department of Education.
Yeah.
So in other words, all the shit the Department of Education does that fucks you over,
they want to keep.
Take money from you for your student loans. They're going to keep taking the money. But, for example, help special needs and disabled kids. Nope, we're going to cut that funding. They're not going to do that anymore. Right? Low income areas that get help from the federal government through the Department of Education. Nope, we're not going to do that anymore. Get rid of the good stuff that it does. Keep doing the bad stuff. This is their ideology. This is their mindset.
I mean, realistically, we do have to just come to terms with the fact that they're going to just have to prove themselves totally incompetent at governing the same way that they did in 2016 through 2020.
That's why they cut Meals on Wheels. That's why they cut home heat.
They really did do that, man. Like for all the shit that we can talk about Biden and the Democrats, we do forget that it's like, no, these guys, they were really bad.
Assistance. That's why they cut pediatric cancer research.
Again, everybody talks about the Trump economy. It's like he inherited that, and then on top of that, like, I won't even talk about COVID, but the one thing he did was do those tax cuts. That's it. They didn't do anything else.
These are fucking demons. Trump,
and then this is what they get when they have, unfettered power. That
doesn't give a fuck.
I don't know, man.
About the people of Missouri or the people of Kentucky, the people in these red states. And look, I'll say it. I'm not going to get along with you. If you're somebody who's, a hard right winger, you're a Trumper, let's just call it what it is. I don't like you. You don't like me. We're never going to get along. We're not going to go to dinner together and giggle together. We don't see the world the same way. We don't share the same values. We probably don't share the same interests. I don't like you, and you don't like me. The difference is, you bet your fucking ass I'd make sure FEMA was there for you when there's a disaster.
Yeah.
I want you to have free healthcare. I want you to have free education. I want you to have a good job. I want you to be in a union and make higher wages. I want you to live a happy, fulfilling life. That's the difference. Whereas with Trump, what he thinks, not only of Democrats in this country, Democratic voters, but also Republican voters, he actively wishes you harm. He wants you to have a bad life because he doesn't care. And all the good parts of the government that try to make sure you're okay, he's dismantling them right
Well, I mean, that's a little...
in front of our eyes.
He can't not care and then want them to have a bad life. That's insinuating that he cares just in the other way. But he just... I agree with the fact that he just doesn't care.
That's the difference.
Where he heard about it, he's just like, what? Where? Missouri? Why are they so miserable?
That's the difference.
Maybe they should move. Maybe this was a sign from God.
We might not...
Trust me, if he wasn't afraid, like, if he did start getting just, like, the blatant, like, dictatorship, like, that's what he'll start saying.
Not get along personally? That's fine. We might not hang out. That's
You know what?
fine.
Maybe God doesn't like you either.
I would make, for shit sure, the government is there.
God, that would be such a heel turn, though.
To take
I have to admit, I would laugh.
care of the basics. And I would make sure the policies are in place for you to have a fulfilling life, even though you and I aren't friends. That's the difference. He's a charlatan. He's a con man. He's a fraud. And look, everybody should have seen through it. You should have seen through. As soon as we learned that the Trump family stole from a cancer charity, that should have been enough for you to see through it. As soon as you learn that here's a guy who's a businessman who stiffed his own workers, electricians and plumbers who did his casinos and hotels for him, he stiffed them. That should have been a warning sign that, you know what, maybe this guy actually doesn't give a fuck. Under Trump's first term, over 2 million people, 2.3 million people lost their health insurance. Wasn't that a sign to you that he doesn't care about health insurance? He doesn't care about health care. He doesn't care if all of us are hung out to dry. And here we are. Now you can't get a more in-your-face example. These are red states overwhelmingly voted for the guy. He won't even do a disaster declaration. He won't even have FEMA to help them in their hour of need. And by the way, when he says, leave it to the states and leave it to the local governments, he knows that's not possible. They don't have the funds to do that. It's only the federal government that has the funds to do that. But he doesn't care. He doesn't care. He's there to loot the treasury. He's there to wage class war and help him and his robber baron buddies. He's there to be a warmonger for the Israel lobby. That's what he's there for. He wants the narcissism and the self. Doesn't want to do the work to represent the people to do it, which is why he said about Kim.
Again. All right. All right. What is going on with this? Okay. There we go.
Just disgusting. This is absolutely disgusting.
Man.
So now you got MAGA senators begging for help from the Trump regime, and they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it because they're in the middle of dismantling the agency that can and should help. This is what they are. This is who they are. $1.1 trillion for the military, massive tax cuts for the rich. Everybody else can eat shit. Welcome to the new America. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now. You know you want.
We actually already did. Haha, beat you to it. All right. Sudden Space Ghost Coast to Coast edits. That was fun. Space Ghost? Hello? Anybody there? Dude, I love when he would do that. He'd just go on an adventure and then they'd just be like, Bobcat Goldthwait. I just watched that episode. That one was hilarious. I love how he played along. The guys that played along were always, the most fun. Man, Busta Rhymes. Busta Rhymes was also a unexpectedly good episode. All right. We've got this debate to get to. It's a debate. White House health cover-up. Jeff Epstein. Bless Biden. Why am I singing this? Sorry. No. So it's Michael Knowles with Dave Rubin and Destiny. And the guy that has a show with Francesca Fiorentini that I forget about sometimes. So good. I love those guys. David Byrne was hilarious. Oh, yeah. We were just talking about Space Ghost today at the comic shop. That's really kind of funny. If you guys haven't seen Space Ghost Coast to Coast and you like ironic humor, it still holds up, man. Now, you might not know who a few of the celebrities are. God, just to think that some people have the context that I had with the Johnny Carson show, because I watched some old Johnny Carsons back, especially when I was getting into comedy. Watching some of the old Rodney Dangerfield stuff was hilarious, man. You could see why he loved Rodney, but also it was Rodney at his best. God. And then watching Sam Kinnison's, his set was great. Bill Hicks, he had one of the best ones, and then pretty much anyone that Joan Rivers did, before their falling out. Which, again, if you guys are interested in just random dark behind-the-scenes stories, look into the Joan Rivers and Johnny Carson spat. Yeah, it was a bad one. He screwed her over bad. The level of fame of the guest barely matters. It's such a good weird TV. Yeah, no. And that's the thing. That was the thing. They would bring on random scientists of the day. And it wasn't like Bill Nye the Science Guy. And yeah, I just remember, and the way that they would essentially do this thing where it's playing a prank on their guest, and the guest, from my understanding, they weren't in on it. So the reactions of them being like, hello? And just getting messed with were apparently real. So there was a furniture store owner once. Yeah. That's what I mean. Yeah, exactly. It's just and here's Bob from Bob's Discount Warehouse. Hey, Bob. Can I ask you, does J.D. Vance come in a lot? Be honest, Bob. Do you have the tapes, Bob? Can you save America, Bob? Oh, God. I know that the old Space Ghost, he recently passed. I got to work on my Space Ghost impression. All right, guys. Let's do this. Debatey time. Let's not ever do that again.
When you kind of take a step back and you see the way that people around Joe Biden used him for decades, all of these terrible things that happened, there was nobody
I don't
home.
care.
Let's release all the health records of President Biden, who is not president. I also want the health records of Donald Trump. Specifically, I want the records of his failed assassination attempt. The bullet that grazed the ear.
With respect, you are beginning to sound like a mad conspiracy theorist.
There is an unbelievable layer of conspiracies here. The scandal is that the media ran in cahoots with the Democrat machine or the Biden machine or whatever you want to call it.
Trump is talking about Biden. The conservatives are talking about Biden. Everybody is talking about Biden. There is no scandal. There is no evidence of any scandal whatsoever. It's just more conservatives demonstrating again that they know nothing about medicine.
James Comey is a huge weirdo with artistic pretensions.
I think that this wrap-up actually might be enough for me, because I'm not sure if I can handle this level of stupidity.
Comey is
and honestly, I just don't care. I don't want to give any more water to the fucking Biden thing, because it doesn't matter. Say what you will. I get it. Oh, lefty doesn't want to talk about Biden. It's just, no, I'm literally sick of it. We are here learning from the mistakes of the Democratic Party. I personally, I don't associate with them, but being out of the left, I apparently have to own that shit. So realistically, I'm over it. Like, okay, newsflash, Biden old.
The dumbest person on earth, or he knew what he was doing. And I want to be charitable. I think he kind of knows.
I can't.
As a personal matter, everybody should feel nothing but genuine sympathy and concern for Joe Biden and his health. As a political matter, everybody should feel absolutely entitled to ask difficult questions. The Democratic Party, led by Joe Biden, said he was not only fit to be commander-in-chief, but to do it all again for another 4 years.
Hitting that like button, that would be awesome.
Reports, he didn't recognize his friend and world-famous actor George Clooney. He forgot the names of even his closest and longest-serving aides. He was so frail, the staffers wanted to put him in a wheelchair and prevented even members of the cabinet from seeing him. The worries about his cognitive decline go back to at least 2019. Well, now we know that he probably had cancer for a large part of his presidency, but somehow, inexplicably, perhaps even defying credibility, it was not detected, or certainly not in a way that was related to the American public. Democrats are rightly upset that so much attention is being absorbed by the last president and not the current one. But who exactly is to blame for that? Oh, right, yeah, it's them, isn't it? The people who said...
We're staring at him, you just...
Joe Biden was fitter than a racehorse and smart enough for Mensa at a time when he should have been probably in a nursing home. It's very fair to ask, why should anybody trust him ever again?
9.
We're here to thrash it out. As the host of the Michael Knowles Show on Daily Wire, Michael Knowles, the streamer and commentator Destiny, Wajahat Ali, the host of the Democracy-ish podcast, and the Rubin Report host Dave Rubin, whose Don't Burn This World tour is heading for Hungary, Israel, and Australia, but disappointingly, I have to say, not to the United Kingdom as yet. But I await.
I thought you had me banned already. Isn't that what happened? We tried to come again.
No, we haven't. We're all wokies are banned, but you're allowed in. Well, gentlemen, welcome to all of you. All been on Uncensored many times. Mike, let me start with you, Michael Knowles. It's a legitimate question. You know, I was appalled by the abuse, open mockery, and glee that greeted the news that President Biden has advanced aggressive cancer that's metastasized to his bones. Simply because on a human level, whether it was him or Donald Trump or anybody else, I just think if we've reached a point where the reaction to an elderly man potentially dying is treated with great glee, when they've served 50 years as a politician, I just think, sorry, I think it crosses the line. However...
That was a quick however.
Piers, I didn't see a lot of glee in the reaction. I'm not even just flacking for the GOP. From the established mainstream guys, I saw a lot of concern, pray for Joe
I'm not talking
Biden
about mainstream. I'm talking about general, like, people on social media. And I think it's indicative of where social media has gone. It's become, as we all know, because we've all got big followings, it's become a sewer and a cesspit. Right. And I just think it's actually, interestingly,
his little eager beaver.
To what you just said, it's incumbent on people who are in the more mainstream, if you like, and I would include all of us here in a way. It's important for us, I think, to try and moderate that kind of stuff.
Wow, just a full panel of bad people. Well, what's his face? I can never get his name. I'm sorry, but he does a show with Francesca Fiorentini. See, now if Francesca was here instead of Destiny, this would be much more palatable. No, I'm not even kidding, Sylvie. I was toying with just ending this one, but it's content, and honestly, I got to get better at reacting to stuff that even triggers me. That's kind of part of the gig, you know.
Can by leading by example. However, it's an important example. However, I'm just not buying this sequence of events. When I saw Ezekiel,
I guess approves of Destiny's behavior. I would say, yeah, inviting him on the show. It seems like he's not bothered by it.
Manuel on MSNBC. Talking about the fact that from his position as
I happen to know that Destiny's just not going like through a very good time. I've talked to somebody that knows him behind the scenes and said that, yeah, he's not having a very good time.
Very, very eminent oncologist.
Just not sure how much I can trust it.
By his credibility, they just discovered this about Joe Biden, that in his estimation,
when they say they know him, it's like, yeah, you've done a few crossover things, but
should have known or must have known for maybe 4 or 5 years, even before he got elected. Before, just to me, none of this adds up. because I've had PSA.
I would never platform someone who platforms white supremacists.
Yes,
I mean, let's put it this way, Sylvie. I have a no, because I think that not platforming sometimes does lead to you need to challenge their ideas. So like the onus is on us to have good arguments and to put them on the spot and make them seem as ridiculous as they actually are. Otherwise, we're doing a disservice. I hate to say.
I'm 60, right? I've had them in my 50s. Most men do. And if you're the president of the United States, you're getting test after test after test
Not
after
that
test.
I would. Just saying.
So what do we think we're dealing with here?
I think J.D. Vance.
I don't know. We like in broadcasting, they were like in broadcasting school specifically. Like this is literally something that we have to talk about. So
Vance exemplified the right reaction here, which is you say, look, we pray for the guy who has cancer.
Because there was something about you're gonna have to do journalism that makes you uncomfortable, and they use the harshest examples, like literally, like if you got told that you had to platform, H, and it's like, oh.
And we're all headed for the dust at some point, so let's not be too cruel about it. But also, don't allow our sympathy to distract.
I think this is one of the points that we hard disagree on because I believe they don't care about any of that, and they want to be platformed, and platforming them normalizes them. Not necessarily. Again, if we cannot show just how like overtly ridiculous they are just through the like merits of them, speaking, that. I don't know, especially when they're like, if you're talking about straight up whites, like Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is a good example, though, because Nick Fuentes, he does he literally turns everybody off. Like he, for every time that he's made these appearances, he doesn't gain an audience. Like, I'm just saying that much. Like
from the legitimate political problem.
And normies are not leaning towards his way of thinking.
That we all have a right to
These idiots
discuss, which is
it's the way that they can code it.
Lied to. We were lied to by the White House doctor. That White House doctor should probably lose his medical license. Either way, if you're telling me he somehow didn't catch it.
No. What Piers is doing, see, this is where I don't think we hard disagree, because I think what Piers is doing is irresponsible because of the way that he moderates. He's an irresponsible moderator because he is so biased towards like the right wing already. Then on top of it, he also interjects and like attacks specifically one side.
Until moments
that's
ago,
a problem.
He's a terrible doctor, or he's
and then he again, you have to get like a really outrageous moment for him to finally go, that might be a bridge too far, like the girl saying the N-word.
Liar. Either way, he needs to face serious consequences.
Which even then he was trying to get his moment.
White House staff lied, the media lied, the Jake Tappers of the world lied, and
who cares?
That's a very serious problem.
Really? You care about lies?
Because we already had very little trust in our established institutions after COVID. Now you've got the public health officials, the White House doctor, and you've got the White House staff yet again lying to us. One big irony in all of this, at a really low-end political level, the Democrats, when Biden's decline became clear, they decided to throw him out and replace him with Kamala Harris. And just knowing how life expectancy and metastatic cancer progresses, the Democrats would have had a much better chance getting Kamala Harris into the White House had they not instituted a coup d'etat on Joe Biden. Had they just been, I don't know, a little bit more straightforward about everything, they might have gotten what they wanted, but their deceit did them in.
Yeah, but John Hatt, I mean, whichever way you look at this, it just stinks, the sequence of events, doesn't it? I mean, does anybody believe that they have suddenly discovered
I gotta go let my dog out.
About a recent president of the United States, that he's got aggressive cancer in this manner? I mean, the White House said today, as Comey said, the last time that, not the White House, but Biden's people have come out and said the last time he had a PSA test was 2014. For fear it would be raised and raise concerns. I just don't believe that. Why would a man in his 70s not have another PSA test for 10, 11 years?
So I know we love conspiracy theories on this show, but let me just say first and foremost, as a father of a stage 4 cancer survivor, my daughter had a full liver transplant. When I left my daughter, she was perfectly healthy, 2 years old, 6 years ago, and then she had some bumps. My wife took her to the emergency room, and then they found out that she had stage 4 cancer. That's how it happens. So for anyone who is suffering from cancer, anyone who has a lost one, who died from cancer, sometimes it creeps up. That's number one for people to know, and hopefully people will know more about cancer as this Trump administration has cut 31% of cancer research in the first 100 days. Just want people to know that. Hopefully no one has to go through this. We went through it. Joe Biden right now has stage 4 cancer that has metastasized to the bone.
Sorry, with respect, Jaya, let me stop you. You're distracting. You're very good at distracting. We're not a show that
no, not at all. I'm trying to inform your audience.
I'm not a show that loves conspiracy theories. I love talking about the reality behind conspiracy theories. Often conspiracy theories, as we've discovered in the last few years, turn out to be correct. So I'm prepared to give everything a fair hearing.
That is not true.
Well, sometimes they do, right? Some conspiracy theories turn out to be true. And then the people who call them conspiracy theories sound like idiots. I don't like promoting wild, nonsensical conspiracy theories. I don't think it's a conspiracy theory to have expected a president of the United States in his 70s to have had a basic test that all men over the age of about 55 are encouraged to have on a regular basis. I don't believe them. And I think that is
All right, so
and if it turns out to be that
you might agree with me on this.
Go on.
You actually might agree with me on this. So here, let me just finish. Joe Biden is a very old man. Breaking news. He's 82 years old. I agree with you that Joe Biden should not have run or even announced that he was running for president. Right? He was supposed to be a one-term president. I believe Joe Biden did immense damage to the Democratic Party and Kamala Harris by announcing at a very late stage that he wouldn't run, and he was pressured not to run. I think he made a huge mistake. He's 82 years old. Now,
my dog is being a little odd right now.
And I don't know. I'm going to take my Republican counterparts, my American counterparts out there at
the
word right now.
I'm going to go give my dog a treat real quick.
Let's have fair and balanced. I'm all here. Let's release all the public records. Let's release all the health records of President Biden, who is not president. Also, let's also focus on the man who's currently president, Donald Trump. He's the oldest person to ever be elected president. He's about to turn 79 years old. I want the health records of Joe Biden. I also want the health records of Donald Trump. Specifically, I want the records of his failed assassination attempt. You know, the bullet that grazed the ear. That is very traumatic for anybody, especially a 78-year-old man. Release all the health records. Number one. Number two.
Wow, you're sounding
Donald
like
Trump,
a man.
Sorry,
Vijaya. You are sounding
50-50.
With respect,
Let's do 50-50.
With respect, you are beginning to sound like a mad conspiracy theorist. Dry skin, deeper wrinkles, and crepiness are just a few of the visible signs of aging. Also, I'm told. Fortunately, today's show is sponsored by OneSkin. Their topical supplements are designed to help your skin feel and behave as if it's younger. A bit like this. Founded by an all-female team of scientists, OneSkin is the first and only skin longevity company to target cellular skin aging with their proprietary OS1 peptide. It's scientifically proven to decrease lines and wrinkles, boost hydration, and help with thinning skin. More than 4,000 people have given 5-star reviews for their full line of face, body, sun, and travel-size products. OneSkin believes that skincare is not just to improve how you look, but how to optimize skin biology at a cellular level. Well, we've teamed up to give you a 15% discount with the code PEERS, P-I-E-R-S, at checkout. Just go to oneskin.co. That's co with no M, oneskin.co.
Wait, no. I want the release of records.
What do you think?
Wait.
You don't think he was shot in the ear? You don't believe that? What are you getting at?
I agree he was shot in the ear.
What mad conspiracy are you pursuing?
I agree he was shot in the ear. We do not have the health records. Those health records were not made public. I agree he was shot in the ear. I was on your show. He was shot. He survived. Release the public health records of Donald Trump. Release the public health records of Joe Biden. I want to remind everyone. The oldest man to be elected is president right now, Donald Trump. Who did I say was cover-up? I'm saying, let's be honest. I'm taking you at your word.
Are you saying that you are agreeing with your MAGA counterparts that there was a cover-up on Joe Biden's ill health?
People do not trust the establishment. People do not trust the Democratic establishment. People do not trust the Republican establishment.
Good boy.
I want Americans to be informed. I agree with you. Joe Biden is a very old man. He's 82 years old. I agree with you. He should not run again. I agree with you that Democratic establishment probably hit his decline. We saw it in real time.
Yes.
But what I'm also seeing right now is unfair and unbalanced coverage. Because President Biden ain't president. Donald Trump is president. 78 years old, about to turn 79, has never been on a bike, talks about groceries like he invented the word. He's brought it back.
Well, Joe, you're steaming off.
I'm sorry.
Well, Jai,
You're steaming off, and you're getting off subject because I'm part of the Trump propaganda machine, trying to literally just put all the coverage on Biden.
You're
very good at distracting. You're very good at distracting. But let me bring
Donald Trump has fallen asleep 3 times publicly in the past 3 weeks.
Trump,
He's 79 years old.
Donald
you
Trump
guys
has
don't
the
care?
energy, as everybody knows, whether you love him or hate him. He's got the energy of a 30-year-old, right? So what? Let's just not go down.
Tell him to ride a bike.
Yeah, Joe Biden.
Tell him to ride a bike.
Joe Biden was basically
Biden rode a bike
walking
last
zombie.
week. Tell him to ride a bike.
All right, let me bring in Dave Rubin.
Tell
Dave,
Donald Trump to ride a bike.
All right, I'll give you a good hearing.
I can ride my bike with no handlebars, no handlebars, no handlebars, because my hands are so small.
Dave Rubin,
Well,
I think
Piers,
the point here, Dave, isn't it? It's just about the fact that there is a general belief, fueled by the Jake Tapper, Alex Thompson book that's coming out now, which many people look at them and say, well, you should have blown the whistle before. They kind of admit that. Both of them have admitted that, so I think credit to them for doing that. But what the book seems to reveal is what many of us said very publicly many times. Joe Biden was unfit to be president of the United States. Cognitively, physically, any other way you care to strip it. That matters. And the reason the cancer story now matters is if it turns out that they knew he had prostate cancer, which was metastasizing, we don't know when. And, to your point with Jai, I'm very glad that your daughter's okay. And I understand sometimes cancer comes on very, very fast. But she is not the president of the United States. When you're president of the United States, Dave, you get incredible medical treatment and you get tested for just about everything all the time, precisely to ensure that you are fit and able to run the country.
Yeah. Do you know that aggressive bone cancer or aggressive prostate cancer can move to the bones very quickly, like within a matter of days to weeks? I looked into this out of curiosity and also talked to my one of my family members that had stage 4 cancer, because they keep saying this stage 5 cancer thing too, which you want to talk about some fucking insensitivity and also just there's no such thing. These idiots. I know that if the ones are trying to make a joke with it, fine, but you do realize that now you got people out there doing this, yeah, he's got stage 5 cancer. It's that's not a... All right. I saw an EF11 tornado. I swear.
So I just...
This is who's running our country, guys. Just remember, if you went to college, you might, and this, I hate to say this, you may want to just consider that maybe it was a waste of time and money.
I cannot believe that a man who was president of the United States in his 70s did not have another PSA test after 2014 for one of the most prevalent cancers that affects elderly men. I just don't buy it.
That's not...
and if they're lying about it, then a lie was perpetrated on the American people.
That's not
which is, I
stage
think,
infinity
pretty serious.
Cancer, stage Thanos cancer.
Of course. First off, Piers, I want to say it's good to see you. I know we've been hitting each other a little.
He had kidney stones. One of them was an infinity stone.
A bit on Twitter lately, but it's always fun. It's always fun to be on the show. As long as we're doing medical diagnoses here, I mean, I think we just saw a prime example of a symptom of Trump derangement syndrome. When someone is asked a question about what's wrong with Joe Biden's cognitive ability and now his metastatic cancer, we start talking about Donald Trump.
So you have Biden again, just by your own logic, douchebag. Biden's not in office, and this is when you started the TDS thing, so you have BDS.
So
yours just happens to sound more like an actual STD.
That's one issue. As to everything else you said, Knowles absolutely hit it on the head.
I did go to college. It was a waste of time and money.
There is
for me.
An unbelievable layer of conspiracies here, because either we are to believe that Joe Biden, the president of the United States, the 82-year-old president, former president of the United States, that his doctor was completely incompetent at every level, meaning he didn't catch what is now very, very advanced, very easy to catch prostate cancer. As you said, you're 60 years old. You've had these PSA tests. Yeah. I checked on Grok this morning. Grok recommends that men usually at about 45 years old. And that's what
It's not about 45 years old. He had his last one when it was recommended at 71 through 74. What are you talking about? His next one would have literally been when he just got checked. You profound fucking dumbass and you insensitive prick.
He says as well. And you can talk to virtual...
I'm about. I almost said something very. Oh,
yeah, see, this is the kind of obfuscation that you guys do with everything. We all know that men somewhere in their 40s and 50s.
Up with white genocide?
We all know that men in their 40s and 50s should be getting this test annually. So either his doctor was completely negligent and hid that, but it's not just that, because he was.
Well, two of the 5 people on screen right now confirmed do get regular prostate exams, if you know what I say.
Either completely negligent or a buffoon or a criminal when it came to what was going on with Joe Biden cognitively. Why is it, Piers? I'm not from the
Get it? Because he's gay.
Future. I don't have a DeLorean or a flux capacitor or anything else. Why is it that in 2019 I was doing videos, you can find them online, of Joe Biden's cognitive ability?
You also said that if he made it through his presidency that you would quit doing this. Again, you're a liar.
It's because
I checked on Grok. Go fuck yourself.
Everyone could
was it pre or post Holocaust denial, Grok?
See it right in front of our face, and they told us not to see. So there's multiple layers of conspiracy here. And as it pertains to Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson is the guy.
Why do we even care if he has cancer? Again, it's because they're disingenuous. I almost called him a cocksucker, but he technically is. So you know what? It's not really an insult. God, I'm really. God,
I guess.
Sorry, guys, I'm going there.
Wrote the book, and the poor guy, he's going into all these interviews with Jake, and he's just like, "Ooh, I hope they don't ask me a question." It's
actually a bad thing to call him something that he is.
It's embarrassing because the scandal is not just.
Wait a minute. He's a straight man.
That doctor, she's a doctor, right? Dr. Joe Biden.
He's a straight woman. Well,
and the insiders
too.
were hiding this. And what did Biden even know what he had or anything else? The scandal is that the media ran in cahoots with the Democrat machine or the Biden machine or whatever you want to call it. So there's.
Do we still have any unedited medical exams from? No, I mean they're going to bring that up.
Medical scandal because there's more than.
Again, but going back to Talon's point here, the reason that they're making this a thing is legit because Trump is not exactly in his best form right now. They're trying to pass a bill that's going to rob the shit out of America, and honestly, when your average American does get wind of what's in this bill, just kind of like when they see what was in Project 2025, they tend to go like, well, that's not very cool.
Then one issue's there, but there's multiple layers of, I would say, a cultural scandal, which
I can be pretty wild.
Pertains to how the White House released information and how the media used that information or hid that information.
I agree. David, were those the videos that Russia paid you to make, or was that your original?
I'm in rare form tonight because the self-editing is like my little editor is he's literally standing at the door where I have a joke like just beelining for the door, and then all of a sudden it's just he steps out of the corner, just halt.
Let's leave that.
Okay, let me do this because you do this every time I'm on the show. You do know that the Department of Justice closed the case, and you do know that I'm talking about it right now, so that has nothing to do with me. But
and I would add a third.
You can,
I would add a third.
Buddy.
Do you know? I don't give a fuck. So let's just move back to the debate. Destiny.
So you weren't paid by Russia. Okay.
Good to know. If you want to ask him on your own show and ask him those questions again and again and again, go and do it on your own show with
Bucko.
Right. Let me bring in Destiny.
I mean,
Destiny.
Fair enough.
Destiny, I do think this matters. Do you?
I'm going to be honest. I haven't followed the news recently, and I lose track of this sometimes. Right now, who's the president? Is it Trump or is it Biden? Because every single day I turn the news on, Trump is talking about Biden, the conservatives are talking about Biden, everybody's talking about Biden. It feels like that is the only thing that these people can ever talk about because they're trying to take away attention from Trump's disastrous econ policy.
Because there was a major scandal
from the utter failure.
All right, he's kind of handling it.
That he's running into over and over and over again with all of the courts, with the insane.
Just sitting in front of a camera, screaming my political takes. Honestly, Sylvie, it's not much different than what I was doing.
Arguments that they're putting in front of the Supreme Court.
I'm just gonna go channel this. Let's see, and I'll just put this out into the ether. That's the big thing you just have to be comfortable with is criticism, and just not genuinely do not have you cannot have the I give a fuck thing. You do have to have like the Colossus skin
to get rid of things
ability.
like birthright citizenship, but for some reason we're talking about Biden again. Also, it's no.
But if you got that, then go for it.
There is no scandal. There is no evidence of any scandal whatsoever. It's just more conservatives demonstrating again that they know nothing about medicine.
There's no evidence of a scandal.
No, you don't need to explain anything. While I'm giving my answer to Pierre's question. You say the man wasn't competent to be president. I'm curious. Can you show me a single time when Joe Biden sat down and had EOs brought to him and explained to him that he'd never seen before, like we see Trump sign sign on an almost daily basis. One example of that.
Well, they didn't bring them to Joe Biden because an auto
Exactly.
pen
You have
did
no
it.
examples of that. No, you have no examples of that. Donald Trump is worse than Donald Trump is worse. That's great, but you can see videos.
Well, he is correct. There's more important things going on.
Of Biden explaining what's in the videotape. Hold on, let me finish my answer. For all of these people that are so concerned about Biden's health, everybody got so offended when Elon Musk was asked about his ketamine abuse. So they said we had no right into the minds, the drug use, or the medical records of people that might be involved in major parts of the government, that he was involved in dismantling huge parts of the government. He was the president's right-hand man. Just right there, we just heard another pivot, another abdication of responsibility. The reality is conservatives know nothing about medicine. All of you guys on here are saying it's totally common to test for prostate cancer. It's not. Past 70 is not recommended. Believe it or not, and I know in the movies and in the TV shows, it seems like you can test for every single thing at every point in time. You can't test for every single thing at every point in time. You don't do that because you get a lot of false positives.
He's the president of the United States.
That doesn't matter. Okay. I have a feeling, though, like the biggest funny is going to be Trump is going to, oh, God, what if he just went in his sleep? Oh my God, that'd be hilarious.
When you do that PSA test,
I mean, I'd laugh anyway.
It doesn't matter. How long does that take?
I'm not sure.
I
think I would.
It takes them literally.
I would laugh at the fact that it would be like, oh, what was up with his health? Oh, wait a minute, is it not okay to ask about that? Because I thought it was perfectly okay. As a trans introvert that grew up in a conservative household, do you think people can get me? I boot up a video game, and the first thing I get told is to...
Age of 70, you do not test men for prostate cancer. It's just not recommended. You can't test for every
It is if you're the president of the United States and you've
I don't
already
think
had
people
it
can get
in 2014.
Ordinary
Wasn't saying they
human
can.
conditions.
I was
No.
literally just saying, like, Teflon skin is definitely something that you need for this job.
Of course not. You can't test for every single disease at every single point of your life. Unfortunately, you just can't do that.
Okay, Michael, let me
We've already
let me
got a
bring you back
community
in
that'll
here.
help.
I think, look, it's the conversations be very revealing. But jar hat on massive
Did you know that the more you screen for cancer, the more likely you are to get it?
distraction technique, and Destiny basically saying old people shouldn't have tests that might save their lives.
Just to be clear, go to
interesting
Google,
arguments.
look up when do you test for prostate cancer? You don't test after. You can Google it right now. Put it on the program. Everybody can type it in the
PSA test. A PSA test literally takes 10 seconds. You literally have an injection.
Metastatic.
You're being a disingenuous ass right now. Okay, so based on what Piers is saying, he gets diddled every day to have his PSA test because according to him, it only takes 10 seconds. So you know that Piers is making sure that he's nice and healthy.
Metastatic cancer in his bones? Are you arguing they shouldn't have tested
It's
him?
a blood test.
All right, well, I have to make a correction now. Oh, actually, Michael knows too. So we only have one person on this panel that apparently does not regularly,
I bet the President of the United States probably has a weekly blood test. Probably. I'm guessing.
Although I can't, he may be into some kinky stuff. We never know.
What do you think a blood test is? Do you think you can test for every single possible thing in your blood? Every
It's
single
so
possible
easy
ailment,
to
every
test
single
for
possible...
PSA. Your PSA
Then why do you
literally is
recommend
one
the screening
thing.
for it?
It's easy. If you're struggling with sleepless nights and exhausting days, you might want to try Beam's
I'm
Green
struggling with sleepless
Powder.
nights because of
Beam is
you.
proudly found.
Your stupid debates.
Anyway, look, I want to move on from this to James Comey talking of
That's
wild
because you lost.
conspiracy theories. Because call me bonkers.
Oh
Michael
my God!
Knowles.
Are you gonna do the pearl clutching over 8647?
I'm what you call.
Here we go, guys.
But the idea that a man who was the director of the FBI, the top lawman in America.
Okay, if Destiny does not bring up Pete Hegseth and the stuff around that and just shut this down immediately, then I don't know what to say.
America.
That just means that we really are too far gone.
Was wandering along a beach and saw some seashells with the numbers 8647. And he had absolutely no idea before putting it on his Instagram.
Oh, my pearls are choking me.
That this might be interpreted as meaning a desire to kill President Trump. Here's his explanation on MSNBC.
Was there anything...
Again, guys, this is the stuff that I honestly get really upset about, where it's just like, how do we just not laugh in their faces? Like, seriously. Just don't respond with anything except like, haha.
In the back of your mind that said, maybe I just shouldn't post this.
Yeah, no, literally nothing, because it seemed entirely innocent and clever to me. I have never, and actually still don't associate 86 with violence, but because I heard that some folks were. Whether they do that reasonably or not, I don't want any part of it. And so that's why I took it down from my Instagram.
Look, he doesn't care.
This is horseshit, Michael. He's just lying. He's lying.
Look, I want to be as fair and charitable as I can. James Comey is a huge weirdo with artistic pretensions. Do you remember when the Robert Mueller investigation came out? James Comey took this bizarre photo of himself in the woods looking up at the sky. So I don't want to understate the chance that he's just a weirdo. However, you have to take the context here in. If he says, well, 86, to get rid of somebody, that doesn't imply violence. Okay, maybe he's just kind of ignorant and obtuse, but within the context of President Trump, who was nearly murdered twice, one time with a bullet hitting his ear, coming within a 20th of an inch of blowing his brains out on stage. When you have the entire Democratic Party, all the way up to Joe Biden, who predicated his presidential campaign on the notion that Donald Trump posed an existential threat to the country, that is to say, justifies his assassination. Within that context, Comey had to know. Either Comey is the dumbest person on earth, or he knew what he was doing. And I want to be charitable. I think he kind of knew.
I don't want to be charitable. Sorry, Mujahid. This is bullshit. And you know it is, don't you? Come on, just admit it.
So, if MAGA does believe that James Comey was intentional in posting that an 86 means kill, then like I said in your last answer, I want everything to be fair and balanced. I'm trying to bring people together. Like you said in the last one, release every single information about Joe Biden's public health.
Do you believe James Comey when he says... Do you believe him when he Instagrammed the picture of 8647 for the former FBI director?
This is the disingenuous bullshit that I fucking hate about Piers Morgan, because he clutches his pearls for the other people in here. He's not this is not like asking a question to be fair and balanced.
I had no idea what that meant.
You're going to like my answer. You're going to like my answer. I'm fair and balanced here. If you truly believe, and if my co-panelists here, my MAGA co-panelists believe that James Comey intended that 86 meant to kill Joe Biden, and you want to investigate him, I say fine. But then you also have to investigate Jack Posobiec. Oh, the MAGA dude who literally sold merchandise while Joe Biden was president.
I'm not talking about him, Stop the distraction.
Wait a second.
Focus on the
stop being a hypocrite. If you think...
How about Pete Hegseth just, I don't know, leaking just...
If you think 86 means to kill, then you have to prosecute Jack Posobiec, who was making money off of mercendise that's at 86.46 while Joe Biden was president. Then you have to also investigate Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz, let me finish. Matt Gaetz said 86, not Democrats. Matt Gaetz said 86 Republicans, including Mitch McConnell, right? So, and Kevin Johnson. So, maybe if you want to prosecute James Comey, I'm being fair. If you want to prosecute James Comey, you got to prosecute Jack Posobiec.
But once again, Mujahid, you're not answering my simple question. Do you believe Comey or not? Yes or no?
I do not believe that James Comey and the overwhelming majority of people who liked that thought that it meant killing Donald Trump. The person who tried to kill Donald Trump was a Republican, a Trump supporter, a gun nut. It means 86. If anyone's worked in restaurants or is a waiter, 86 means to cancel an order. So if you believe 86 means to kill, then you got to prosecute Jack Posobiec.
Oh, cancel? Cancel? You want me to cancel? You mean that means
the reason that's not an apt comparison is because we're not saying
again, guys, just remember, these are the free speech warriors, the ones that we can't say anything, we can't joke about anything, but this is honestly, again, this is so easy. This is the one time that I'm very confident that I was on this panel, I would just be like, guys, I thought that we were the free speech warriors. I thought that comedy was legal. This falls under comedy. What are you doing?
All context, 86 always means you want to murder somebody.
Just because he's James Comey, what's that mean? Our president literally called Marco Rubio Little Marco to his face.
You guys are getting desperate. Donald Trump is underwater, Michael and David.
In that case,
the guy literally said they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. I know that we don't talk about that much anymore, but he did say it.
Hold on, you guys keep bringing up that they tried to kill Donald Trump twice. You know what else happened twice? He got impeached twice as well. So maybe 86 could be the third impeachment attempt.
All right, Dave Rubin.
All right. Well, first off, I'm really amazed by Wajat's authenticity and honesty. It's really quite remarkable, and I'm sure nobody can see through it.
Russia didn't pay me. Just me.
The guy should have a pin over here. I told
It's not the zing you think it is right now.
The truth. It's
I hate
really
to say
incredible.
it. Like, dude, we
you
get
know, the
it.
other thing
The fact that other people use it all the time, though, that's the problem.
about 86, and I'm
Like, I'm not going to use other people's material.
impressed.
And if I do, then I'm at least going to give credit.
You ever worked in a restaurant? I did, and yes, it's true. If they
So, who do we give credit to? Who started
don't
this?
have
Kyle
the
Kulinski?
porterhouse anymore, you 86 the porterhouse.
Ah.
That means you don't have it anymore, so the waiters know when they're going out there. But the other thing that the 86 came from was the 86th floor on the Empire State Building. And do you know what the 86th
No! Oh, they're going 9/11 conspiracy theory with this one. Oh,
floor on the
no.
Empire State Building is? That's the observation floor, and that's where the mafia in the old days used to take guys that owed them some money.
This is one of the dumbest takes I've heard yet. Honestly, this is a brain dead ass take, and he should kind of be embarrassed for himself.
And toss them off the roof of the Empire State Building. That is a fact.
Maybe it's because you're out of something, like he's out of brains.
You can also check that
one.
on Grok or ChatGPT or whatever your favorite search engine is. Now, as to whether he meant literally when he was just wandering the beach and he magically sees these numbers and thought it was artistic and whatever else, as to whether he actually was trying, as the former FBI director,
Literally, it's just maybe his kids' numbers are 86 and 47. I mean,
to instigate someone to kill Donald Trump. I can only leave that up to what is
that was a Reed Richards
going on in his heart and in his soul. I suspect that's not the truth. I also am not somebody that wants to jail everybody for a bad joke or a stupid picture or anything else. So whether it was any of those people that you just mentioned that had done that previously, I'm not for jailing the guy for it, but I think we can call a spade and know that if the shoe was on the other foot, these people would be going absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
So I think this one is pretty clear.
No question. Okay,
Maybe
Destiny.
they should wear a MAGA hat. Maybe wear a MAGA hat and try to 86 the election and try to take out Mike Pence. You know, like the violent insurrectionist that Donald Trump pardoned and now has given $5 million.
I tell you what,
I admire that.
If there was an Oscars ceremony for playing whataboutery, you, my friend, are the Daniel Day-Lewis of the whataboutery
all of
Oscars.
this is a whataboutery. All of this is a whataboutery away from Donald Trump's presidency. Anything to discuss anything besides the multiple times he's referenced the Second Amendment, but besides the time he tweeted out the video of the,
let's talk about
tied up
Destiny.
Joe Biden in the back of the truck.
It's a TV show, and they were doing a segment about what the former FBI
there's
director
always an
did.
excuse. There's always a reason.
Best supporting whataboutery winner is you, Destiny. I want to talk about quickly about a conspiracy theory, and you're going to like this with Jahat, because this involves conspiracy theory about Jeffrey.
Oh, is this how you're right all the time? You just have to have a better smug smile? Oh, hey, look, his cheeks hurt a little bit.
And whether he did take his own life or not. Incredibly, and you might be startled by this, Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, two people you probably think lead the charge in conspiracy theory spreading, investigated this and announced the following.
You said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor,
this little dork
who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file.
So, Wajahat, there we have a wide-ranging conspiracy theory.
I thought he didn't believe in conspiracy theories. Hello, pot, meet kettle.
By Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, unequivocally. I presume you, as a man who abhors conspiracy theories, unless you're spreading them about assassination attempts, you would like to immediately applaud them for clearing this up.
All I got to say is good luck, Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, because never go full conspiracy theorist. This is going to be MAGA eating its own tail. You know the people are really pissed off here?
It is
Not
an
me,
Ouroboros.
MAGA.
Yeah,
because
MAGA
MAGA wants the
Loomer.
public records of the Epstein files. They were promised
this isn't the
and
left,
now
dude.
Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, who promoted the conspiracy about the deep state, right, and pro-January 6th, now they are the deep state, head of the FBI and the deputy. And guess what? MAGA is pissed off. And the reason why, probably, they don't want to release these records is Jeffrey Epstein, according to his own words, you've heard the tapes, he said, who was his closest friend? Donald Trump. Who did he party with? Donald Trump. Who's on the flight logs?
Oh, my God,
Donald
you're
Trump.
about to
There's
spread the
video
worst
of him
conspiracy
partying with
theory of
Donald
them all.
Trump.
Wow.
No, they're friends.
Wow. Well, John, are you suggesting Donald Trump killed Jeffrey Epstein? Is that what you're doing, having announced you hate conspiracy theories?
You said that.
Is that your position?
I think he killed himself. I think Dan and Kash Patel are actually honest. I think he killed himself. But MAGA's pissed off right now because MAGA was promised full release of the public files. Pam Bondi hasn't done it. Kash Patel hasn't done it. Dan Bongino hasn't done it. If you're paying attention to MAGA right now, they're divided right now, and they're going after Dan and Kash, and this is going to be a huge problem for MAGA.
Say with that much confidence,
not for the rest of us, not for the normies.
Hold on, I thought I was
the normies. I wouldn't be quite so hasty with that self-description.
We're representative of MAGA. Can we get in on this?
Yes.
I'm not going after Dan and Kash. I don't know Kash personally. I know Dan pretty well, and I trust Dan. I don't think Dan would lie. You got to pay attention not only to what Dan and Kash said, but what they didn't say. They didn't say that Jeffrey Epstein's suicide was all on the up and up. They didn't say that Jeffrey Epstein didn't have connections to intelligence agencies. They didn't say that Jeffrey Epstein wasn't permitted to kill himself. The fact that you had malfunctions of multiple security cameras and multiple guards not showing up, they didn't say that Jeffrey Epstein didn't, as Alan Dershowitz suggested the other day, pay the guards off to allow him to kill himself. There's still all sorts of questions about it. There's very legitimate questions, unless you, Wadjet, think that the Jeffrey Epstein case was just open and shut and there's no reason to dig any deeper. Obviously, there are very legitimate questions about it, but what Dan and Kash said can be true, and there can still be much more to learn.
Why is it always Piers arguing, not the panel guest? Piers probably knows the collective IQ of his allies on the show right now.
Involves very, very high levels of government.
Well, the biggest conspiracy theory,
well, it's ego too,
which I think happens to
it's his show
to be true, is that there were clearly a lot of very high-profile people who knew what Jeffrey Epstein was up to and have never been held to account. And it is completely ridiculous that the only person languishing in a prison in America for any connection to do with Epstein is Ghislaine Maxwell, his madame, who helped him facilitate a lot of this abuse.
We saw the pictures. He kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago,
but no man has ever, who was participating with him, has ever been brought to justice. I mean, that is ridiculous. I want to ask you, Destiny, about something that's just been dropping, which is about Bruce Springsteen told a UK crowd that Donald Trump was unfit and treasonous. Trump responded in his normal, calm, self-effacing manner, called him a dried-out prune of a rocker on Truth Social. Highly overrated Bruce Springsteen, not a talented guy, just a pushy, obnoxious jerk. And then he posted this video. And my question, Destiny, is can you watch that with a straight face? And it appears you can. Did you not find that even vaguely funny?
Every time I see a picture of the 9% body fat, 180-pound, rippling muscled Trump, because of the very real medical report we saw that assesses physical condition, I'm in awe of him. I do agree with what Bruce Springsteen said, though. And I think the courts are basically reaffirming this, that Donald Trump is doing everything he can to destroy rule of law in this country. And that's why we are so desperate to talk about literally anything else, even if that's the prostate of the former president, than what Trump's current behavior.
I've got a question for you, just to see whether your own health and whether your own Trump derangement syndrome is at an advanced aggressive stage. And it's this. Do you give Trump any credit for reducing the number of illegal people coming over the southern border by 96% in 3 months? Yes or no?
It's a strange question.
Not really. It's a very simple.
It kind of is.
It's a very simple, factual question. He has done that.
If you had cancer of the brain and I cut your head off, would you give me credit for getting rid of the cancer? I mean, wow. I guess. I mean, illegal immigration
you don't think it's an achievement?
Illegal immigration has definitely decreased. All of our tourism has decreased. If part of the reason why the immigration or illegal immigration has decreased is because nobody wants to come to this country anymore because they can see it's turning into a massive shit show. I mean, does he get credit for that? I guess, sure.
Piers, can I defend it?
Yes, you can.
I think it has to do with the foreign terrorist
listen, as a
I don't think even, to be honest with you, Dave, it doesn't even have to be defended. Obviously,
it doesn't have to be defended.
Obviously, it's a stunning achievement, which everybody should say is a great achievement.
I'm a laminated card-carrying member of MAGA. I go to the meetings with Knowles. He brings the cigars. I bring the tequila. We talk about these people. Look, I can easily defend
Just like
the border. I can easily defend the trade deals. Right? I can easily defend what he's doing in the Middle East. I can easily defend what he's doing with Russia, Ukraine. I can easily defend what he's doing as it relates
Dave,
to getting wokeness out of the schools and blowing apart the Department of Education.
Wants to host a debate
you
on
can
that,
defend all of those things very easily.
Any one of these topics, Dave, all of these
Can
are
you defend this, Dave Rubin?
The entire world market is shuddering.
Dave Rubin.
The bonds market is shuddering as a result of these things. Nobody agrees.
Well, actually, the stock market is actually doing fine. Now everyone's calmed down and stopped shaking and screaming. It's actually fine.
All the losses were arrested.
Dave Rubin, quick question though. The really big
to be clear, the markets are not fine, but go ahead.
Well, they are. Dave Rubin, straightforward question. The most contentious thing of all, is the boss, Bruce Springsteen, overrated?
Yes, he's overrated. First off, I'm a Long Island guy, so you go to Billy Joel as the default. But any day, you know who I will take over Bruce Springsteen any day? About a month ago, I had the honor of interviewing 90-year-old Frankie Valli, and that guy is still out there performing.
Yeah, but his voice is gone.
He's doing it every night on the road.
Yeah, but his voice is gone. The boss, I mean, come on, with Jarhat, can we find common ground? I think Bruce Springsteen's fantastic. I don't agree with his view about Trump. But I don't think Trump's right to call him overrated.
Great.
Go to a Journey
Bruce
concert.
Springsteen, look at his catalog. Fantastic catalog. You could disagree with his politics, but how can you knock an American icon, Bruce Springsteen? And show me that you're out of touch without telling me, and I'll show you Dave Rubin. He'll go for Frankie Valli instead of Bruce Springsteen. But all right, that's how you win over the kids.
They were great.
Yes.
Jersey Boys is one of the all-time great movies too.
That means you're out of touch, because Frank Sinatra is old and dead. Yeah, that's really terrible if you listen to him.
Yeah, Frankie Valli, total legend. But Michael Knowles, the boss, overrated?
I love Thunder Road, okay? It's a great song, and I love Atlantic City, even though I think the band did a better version than Bruce Springsteen did. So, look, I like the boss. I think he's pretty good. I also agree he's a little bit overrated. People try to make him into Bob Dylan. He's not really Bob Dylan, and he does kind of look like a dried-up prune. So I think what Trump said is true, although I still love my Jersey Shore bops.
Okay, Destiny, can we find any common ground here? Is the boss overrated?
Listen, I grew up listening to Linkin Park and Third Eye Blind and these other bands, okay? So it's out of my generation, unfortunately. I have no strong opinion here.
Here, Piers, in the spirit of bringing us together, I want to send Wajid a gift after the show. I don't know have his mailing address, but I just wrote "You tried" and I signed it on a piece of paper here. So can you guys just get this to his people? Would that be possible? Because he did.
Says you med.
He tried real hard today, and that's important.
Did you write it, or was it in Russian? Do it in Russian for me. It'll be more authentic.
Still trying.
Yeah.
Trying. I'll even sign it.
Comrade Rubles, do it in Russian and I'll believe you.
Look what you've done,
gentlemen.
What's the matter with you?
Yeah, look at this guy.
Just leave it at Comrade Rubin. I think that's got a nice little ring to it, actually.
I don't have a soundboard, so I'm going to make my own.
Gentlemen, thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Anytime.
Waka waka.
Sure. Thanks.
Well, joining me now in the Uncensored studio is Jason Miller, the long-serving senior.
Who is Jason Miller? I don't know. Let's wait.
Advisor to President Trump. Jason.
Nope. I'd rather not. Oh my God. He looks like half of his head doesn't match the other half of his head. That was weird. All right. And wait. How do they know that, how much illegal immigration was cut off? Like, what about the ones that don't get caught? In fact, if you check the apprehension numbers, they're lower than typical. Like, we don't have consent, or we don't have census for this. Again, he's not going to get fact-checked on it. Fact-checked? Yeah, that's right. On his own show. Like, we're... Please. Require him to actually have, like, I don't know, consistency or... Oh, I wanted to play this because... All right, so... We have been going through politics. Well, I wanted to watch an Avon and Preach video that does not deal with politics and does not deal with any dating shows. It actually deals with a little bit more of a serious topic, but it's also something that I have a pretty strong opinion on.
All right, I want to cover this one.
For the first time since he was arrested for second-degree murder, malicious wounding, and firearms charges, Tyler Chase Butler faced a judge this morning. The 27-year-old is ordered to stay in jail without bond after he was accused of shooting and killing 18-year-old Massaponack High senior Michael Bosworth. The sheriff's office says Butler fired shots at Bosworth and 2 other teenagers because he thought they were breaking into his house along Mackenzie Lane in Fredericksburg. It happened around 3 a.m. Saturday. Here's neighbor Maria Sedlak.
I just woke up and all the house was flashing with blue lights.
I never understand why they do these interviews if it's so useless. They ask the neighbor, like, oh, what do you know? It's like, I woke up and there was flashing lights. Yeah, it's a murder investigation, bitch. I know you're going to see cops.
They're just going to add a little bit
Actually, good point.
razzle dazzle. You know what razzle dazzle is?
Court documents reveal a much different
Unless
story.
they're actually saying, like, oh, you know, I'm actually, like, really good friends with them.
They
like,
say the 2 other teens who survived
I kinda
claimed
get
they
that.
were playing the Ding Dong Ditch Challenge. It's a TikTok prank where kids try to kick a stranger's front door and run away.
That's not what Ding Dong Ditch is.
That's not Ding Dong Ditch.
Ding Dong Ditch is like, as you say in the title, you ding dong and you ditch.
That's not Ding Dong Ditch.
Kicking the door in.
No.
Stop. We have to
That's
talk
not
about
Ding
something.
Dong. No.
Did y'all just rebrand Nikki
You
Nikki
ever-
Nine Door?
No. For
Is
real.
that what happened?
For real.
Nikki
You
Nine-
ever heard some, like, I had the unfortunate drunk roommate where he he couldn't get my attention, so he was kicking our front door and we had the police called. Because I thought the same thing. I thought somebody was trying to bust into my freaking house, man.
Nine door thing is real.
And I didn't know, and he forgot his cell phone.
It depends of where you
Oh,
are.
God,
Some people
the
call it
good old
Nikki
days.
Nine door. Some people call it Ding Dong Ditch. Depending of where you are.
Wait, Nikki Nine Doors? Ding Dong Ditch, USA, Knock Knock Gin. What?
They have different names. So
Whoa, that last
it
one.
was
What
Ding
now?
Dong Ditch, but
Knock
you
Knock.
ding dong.
Wait, did you go until you found a redhead? Oh my God!
And
Wait a
you
minute.
My apologies.
Is this something they actually do in the UK?
And you ditched.
Oh, where's Genie
According to
Bottle
the
when you need her?
detective, he and his friends had hit a couple of doors in the neighborhood. The juvenile is not familiar with the neighborhood that they were in. The juvenile said as they were running from a residence, he and his friends were shot at.
Did they kick on
your door, do you know?
Not on ours.
But you know
and
down
other
here.
neighbors, yes.
The case has sparked a big debate in the Spotsylvania community.
I just feel like it was very unfortunate all the way around. I feel sorry for the parents, but I also feel sorry for my neighbors. If someone came, kicking on my door, like front door, back door, wherever door,
Yeah.
we will have
Yeah, you're catching the pew-pews.
been protecting our house too.
Bosworth's
Yeah. You kicked my fucking door at 3 a.m.?
family didn't want to go
You're
on
catching the
camera, but his
pew-pews.
stepfather tells WSA 9 he was a kid who loved to play lacrosse. He was getting ready to graduate with aspirations of joining the U.S. Marine Corps. Butler now has a preliminary hearing scheduled in June. He was assigned a public defender this morning. Meantime, friends of Michael Bosworth held a vigil for him last night with the message, "Justice for Mikey."
Oh.
Did they mention what time this happened at?
Good.
3 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
No.
It happened around 3 a.m. Saturday.
I caught that.
No.
Free my nigga.
No, yeah, free him. 3 in the morning.
Free him. It's 3 in the morning. You're not even ding dong dishing. You're kicking. You're caving in people's door.
That's like Tidy Whitey's John McClane style.
Okay, you guys said free him, or the people who were saying a vigil, justice for him. He already got his justice. You fucking dumbass.
Yeah, I'm right there with him.
3 in the morning.
You're a fucking dumbass.
Yep.
This is not a prank. It is not a prank to run up to people, brandish a
Lane,
knife,
what up?
terrorize them, and run off for TikTok.
How you
That's
doing?
not a prank. That's a crime. Okay? You guys went in this neighborhood and you terrorized people in the middle of the night. Now, a lot of you guys watching are from different parts of the world. Maybe crime levels where you're at are reasonable. In North America, where a lot of these break-ins
Excited.
happen and people are held at gunpoint, this is not something
For GTA 6?
you play with, right? The same way I wouldn't go to Israel, start brandishing certain insignias and talk about death to some people. Different contexts, different cultures are going to have different sensibilities. North America, unfortunately, is just a place where a lot of this crime is commonplace. And especially in certain places, you see it on the news every day. This person was broken into, and people, like, I know so many people in my own life who've had their cars broken into, who've had their homes broken into, and what they'll tell you is it scarred them. It scarred them. Because you no longer
Car not so much. House, yeah.
feel safe.
No, all right. Like, I was the victim of a home invasion once, and it's wild. It is wild
in a
what
lot
it
of
does.
aspects.
Like,
especially when it's your home.
and like everybody thinks that they would be like John Wick in this shit. Nope.
If you got kids and shit,
Nope.
that'll
Especially if like you get caught unaware.
change
There's
you
just no way.
completely. I know people who've literally sold houses and moved to different areas because they couldn't handle what had happened to them. So these kids playing this prank.
That's not Ding Dong Ditch. That's Ding Dong Death Wish. I like it.
Fucked up. Even if he don't get shot, it's so fucked up what they doing in the middle of the night.
It is. I mean, for real. For real. In Georgia?
Think about the terror that they're living with, not knowing what had happened. If they don't know it's a prank, they might think somebody's trying to break in. You might be affecting them permanently from that point on. So no, this is not a prank. The kid got shot. I don't give a fuck. Do I feel bad? No. Do I feel good about it? No, either.
I'm trying to make this about what?
Because it's not good that some kids die.
I mean, I'm all for like talking about Gaza, but like, how'd you what?
And people were traumatized. But I told y'all this before. A lot of people are gonna have to die for something to happen about these stupid pranks. And when they do, I will not feel bad.
Yeah, this is about prankers, man. Like, honestly, like the broader point that I'm making here is like, I've seen enough of these prank videos, especially my nephew. This was what I was really worried about. I'm worried about him getting into Andrew Tate and like the manosphere. But before that, I was worried about him getting into like Logan Paul and like the prank video shit. And I was just like, oh God, and he's into the prank video shit. So I just explained to him, I'm like, you do understand that what they're doing is not just annoying, that sometimes it can be illegal, and also you're gonna like what they're not showing you is when they actually like have their luck run out.
Bad at all.
Unless they're Jack Doherty.
Why? Because I think it's going to serve as a lesson for other people.
Jack Doherty or whatever that guy, what's that other dipshit?
People.
Oh my God, Johnny Somali.
All these people f***ing around with people in their day-to-day lives, when it
I'm a spy?
happens to you, you ain't never going to see me feel bad. Not a chance.
Oh, sorry. I saw your one comment. If you're 30 and working out of an embassy in DC.
3 in the morning,
Stop.
crack of dawning, and I'm yawning.
Yeah, pranks are annoying. They're fucking. No, the TikTok shit took it to another level, man. Because like what we all understood during the Jackass era was that it was amongst friends, so there was like a level of consent there, like just among like especially if there wasn't a level of consent, trust me, no one would whoop your ass like harder and faster than one of your friends because they knew that you weren't gonna fucking turn them in.
Do a couple rounds.
But yeah, I mean, I'm speaking from experience. I did prank the wrong friend. I caught a fist. Learned never do that again.
Because I got this vest on. Look at my bad boy.
I deserve that shit though. Oh man, did I deserve that?
Can I ask my questions?
Since you're so serious and shit.
If you haven't graduated for high school yet, what the fuck are you doing outside at 3 a.m.?
That's a good question.
What the fuck are you doing outside at 3 a.m.?
My bad.
Before you get shot.
I'm stupid.
3 a.m., you haven't graduated high school.
What a good question.
You're gallivanting in a neighborhood you don't know.
Yeah.
Kicking people's door in.
If you identify as a far leftist, then you have to understand how you are not helping any cause at all. That's why I just think that you might be, I don't know. If you really do feel that way, no.
I got questions.
Was it a weekday?
Check yourself.
If it's a weekday, that's wild.
I got questions.
Is school out?
No.
I'm not cool with it.
For summer? No. Not yet. Even on a weekend, it's 3 in the morning. What are you doing? Upagin Kai?
That's a good question, bro. You got any more good questions? I should have thought of that.
Yeah, but you were too busy being mad. So, but I understand why you're mad.
Same with the Oh yeah, the chicken thing.
What
yeah.
question you got?
I got robbed once. I chased them down in my car.
Where's that?
Whatever. You're stupid. No amount of property is worth like risking your safety or your life. Maybe it's because I grew up in a city, but that was one of the first things that I learned, like about going out on my own.
Been to Virginia?
I've been to the DMV a few times.
There's some places that, you know.
I don't even think that really matters because people even in rural areas sometimes have their places broken into.
To be fair, I also learned that you had to have a second wallet sometimes.
Depending on where you're at, what suburbs is a thing. Listen,
you
people
knew you
own
were
guns
going
for a
somewhere,
reason.
I got a good question. What is the gun laws in Virginia?
You can own. You're allowed to carry.
It was like 5.
Because
the
that
thing
would have
is,
been
I
to
get
me
it.
the
I get
only
it. Trust me, I get it.
the problem there.
He's not
if
being
you're
charged
not,
for
if
that.
you're, but you're not being charged for that.
Yeah. I will
you're
say
ding dong ditching, and
that's not ding
it's
dong
not
ditch.
even including
That's
a
not
ding
ding dong
You're
ditch.
caving people's door in.
Yeah, you're literally kicking the door. And like the thing is, I looked up the TikTok challenge to see what the fuck this was. It's not just kicking the door. What they're doing, check this shit out. They're doing this shit where they're going boom, boom, boom. They're heel kicking the fucking door.
Yeah.
And you're appalled at the fact that you got shot at and died.
Yeah. Not only are they terrorizing people, but they're also profiting.
Again, I know that in the state of Illinois, I have the right at that point to get the pew-pews.
Get fucked. You should never be allowed to make money that way, in my opinion. You cannot take away people's safety or sense of safety and then think you can just walk off with that and make as much money as you want. Get fucked.
To all the friends of that guy, well, welcome to the real world whenever you do something, there's consequences. You guys are no longer cute no more. You understand what I'm saying? You was a kid, that
Having
was
people
cute,
like
but
learn
you're
these
no
lessons is
longer
not a
that.
bad thing,
You're
man.
you're
Okay.
welcome to adulthood. Whenever you're going to do
I'm
something.
not happy that this ended in the kid's death. That's still, that sucks.
Be repercussion, and there's going to be things that are going to happen.
But realistically, he fucked around and he did find out,
Okay,
man.
you
This was like,
cannot-
and again, this is unreal, and this does come down to the parents. This does come down to parents. Like, what fucking kid does not know that that's not okay? You know, how does TikTok warp their brain that much, and their parents are so unaware that their kids are that stupid?
Cave someone's door in.
Okay.
At 3 a.m, not expect some fuck shit to happen.
He is a lacrosse player, though.
And?
From what I understand, those people are immune to consequences.
Lax Pro starter pack.
How?
Oh my god, he's not. Oh my
Essentially,
god.
from what I understand,
Nice.
the
Nice.
moment you
Good
play
call out.
lacrosse, life's just easier.
Mm-hmm.
No. Anyways, yeah, I don't care either. I don't really feel no type of way. I don't have sympathy for that. You fucked up in a big time.
That practice katana you had was pretty effective.
Unfortunate that you're
I forgot about that. Yeah, we had a little friend like that. One of the people that was there when that happened, when we got when we had a home invasion happen. She grabbed my little katana that I bought at an anime con, and she's wielding it like she's gonna protect us.
Parents have to go through the grief of you being gone for such a dumb shit.
Here's a real injustice: some man sitting in jail. That's a real injustice.
No.
Yes.
But
it is
really,
crazy to me, and that his only mistake was shooting a white person. I think that's what I think. I'm gonna say it. I said it.
Then they stand around like John Travolta.
All this stuff.
I do that a lot.
Stand your ground shit that I've seen. All the
how many times I walked into a grocery store and that's
this
me
man sitting in jail.
I got a lot of security camera footage of me doing the John Travolta.
Here's like the only circumstance I could ever
probably saying the same shit.
See where you
It's like, look at this motherfucker looking like John Travolta.
feel like maybe he's supposed to stay in jail. If he popped open the door,
No, that was the sake bottle.
saw them running and started
yeah.
shooting, maybe. But from what I understand, he shot them through the door, which means that they were banging on the door.
Mm-hmm.
He heard them and he started shooting, not knowing that maybe he got their back. But listen, I'll wait to hear more details, but this makes me think of that prankster that got shot up in the mall. And then when I saw what happened, I'm like, yeah, I don't give a shit. This is very similar. I think a lot of you need to do some finding out. Absolutely. Get shot.
If the guy that shot Trevor Martin is out,
George Zimmerman.
Yeah, get that other person out.
It's also important to note different states, different laws.
100%.
So that is a factor. But again, to me, this looks like textbook self-defense, and I'm cool with it. So I'd be curious to see. I'll do follow-ups on this. But again,
if this isn't home defense, I don't know what is.
More pranksters need to go permanently. But this is
just because he's a white kid. Because that's the thing. If these people like get any traction with their lawsuit or whatever, or like this dude gets blamed in any way, then that's obviously because of the race differential.
Kids shouldn't do really stupid fucking adult things. It is not a kid thing to do to kick in.
Anybody else confused by that? Like in Batman the Animated Series, when they kept calling him Ra's al Ghul and then Ra's al Ghul.
Random people's door. He did in a neighborhood he don't fucking know either.
I had a fit.
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm still confused by that.
I was at a party at some point and some kid
I
was
should be the
playing
authority on that, and I don't know.
with a toy gun. And I had a fit because that kid was brandishing the gun and pointing at me and clicking it. And I was like, yo, no. I don't know what the hell you think it is, but this not it, boy. This not.
I learned firearm safety, and if anybody, I don't care if it's a fake gun or not, the second I see that barrel, I am pushing it in your hand, and then it's going to be a hard mush, I'll tell you that much. Just like what are you doing? What are you doing?
I hit my boy.
What kind of toy gun we talking?
The tip was not out.
Oh, so you couldn't tell?
No. You couldn't tell.
Now I understand. I thought you were looking at like a Nerf gun or some shit. I'm like, nigga, you do too much.
No,
My bad.
No.
You're right.
You couldn't tell. I was like, yo, don't. I didn't crash out, but I was like, yo, what are you doing?
Okay.
Don't do stuff like that. And I was calling the kid, and the parents were there. Like, what happened?
I had a similar situation like that with a BB gun.
Yeah,
where
but
I
it's
was
just
like, I had to like give like firearm safety like training essentially to my buddy. Where I was just like, you ever point that at me again,
like,
we're gonna have a problem.
Teach them good habits.
No, good habits. You don't point. It's not a game for everybody. You don't know what people went through. You don't know. You don't want, and you can't tell it's a gun.
That's
I'm the one. You're just consider yourself. Lucky.
I'm not saying like if I was in a robbery, I would do the same thing. I'm talking specifically if I had a friend pull that shit and I was sitting on a couch. No,
that is not. It's not a policeman patrolling the hood that feels some type of way. Don't know what age they got guns.
Yeah.
Okay. It's like, and then now you're gonna do that? And no, please, no, stop.
And people, I think, preach is overreacting. Look at this.
It's a shocking standoff between deputies and two brothers armed with a loaded gun.
Put it down for me, okay?
Oh, yes! Yes! Yo! Get that shit off my face, bro! I saw this!
Let it play.
Just go ahead and drop that.
Put it down, babe. Go ahead and put it down for me, okay?
You're not in trouble, but you have to drop that and come talk to us, all right?
If there's a magazine inside the magazine well,
Put it down, baby.
they're playing with the gun back and forth. The one in the blue is trying to take it from the one in the orange.
Put it down, baby.
Just drop it, buddy.
Put it down.
he knew how to disarm.
You're okay.
Right there.
Put it down.
And
That's
now
wild.
The kid in the blue and green has a firearm.
That's wild.
Fuck, I don't want to do that. Just wait. Let's try to keep talking with them. Hit the wall. I want you to hit the wall. Hey, put that. Just keep it down.
Sean.
Yo, if you're not from America, what do you guys think about this?
I want you to hit the wall or hit the fence.
It's gonna hit the wall.
Come on, Sean. Let's listen, okay, babe? We don't want to hurt you, honey.
Sean, this isn't a game no more. We're not playing a game right now. This is serious. 40 going out. 40. Drop it! Drop it! Drop it, Sean! Load another one. Load another one. Drop it now! You're gonna get hit! Drop it!
You dropped the gun!
Drop it, both of you.
I don't even have the gun. I don't have the gun.
Dude, oh my god, dude. Like the kid was being a brat even after that. Oh man, okay. As I said, parents. It's the parents, right? Like this is wild to me.
The 9-year-old responds by raising the gun and taking aim at the deputies. Officers say he actually pulled the trigger, but thank goodness the gun malfunctioned.
This could have turned out in the worst nightmare for the whole nation. For those deputies there, they're still reeling and having to deal with this, that they might have had to use deadly force in a 7 and a 9-year-old.
And
they were 7 and 9.
So many parents I've seen have unsecured firearms with their kids. You actually hear stories about kids who go into their mom's purse, grab the gun, and then go to school with it and play around, and then they get confiscated. God forbid they shot somebody. And that's also happened too. So there's plenty of people who are irresponsible with gun ownership and around kids. So I understand what you're saying in that regards.
I've got questions.
I've got questions.
7-year-old pointing the gun at the...
And then he's like, I don't have the gun. I don't have the gun.
I don't even know.
No, guys, like seriously, I know that I might be harping on this a little too much, but like the arrest, what the fuck? Like when they pull the kid, he's like, oh, I don't have the gun.
But you probably have the same questions as me, so I'll digress.
That immediately makes me think these parents.
I'll just keep
like they've definitely seen their parents getting arrested.
Yeah. But yeah, so I just wanted to do this video about this prankster. You know, I mean, we're going to keep covering these people every time they pass. We're going to talk about it. We're going to spread some information.
We're going to talk
all
about
these stupid fucking TikTok trends need to end in the way that they're happening. There's probably some safe ways to do this. If you want to do this prank, maybe do it during the day. Don't kick in people's door at any time. But we need to get to a point now where if people are going to be doing these trends and their crimes, we need to pass legislation. There has to be some change to it. And I think that's coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, we'll see.
I truly believe. I think social media companies need to be held accountable because their algorithms are promoting this stuff. It should be illegal for them to do that.
And you're paying people to
especially for TikTok, which is geared to young people and very influential.
Yes.
It should be a mandatory.
It's literally geared towards the most
where they don't allow this stuff to spread.
Like 13-year-old boys are watching this the most.
Yo, you got killed over a trend.
That's a problem.
Like you're giving incentive for people to do those fuck shit things. So yes, they should definitely be held accountable for that.
Ugh. Let us know what y'all think.
Man, yeah, that shit's wild, dude. That last part is insane. Like even as an American, I watched that. I was just like, what? And then the kid like fighting. Oh, oof, 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 oof. Oh boy. Ooh, nice. Here, here we go. Mustache wig. All right, so I got a one of my favorite Sam Cedar debates. As I said, this is something that I want to keep doing, is go through some of the older Sam Cedar debate clips. I've been having fun with these, so this is going to be a segment for a little bit. But yeah, I pulled up one of my favorites. Let's go. I missed that.
Hey, 315
area. Michael, here we go. Oh no. No.
Dude, who's
By the way,
this?
that
Where
was
you
a
calling
James
from?
Dobson callback joke earlier.
Just turned off my keyboard.
Hey, Sam, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Who's this?
Here we
Where you
go. Here we go.
calling from?
Oh, very cool. My name's Colt, and I'm calling from Ohio.
Colt from Ohio. What's on your mind, Colt?
Colt from Ohio.
That's right. This is actually pretty funny. I'm in my office currently, so I got to shut the door. I apologize. But basically, my brother is a fan of your show, and I don't know much about your show, so I tuned in for the first time today, and he said libertarians should call in and get roasted, and I'm a libertarian, so I figured I'd give you a buzz.
I appreciate
All
that.
right, I will be right
I'm
back.
glad you've shut the office door. Now, Colt, will you just help me out here? Let's start it this way, because every time I speak to a libertarian, they are a specific type of libertarianism. Will you tell my audience and me what it means to you? Like, what is a libertarian?
What it means to be a libertarian. So basically, it's to me, it's like the opposite of progressivism. Basically, anti-state, generally speaking, just looking for market forces for fixes in the economy and social issues.
Okay, so now, are you talking about no state interference in markets and social issues?
Should watch their. Ooh, that's a good.
It really
Good
depends.
poll.
I mean,
We'll check that one out.
again, there's different definitions of libertarianism, much like there's progressivism. I mean,
I guess I'm just
for
asking
example,
for what yours is.
Personally, mine would be along the lines of like Ron Paul. I mean, non-aggression principle, freedom of association, stuff like that.
So, do you have a problem with
Private property rights.
do you have a problem with income taxes?
Yeah, I view them as immoral. Yeah.
Income taxes are immoral. Are all taxes immoral?
I don't know about all taxes, but definitely an income tax for sure.
Well, now, what makes an income tax immoral?
Well, I guess you have
time
to
for sleep.
first
Here,
start
give me
by
a minute.
saying that taxation is theft, and if you're not admitting that, you're not living in reality. That's like the first basic point.
And now it's theft.
All right, let's see if I can get this going. Here, hold on, guys. I'm going to try and see if I can get a game going in the background here. Okay, so what I have to do is move this over here. Wait a second. Play. Don't need full screen. Okay, there we go. Whoa. There we go. And then.
Of what? Your money?
Correct. And moreover,
Is it, let me ask you a question.
Make my money. I think you answered your own question there, Sam.
Is because how do you and I agree?
How do we agree on it? I mean, just
God is making these. The U.S. government is making the dollars, and why does it have value in this country?
Give me a break. Give me a second.
well, it's really subjective. I mean, it's fiat based, right? So the government is a monopoly, and they have a monopoly over our lives. And
Right. They have a monopoly. That's why the money is valuable, because they have a monopoly, because they make the money and then they take it in taxes, and that's the only reason why it has value. And
I'm having a internet. Dude, I've already been having internet issues, so let's just make sure that this. I gotta just make sure everything's kosher. Give me 1 second, because yeah, YouTube keeps buffering. So here we go.
And the reason why it has value is because if they don't take it in taxes, and they don't have a monopoly of force over whether we pay it in taxes, then it wouldn't have the same value.
Yeah, so you're justifying
There we
theft
go.
in your own mind, I guess. What's your point?
Well, my point is it's not theft. Because theft is defined.
I mean, this is actually, Sam, to be honest with you, it's not much of a debate. It's definitely theft. I mean, I know some people left of you even who admit that. I mean, eventually you will. Maybe not right now. This conversation on air is kind of embarrassing, I would imagine.
Gotta get used to
It's embarrassing that I'm not admitting that taxes are theft.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's just true.
Here we go.
Okay. So
what's your next question you got for me?
Well,
I thought this was supposed to be a roast of me, not you. Anyway, go ahead.
It's a good point. I mean, I appreciate that. Now, so your issue is the reason why now why can't you go to the authorities and charge the U.S. government with theft? I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this, because they have an unjust monopoly of force. Is that it?
Well, they do have an unjust monopoly force, correct. So what about it?
Okay. Well, you're getting very defensive, and I'm just trying to explore this, okay?
Fire away.
But they print the money. So why don't they get to say what gets done with it?
I don't know. I mean, basically, the government is arbitrary by nature, so they just basically create money, they take money where they want to, they print money, they borrow, they steal, they do whatever they want. It's the government.
But so why not? How about this? You can avoid, why are you making the choice to use U.S. government dollars? I mean, exercise your free will and stop using those dollars. And then they don't have the power to do that.
I mean, my entire retirement is in foreign stocks, foreign currencies.
How did you buy those?
Everything I get away with is not in the dollar.
How'd you buy those?
What's that?
How did you buy those? I mean, I assume you work at a company. Like, why are you accepting payment with American dollars?
Well, it's like the highest paying job I can get in the society we live in.
All right, so you have a problem with the entire structure of our society.
Yeah, I would say so. It's pretty immoral. It produces lemmings like you who think taxation's not theft.
Lemmings. He used the lemmings.
All right. Now, those foreign countries, excuse me, hold on. Those foreign countries that you have assets in, do they tax as well?
Yeah, equally as immoral, I'd say.
So we're starting with the premise that we live in an immoral world because they collect taxes. Right. And in this immoral world, you have a vision of a world without governments, without currencies. But how would property values get protected?
Well, let me put it to you this way, I guess. So I'm going to explain a little economics to you. So on a continuum,
so condescending.
The further you go to the right, we'll say, is more liberty and more free markets. And then if you go down the continuum to the left, is more state control and government. So
now that's
the further you go down to the left, more of which
issue with this one.
That's economics.
Yeah, I'm working on it for you. So basically, the more you go to the left, towards what you and your listeners believe, is the more you diminish liberty and freedom, and you basically encumber people with regulations, taxations, just immoral, terrible outcomes.
Right.
And that's just how it works. That's the world.
All right. Well, that's some. You're throwing some heavy economics on me. But
that's right. Pretty devastating to your psyche there, pal. Anyway, keep going. Fire away. These are pretty softballs. Actually, come to think of it, I think you had Dave Smith and Mark Flair. Some of these libertarian types are pretty popular in the community on, and I think they did a pretty disservice to libertarians because your questions really triggered them. I'm glad we have the reverse of that going on in this conversation. So
yes,
keep them coming, man.
Okay, I will. So who's going to? Now you think property values? You said property values are the most important rights. Who is going to protect those rights in your stateless society?
I didn't realize I can go over here. Duh.
Who's going to protect property rights, you're saying?
Yeah, you own a house, let's say. I don't know how you ended up getting that house.
Wait, what?
In this stateless society. Who's going to protect
I need to do
that,
them both at the same time.
house?
Okay, I see.
The person who owns the property.
Okay, so let's say let's personalize it. You own a house, and I come to take your house. What are you going to do?
I would tell you don't take my house, and then if you escalate it further, we'd do some different things. I mean.
Okay, well, what if I come with like? What if I come with like 10 guys with guns? And I say, get out. I want the house.
Okay, I got it.
Right, so you're assuming that there's no court systems that you're getting at?
I'm not used to playing
I'm asking. I'm not assuming anything. I'm asking you to explain to me what happens, because who sets up the courts if there's a court system? I mean, you just told me you want...
So Sam, I just fed you your question for you, so about the courts, right? So basically, this is the point. Libertarian societies, the question really is, absent the government takeover something, what happens? And that's the question libertarians have to struggle with answering, because leftists are intellectually lazy. They basically say the government does everything, what would we do without it? So the point is this: there is voluntary arbitration and mediation out there that is far more efficient and successful than the private active court systems. So basically, down that continuum, you see more of that. You see less of the government.
I just went through an arbitration system with my ex-wife, and in the arbitration agreement, there is a provision that if the arbitration is violated or we have a question of it, we would go to a court. Like, here's the thing that I don't understand. And like, I'm trying not to assume anything. I'm asking you, in your vision of a world without a state, where there is no monopoly of force, and I've gone to arbitration, or I've taken your house, it's incumbent upon you to tell my audience, these lemmings, what society is going to be like in your world. And I can tell you, in every arbitration proceedings that has ever happened, there is a provision that says, in the event that there is some question as to whether or not this arbitration is binding. Ultimately, it will go to court.
Yeah, so are you done? Do you want me to respond or not?
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically you said you predicated this little harangue you went on by saying you assumed nothing.
son of a
First of all,
bitch.
you assumed
It was that one.
that I said there would be a stateless society in my world, but if you want to go down that road, I can say that.
Should there not be a stateless society? You tell me. You just said that all the states are immoral, and I just wanted to. So tell me what there would be.
They are. In lieu of the court system, you're saying?
No, I'm saying like I've given you a sense. I've given you a scenario where you and I have a conflict.
Over here.
And you say that
here we
there
go.
are certain rights that you think should be protected. I'm asking you, how are those rights protected?
Yeah, so in a
we need to go on the bottom.
minarchist version of libertarianism, there is a government apparatus, and then in a full-blown anarchist, it's just purely the voluntary court system, through arbitration, mediation, what have you, whatever there's.
Which one are you? I'm asking for your opinion.
My opinion of what it should look like?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, I guess the first thing I would say before I give my opinion, because it's important to reference it this way. So the reason society is the way it is, there always has to be somebody in charge and always has to be somebody in power in terms of what Democratic voters think.
Oh, right.
Right. So people like left, especially, they like to say we need a certain person in charge.
I'm getting
and
used
by
to the
all
whole
means,
puzzle
get the right
aspect of
person.
this.
Why do you have to keep characterizing what the
Foolish
left
and
thinks?
cartoonish.
Forget what the left thinks. I know what the left thinks. I talk about that stuff all day. Why don't you tell me what you think?
Of what the court system looks like again? Yeah, I'd say
What anything would look like. Why won't you just? I'm literally asking you the least loaded question possible, which is, give me your vision for society. You think our society today, that our government steals your money?
Yeah, I can give you that. Yeah, I can give you. So, despite your shouting, it's a little bit muffled. I can give you my vision of society. So basically, what it would be is voluntary interactions, basically, which is just the market economy, right? I mean, people talk about greedy capitalism.
Tell him, what am I doing
here?
here?
Voluntary consumption and voluntary production. I would just look for mostly that, and everything to be decentralized. So the point is this: there's the theory of subsidiarity, which basically means if a single individual can't handle something on their own, then they look to their family, then they look to churches, they look to nonprofits, municipalities, localities, they move on up. The problem is, like, the great Leviathan we have, the federal government, is what people like Bernie Sanders and his whole charade look to solve all the problems, when we really just need rapid decentralization. I mean, we really don't need a country like the United States at all. I mean, we have different cultural areas that need to be represented differently, and the top-down approach.
So like feudalism.
What's that?
Well, you're talking about a completely decentralized country with sort of almost like little fiefdoms, and I'm still asking you, we still have the same problem. Who is going to, you're saying everything is voluntary. Well, that's fine, but presumably you're going to enter into contracts. They can be voluntary, but people have disagreements all the time in contracts that they enter voluntarily. Who will adjudicate that?
The arbitration mediation setup within that.
And what if I decide not to abide by the arbitration mediation? Do they have a police force?
Yeah, and this is where Dave and I can answer the questions. I'm not afraid to answer them because they're more difficult. Like I said,
I know everybody else sucked. You're the best, but listen,
everyone else sucked.
I'm asking you.
Nice,
someone has a monopoly of force in your system, correct? Right? Or is it just that we have competing armies and the strongest one wins?
There is no monopoly of force. I appreciate you cutting me off, I guess. Do you want me to answer the question about the private security, I guess? Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so basically, think of it this way. Local police jurisdictions who basically just show up after the fact accidents and issues anyway, who don't really do much, those type of people, you could just say, per household, how much money is this payroll hitting each household? And you take that money and you allow it to be in the hands of people who set up their own private security systems on their own property, and that's basically it. Pretty simple.
Okay, so it's feudalism, what you're talking about. I will have my fiefdom.
I don't know the definition of feudalism. That's your term, not mine.
Okay, well, let's look it up here for a second.
Related, so for people who are non-property owners, because in feudalism, serfs would work the land for feudal lords. Is that how non-property owners would like get by? Is that what they would do?
Who would be living? I mean, what do you mean non-property owners?
I mean non-property owners. Most people in the world don't own
I
property.
think I get
You're aware
this.
of that, right?
Wait, I think I gotta make a square.
Sure, man. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, so what would, in your ideal fantasy universe that you're building, what would they do? Would they work the land? I'm getting, because this is actually...
Well, the wealthy people would have their own armies or their own paramilitaries or police forces.
Right.
A lot of right? And they would all... And so if you and I went to arbitration and I felt you broke it and you felt like you didn't break our agreement, then it would really just be resolved by if my paramilitary force was better than yours, and then I would win.
Yeah, so you guys mind if I respond? There's a lot here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so first, just a little educate you guys a little more. So basically, there's a difference between society and government, right? And you guys are in this mentality that, like, government needs to do everything. And you keep saying if the arbitration didn't work out. You keep saying the arbitration didn't work out as if, like, that's the end-all, be-all. I mean, there could be different levels of arbitration, mediation throughout this voluntary, world that we're talking about here. There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm not sure. Wait a second. I'm sorry. Honestly, I'm sorry. I'm pretty familiar with the world of arbitration and mediation, and I don't understand.
I gotta watch a fucking tutorial for it.
Very sincere here. I don't understand what you mean there, that there are different levels of mediation arbitration. Are you saying that if we go to the first round of arbitration, we come to an agreement, we both sign this agreement, we have a contract, I feel you violated it, we go to another arbitration, you feel that you didn't, maybe we get it resolved there, and then you violate it, or I feel you violated it afterwards. At one point, there has to be a backstop. There has to be someone who says, this is how we're going to enforce this contract.
So yeah, basically, like I said, I mean, so for people who are just living in residential communities or what have you, or apartments, maybe they belong to HOAs because they'd be a lot more prolific, where there's waste management and, management of their roads and properties, internally through self-governments in those communities. I mean, the tops of those communities can interact with other communities, and that's really the stepping stone for the levels of arbitration. Ultimately, if it goes up to the, fantasy world, you guys are talking about Supreme Court, and the decision is unjust. Well, I mean, look around the system we have today. There's a lot of unjust decisions being made.
Who
as well.
appoints the Supreme Court?
It's called Witness for
your world.
I'll check out a few tutorials.
Who appoints the Supreme?
Because I'll be honest, that last one that I was just doing, I have no idea where I would even go with that.
Court in your world.
Looking up rules is cheating. Oh, come on, really?
Well, it depends what the rules of the communities are. There wouldn't be one giant country of 350 million people screaming about we need Medicare for all. It'd probably be small micro communities, which makes more sense. Hence my decentralization argument earlier.
Yeah, no, I know the decentralization, but I'm saying in the case of conflicts, of arguments,
right?
Who resolves it?
Themselves, people doing it. If not, they go to their voluntary or private arbitration mediation outlets. Whatever happens, it depends what's going on in the HOAs or the strip malls or whatever.
Can I make two
supports these HOAs?
Can I make?
Deb, do you belong to an HOA?
I personally don't.
Okay, I've belonged to things like that.
David.
I owned a co-op apartment at one point. Okay.
Sure.
Now, if I violate the rules of the co-op, okay, the co-op board can say, we're going to evict you. And I could say, no, you're not. I'm going to stay here because I happen to know all you people on this co-op board and you're weak. You cannot evict me.
Right.
I can physically beat you up. And they say, no, we're going to call the police. And then the police come and they have a monopoly of force. And they say, you've got to leave the premises. But in your scenario, my own private police force, you
have your own private police force. But I mean, the bottom line, the world actually already has, despite government takeovers.
Forced by a government that has a monopoly of force.
Congratulations.
Well, all right. Well,
do this myself. I think that we should have all problems are arbitrated by me in Brooklyn. No, hey, listen, don't be intellectually lazy. I'm building my own fantasy universe. But in all seriousness, whoa.
Don't be
in all seriousness, can you look up two things? Read about the 1850s in Europe, because there's actually a reason, even just economically, that the system you want, which is some form of feudalism, broke down. And that's what happened. Basically, cities started getting built with industrialization. And then for a more modern version of what you're interested in, look up Cali, Colombia in the 1990s and how that cartel ran the city.
I'm actually writing this down because I'm a dispassionate listener. Do you mind if I do my final plug here before you throw me off the phone?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So basically just two things. I appreciate you guys having me on. I'm definitely going to follow the show. My brother actually listens all the time. I think he's actually in medical school right now. He's just a hell of a lot smarter than I am. But couple things. I got a podcast I just fired up about libertarianism. I know you guys don't want to promote that. It's called Millennials Meet Liberty. And then additionally, I just want to...
Millennials Meet Liberty. Is that on iTunes?
What's that?
Millennials Meet Liberty?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be awesome if you guys could, like, I don't care if you guys just trash it and write terrible reviews or whatever, as long as people are listening to it.
New
and then
York,
if,
a jungle of steel
you
and
might just
concrete.
say one last
Predators
thing.
of all kinds, mercilessly.
Sure, of course.
I couldn't read it in time.
Yeah, so basically, in the beginning of time, just human civilization was very primitive, and there was wars, and there was fighting, and there's terrible things going on. And through voluntary cooperation and capitalism, as in billions of people have been lifted out of poverty. And I think that's really, really important for people to realize. And as nations become very wealthy, the people at the top like to look around and sensationalize a few people at the bottom and use it to strong-arm the electorate by promising free things and by running deficits and by doing really immoral things. So I want your listeners to realize that Bernie Sanders is probably the most immoral candidate running for president in 2020. And that's all I got.
Let me just ask you one more question, Colt. You're millennial. Give me just your age range, just so I have a sense of like what we got going
28.
on. 28. And that's Millennials for Liberty or Freedom? Which one was it? Do not hesitate to call back in at some other time.
That's a clever name, legit. I like that. Can we find another case of somebody
I
dying
really
from medical
appreciate it. Thank
debt
you very much.
so we can exploit them for offer their medication so we can sensationalize for immoral purposes? Thank you.
All right.
I think the surge.
Thanks,
the,
Colt.
What's going on back there?
The numbers really started to change when we could find more eviscerated people who really are.
Every dollar that I tax a high frequency trade and it's directed to education, I get off on the immorality.
I get off on the pure fucking immorality of it. That Wall Street money turned to a free college. It makes me hard. It's so sick. It's so wrong.
I'm trying to like look up.
Jesus.
All right.
Then you get rid of medical debt and you invest it in green jobs. You know how depraved that is?
I'm going to be so bad.
We're going to be so
Now, hold on.
sick.
I should know this off the top of my head. But theft, the definition of theft is to steal something. The definition of stealing is to take without permission or legal right. Now, here's the problem. Here's the problem with Colt's perspective on this. Law
You're finished now, Bruno.
is a function of government. It is a function of government. It is law can only be enforced, voluntarily comply with the law or not, that there will be consequences. Passes a law that says you should not be able to, by taxing it, system of morality.
Is there any way we could cover?
It's just a fact. It's not theft. It is not theft. That is a fact. You can say that it's immoral for governments to pass laws that say you can tax. But that's, in my mind, silly, because if they didn't tax, then the money that you have in your pocket would be worthless.
You know what I'd like? More public bike paths.
The fuck?
funded by taxing billionaires so that average middle-class people can enjoy public spaces. The rush. The pure amorality of it. Shame me for it. Shame me.
This is important.
Sorry guys, I tried. I'm experimenting with the capture card. It's not exactly the easiest thing, so sorry guys. Sorry guys, give me a second. There we go. There we go. Much better. I'm just stoned and chilling. Take your time. No, I know. It's just annoying. Because I want to make it till at least the 420 arc with you guys. Like, I have a feeling that's where I'm going to end up calling it on stream tonight, though, because I am having so many internet issues that I should probably take a look at this. Also, I should probably call my internet provider and demand a compensation for this. It's 100% my internet. Yep. Yep. All right. That being said. Oh, the men's rights activist. I remember him. He was recent too. I got the Swedish guy. Libertarian caller. Nah. There we go. Yeah, sorry for all the internet interruptions tonight, guys. Oh, no way. They got Jeff Waldorf on Leftist Mafia. That's cool.
All right, let's go to the phones. Chad calling from Birmingham, Alabama. Welcome to the program, Chad.
All right, Chad.
Welcome. Thank you for having me.
No, thank you for calling. What's up?
Curious to know why exactly I just...
Almost unworkable. Like, what is going on? Error. It's a freaking error. Okay, maybe it's not my internet. I think it's YouTube. Although I've been having it happen on Twitch as well.
That, why you don't want freedom in your life. Why don't you want more liberty?
No, I've got so much liberty, dude. I literally I can't even fit it
Twitch,
anywhere.
okay.
What does that mean? What does that mean that I don't want freedom in my life and I don't want more liberty? I don't understand what that means.
Well, first off, we could go on for hours, obviously, about this, but there's a new law by the federal government this year alone that outlaws 100-watt and 75-watt light bulbs. Come on. Is there really a reason to outlaw 75-watt light bulbs? Is that some caution to our lives that we're going to hurt our environment by using them? Where does it end?
It's a waste of energy. You can buy more efficient light bulbs. But honestly, let me put it to you this way. Aside from the fact that, yes, it's demonstrably the case that if we switch from incandescent light bulbs to either fluorescence or LEDs, or which I prefer, yes, it's demonstrably the case that we will actually save energy. It will help the environment. There are all sorts of benefits for it. But let me put it this to you. Is your liberty really being infringed that you can't get a 75-watt light bulb, incandescent light bulb?
Absolutely. Absolutely it is. I should have the freedom to choose whatever kind of light bulb I want to use, as long as it's not harming another human being physically to have it.
Well,
Okay,
I
as
mean,
long as
well,
I don't
first
turn
off,
it on
first
and
off,
it blows
first
up
off,
in your face, you know.
First off, it actually does. I mean, using inefficient light bulbs and using inefficient products does hurt other human beings.
Physically hurt you?
Well, I mean, it actually
physically hurts you.
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to get down to it, yeah. I mean, I don't know that I could actually put a specific measure on it, but the more carbon that we put in the atmosphere, the more pollutants that we put in the atmosphere that provide electricity, yes, it creates asthma, it creates other health effects, it continues global warming, which has all sorts of different implications. But aside from that, wait a second, you don't have total. We can talk about your disbelief in global warming in a second. You don't have total freedom to get whatever light bulb you want. You only have freedom to get the light bulbs that they sell to you.
Exactly. And I think, they're putting regulations on which light bulbs that they're allowed to produce and put out there. It's, and I'm sure that I'm sure there's plenty of light bulbs I'm sure 100 watt light bulb is not really hurting the environment like you people think it is. It's unreal to me that suddenly, this 100 watt light bulb is it's hurting the environment so bad that we're, destroying plants and earth and humans and all this. No, it's a light bulb, okay? It's not hurting the environment like people think.
It's so weird what people end up caring about and making their
doing this.
How do you know
cause. This
Because
guy's was light bulbs.
It's not enough.
12 years ago, this guy's was light bulbs.
Okay, then why aren't they outlawing my car? My car does 10 times more damage to the environment than my light bulb does. So
all
why
right,
aren't they
that's a
outlawing
great
my
example.
vehicle?
Now you don't obviously. Do you feel your freedom is also being impinged upon by fuel efficiency standards?
To a point, yeah.
Yeah, of course, right? I mean, because your freedom, we're all less free because we don't have the ability to have entire fleets of cars that average out at 16 miles per gallon. We've lost our freedom there, right?
To a point, yeah, we have.
Yeah, definitely. Haven't we also lost our freedom to ride our horse and buggies on highways?
That was kind of funny.
Well, I'm pretty sure you can do it as long as you have the standard lights and all the regulations.
I don't think you can take it on a highway. You have to go a minimum of 40 miles an hour.
On a highway, you couldn't do that. But
yeah, that's unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, our forefathers died so that we could have the right to ride our horse and buggies on the highway. Our freedom's being impinged. I mean, this is how ludicrous you sound. I mean, because the notion that efficiency standards for light bulbs doesn't have any impact on energy usage is moronic. Now, you could say that my freedom to have incandescent light bulbs is being so impinged that it is a greater societal value than saving energy or than conserving resources, than protecting the environment. You could make that argument. At least it would be rational to a point, because that's the argument that's made.
That's the point I'm trying to make here.
Yeah, so your fuel efficiency standards must be driving you crazy too, right?
I mean, it bothers me, but it doesn't drive me crazy because I understand that we need to. Look, we have too many of these vehicles out there that are just, burning away gas that we don't need to be. They need to be more fuel efficient, not for the environment,
hater.
but for just
you freedom hater.
You freedom hater.
No, look,
you hypocrite of liberty.
All right, that's pretty funny.
If you want to drive a car that only gets 5 miles to the gallon, I'm never going to be the one that tells you to stop doing that.
Well, but that's not the point, buddy. The point is the government sets efficiency standards.
Drive that car.
Government sets efficiency standards for vehicles. And that is an impingement on your freedom that is probably, frankly, far greater than the efficiency standards on light bulbs.
You're absolutely right, and I truly believe that the government
that you called in about the light bulbs and have neglected this whole thing
about the fuel efficiency standards with the cars.
I didn't call in about the light bulb. I called in about talking to you. I just brought up the light bulb first because it was just on my mind at the moment. Because I've been waiting for 30 minutes, and I was just thinking about all the things that I wanted to tell you.
All right.
But that was just the first one that I thought of.
Well, let's go to number two.
There's millions and millions of laws here that need to be taken away because they're just infringing upon our freedom, that there's no reason to have them, and there's millions of them, and they keep adding more every year, and they don't ever take one away.
All right.
They don't
Well, give
ever
me another
do that.
one.
I mean, God, I mean, we could go on for, I saw.
No, I know there are
videos
millions of
talking about
laws
the
that
EPA.
are coming in every year, but just get to number two.
Well, I'm going to go on to this video that I just watched of you talking about the EPA.
Okay.
Now, look, the federal EPA does not need to exist. Okay, statewide they can exist. Now, you said that this state, government didn't do anything to this company that was polluting this water that was caught on fire. That's when the federal government should attack the state government for not getting in on this corruption. It should never be the EPA attacks the corporation itself. The state government should have done that. The state government should do it,
yesterday on
not
this
the federal
program,
government.
2 days ago on this program, I interviewed a guy who has done some research into a bunch of studies about the implications of the federal government forcing, and this, of course, was a huge imposition on your freedom, too, that you couldn't have lead in your gasoline anymore. Now, had this been done only on a statewide level, we would not have accrued the massive benefits from having a tremendous amount of lead in our atmosphere. If you lived in, Alabama and they still provided lead
I love the way he
gasoline,
frames shit like that.
you would see much higher crime rates. You would see a reduction in the IQ of children. This is all established by scientists, freedom-hating scientists. And
you could debate that. The scientists go out and say that global warming does exist and that we are causing it ourselves, which, come on, that's just bullshit. We're not doing enough to the environment to be causing global warming. So to say these scientists are proving these things, I'd like to really dig deeper into that one, to be honest with you. You could be absolutely right. I'm not going to say you're wrong.
Well, here's how I would suggest that
right.
you dig deeper into it. Just do a little bit of reading on the peer review studies.
Okay, I will. And to that problem right there, I will. I'm still young and I'm still learning a lot of these things. I don't know everything, so I'm still trying to figure all these things out. And some of these laws and regulations do need to be there, but very, very, very few of them.
Okay.
Not
so it's like you're
hundreds of
saying the
thousands of
EPA is not
pages worth.
necessary. So what do you do with state standards that may allow for, let's say, more mercury to go into the atmosphere? Now, of course, that mercury doesn't stay in the confines of one state, right? It blows across state borders. So what would you do in that situation?
Well, technically, then if you want to go to that route, then our country, it doesn't just stay in our country. It goes around the whole world.
Yeah,
so
and that's why they
aren't we
try
getting
and
into
have
China
treaties.
And Europe and all these other countries about this. Africa and Brazil. Why aren't we going to them? Why aren't they? Let's make sure that they're all doing this too. It's just
we try and do that.
Now
we try and do that with international
standard.
treaties. But you understand there's a difference between the relationship between, say, New Jersey and Delaware, as opposed to the United States and, say, even Canada or some other country. You understand that states are not separate countries, right? That we have a federation, not a
Yes.
Okay, you understand that. So you understand there's a different dynamic, but you're also aware that we have.
But at the same time, these
that point still holds
states
up.
are supposed to be run solely by themselves. They were never designed to be controlled by the federal government like they are. They weren't designed that way.
What are you talking about? When was this design that took place? That
Are
these
you
states.
serious? Go look at when the founding fathers, developed this country. They wanted the states to kind of run themselves. They didn't ever imagine that the federal government. Well, some of them did, but a lot of them, like Thomas Jefferson, did not. He did not think that the federal government was going to make federal laws about outlawing marijuana nationally, but some states, like California, has legalized it medically, but they still will arrest you.
Yeah, this takes me back 12 years ago. This was the argument.
Federally.
This was the argument. Medical marijuana states, that was a big one.
Never saw that happening.
And like libertarians jumped on that one like real fucking hard. Wow.
They're contradicting
This
each
is
other.
kind of
These are things that are
nostalgic
bad.
a
These
little
are
bit.
things that should not be going on. You should allow the states to run themselves, and if they want to do something like legalize marijuana, then the feds should not be able to walk in there and arrest you for it. That's the problem that I have.
How many
with
states were there when we had that? What was that document? The
Articles of Confederation.
Yeah, the other one that came after that, the Constitution.
The Constitution, you mean our Constitution right now?
Yeah, it talks about how we have a
1213,
federal government and states and that type of thing.
Ooh, I just was offered an opportunity to possibly put some Crunchyroll ads over on Twitch. I might do that.
So
Sorry,
you're
guys,
saying that
but
because we have
Crunchyroll is
15
something that I
13,
use
it
a
makes a big
lot,
difference.
so I support that one.
No, my point is that the idea that states were not designed to be in a federal
Okay.
government is sort of a strange
see you,
thing
Twitch.
to say.
No, I never said that.
Oh.
I said that they were designed to be run by themselves under the federal government. We still need a federal government there to protect us as a whole, as a nation, but we will never have them have the FBI start walking in your front door about some federal law that is otherwise allowed by the state. That's the problem that I have. I am okay with the federal government.
So you
I
have a
no
problem
problems
with
that. They need to
federal
be there.
criminal statutes? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. They do not need to be putting laws into our lives the way they're doing it. Now, I understand that they can do some minor laws here and there, but I mean, we're talking the real gray area that you're going into now.
Yeah. Okay. So you have a problem with federal criminal statutes. I mean, there are some that I disagree with. I think we would probably agree on, in terms of marijuana. If it's legalized in a state, I think it should be legal in a state.
It should be legal. It should be legal. Exactly.
But I think that's But I think the federal government has authority over it because of the Commerce Clause. But that's another issue.
They shouldn't. They shouldn't.
Well, okay. I mean, I understand. What about things like it's okay if a state has slavery and another state doesn't?
Want to go upstairs? Or give me a second.
Look, this is a debate about whether I personally believe in that or not. I don't personally.
Crunchyroll underpays its employees pretty hard, especially voice actors, even more so, and localizers and subtitles. Oh.
No, that's very big of you. I'm not
balls. I was just more so thinking I use it.
suggesting that you personally agree in slavery, and I'm also not suggesting that you personally believe that people should smoke pot.
Doesn't surprise me though. Voice actors have been mistreated in Hollywood for a long time.
Exactly.
Do you think that a state should have the right to institute slavery, and that the federal government shouldn't have any say over it?
I do. Actually, I do. And I hate to say it because that's one of those things where it's like I don't agree with slavery. But, yeah, I think if a state wants to have slavery, then, look, that's their prerogative. That's what they want to do. That's what all the people come together and they voted for that. Look, what does that say about those people in that state? But, hey, if they want to do it,
Now, probably all the people won't be voting for it. I mean, just the majority in that state. But so do you think that everything in this country should be run just by an election? So in other words, if we vote to impound, libertarians, that should be okay. I mean, where does this freedom and liberty
Federally, I don't think that should happen. If the state itself, if my state of Alabama wants to do that and they voted that in, I would have to move out of the state.
No, I appreciate the info.
Okay, I just leave and go to another.
I appreciate the input.
State. I don't want to go to another country. I'm fine with going to another state, but I'm not okay with going to a whole new country. Okay, like I can understand that you're talking about things that will never freaking happen. That's not going to happen. People are not going to do that. That's just against human nature that they're going to say a mass group, over 50% of the state of Alabama is going to come together and say, let's, let's jail these libertarians. That's never going to happen.
No, libertarians are probably safe. libertarians are probably safe, but it's not inconceivable to imagine that a group of people would discriminate against another group of people. In fact, I would say that's far more likely to happen. Hold on. I would argue that's far more likely to happen than the notion that you can't get incandescent light bulbs are going to be leading to a one-world domination or whatever it is that you're concerned about your incandescent light bulbs.
I'm concerned about the future of it. I'm concerned that they're doing this today, and this is where government goes. It
and then what are they going to do tomorrow after they impose efficiency standards on light bulbs? Then what's the next nefarious thing they're going to do?
That's $1 million question there. Are you serious? Like, that is a $1 million question.
What are they going to do? Outlaw E. coli on our meat?
I don't know. Like, they could do anything, okay? They could say that now 50 and 40 and all these white light bulbs, you have to buy a certain type of light bulb. You have to. You know, we're going to go down from having hundreds of light bulbs on.
What is this fucking guy's thing with light bulbs? Was this when, like, the incandescent lights became a thing?
Shelves to just one. Because that's
even
what the government
I'm confused.
Says. You're only allowed to buy this
I
one
lived
light
through
bulb.
the
Are
shit.
you okay with that? Are you okay with that?
I do remember that was a big deal, though. Like, people were just like, why do I have to change to these incandescent bulbs?
Or a car. You're only allowed to buy.
Then everybody's like, oh, you mean I don't have to replace these for years?
A Prius. Period. End of story. Can't buy anything else. Are you okay with that? Are you okay with the right to not have a choice anymore?
To not have a choice, to have only
next low flush toilets. The water, there's not enough water in the toilets. When I flush it, I gotta flush it like 4 times. My dookies are so hard and so big that you don't understand. I have to flush it so many times. My water bill is exponential. That's why I was complaining. It wasn't actually anything. It wasn't the DOJ or it wasn't the Biden family coming after me. It was actually the toilets. The toilets were bankrupting me, folks.
Car that I can buy. We all would have to drive around in one car. My God, I can't.
Just one car.
I can't even imagine that dystopia that you're describing.
One car. Oh, one car.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I suppose it's possible.
I could say the same to you.
I suppose it's possible that someday.
Do you know that a lot of Japanese prefectures, if you can even have a car, only allow one car per family?
The government would force us all to buy black lighting or something like that, but. I don't see
middle class and upper class white people yearn for oppression, so light bulb is worth crawling out.
Any evidence that the imposition of, let's say, efficiency standards.
They go to Menards. I'm being oppressed.
Standards on cars has limited
help, I'm being oppressed.
The amount of choices of cars that we have. Do you see any?
People are always worried about the inside lights, but what about the lights outside on the porch lights? We already have the sun. Why waste energy on outdoor lights?
The evidence of that?
Well, no, because I need my porch lights is like my dog's. Like I have a dog that has like a little bit of blindness, so she needs. Like if I don't turn that light on, she's gonna fall down them stairs. It's happened. So
not yet.
No.
You know
what I don't understand is the ones that like my neighbor has where he turns it on, and I'm pretty sure he did it because he wants to piss me off because it's one of the brightest damn lights I've ever seen, and it stays on pretty much all night.
Not yet, but there's still, you know, this is what I'm talking about. It's where it's going to go in the future. It keeps getting worse.
What makes you believe that?
We're talking about having a free country. We're not free. We're not a free country. We have freedoms. We have some free things that we can choose and do.
The one thing that I have to say is that I am a little like tired of being told that like I need to sacrifice and have a paper straw when Taylor Swift takes 9,000 fucking, jet trips and all this shit. Like, I am feeling a little like burnt out on that one.
We do have some freedoms.
We talk about
it's like, no, how about they do something first? Like, I'm tired of being like told that, again, us on the bottom need to fucking solve the problem. I'm not okay with that.
But the point is that maybe it's not possible
I'm actually getting I don't know. Maybe you guys like being gaslit. I don't.
To actually live in a society and
I know that most of you don't.
Be totally free. In other words, your rights.
Maybe there's a few of you that still do.
End at my nose, right? Your right to punch your fist ends at my nose, but you're not free to punch me in the face.
Oh, and yeah, you're also poor because they're using their EBT cards on steaks.
But
I mean, why aren't you complaining about that?
Come on now. Don't you know?
No. Hold on here. A libertarian believes that you should be able to.
You're also taking your tax dollars.
Free to do as you please as long as you are not harming someone else and their property. And me punching
why
you in
their
the face
property?
is harming you. That's where the government
Why
should
their
step
property?
in and then arrest. Because you should own your own property.
Why?
You should own your property, and it's
Says
your
who?
property. You should not have anybody else touch your property.
What if
okay?
it's a
You come onto
slave?
my land,
Can you
I
own
can
another
shoot
human
you,
being?
And I can kill you.
Oh, you did say you can own
Because
another
you're
human being, right?
You're on my property. Okay, that's my property. That's
Says what?
Counteroffer: we keep paper straws and take away billionaire money.
Own. That's my property.
Prove it.
Okay.
How about we take away billionaire money and no.
Okay, if I come on
No, that's my hard concession. I can't fucking stand paper straws. Stop with that shit.
your property,
Prove
I
it.
expect to be shot or told to leave.
Hold on for a
That's
second.
what's killing the
Prove
seals.
it. How can you prove this is your property?
Well, I mean, this is a gray area again. If I don't pay my property taxes, I will quickly lose
Well,
my
all
property.
right, no, okay, you
So
got
I wouldn't be surprised if paper straws still have microplastics.
Property
Yeah,
taxes.
exactly.
Prove it to me. Show me.
It's idea, and again, the fact that it's like, oh, you do realize that we have so many microplastics just floating around in us at any given time.
Well, how do you prove that you have your property?
Why don't you just use a metal straw? I do, ish.
By showing documents, I don't really know.
What kind of
exactly
documents
right
are
now. You know,
those?
that's a
Government
good question.
documents?
That's a good.
Let's be honest, man. I went to enough, me and my wife used to go to a lot of hockey games, right? And they adopted the paper straw thing. I'll tell you what, there was never a more unilateral, fuck this than that year.
Government documents?
Yes,
Republicans and Democrats came together on that one.
Government should be issued to protect your land. That's the thing about the federal government. That's what they should be doing.
Right. The
They should be
Constitution.
protecting our property for ours. They should
Right.
not be saying it's their property. It's
We
our
have
property, and they
the
should
government
be
is
backing us on
there
that.
to ensure property rights, life and liberty rights, and to promote the general welfare.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, what does that mean to you? Promote the general welfare.
You know, to me, general welfare means that we're gonna make sure that your everyday life can be run, and that we'll protect your borders. And we're gonna protect the fact that you can do and please
Counter offer. We keep the plastic straws, push the rich people somewhere else.
do as you please, and that people can't
I'm
come
with Bloodstone
and
on this
harm
one,
you
sorry.
on a day-to-day basis. No one can just
Well,
walk up to you
that's
and pull a
life,
gun and
right?
shoot
That's the
you, you
protection
know?
of life. That's the protection of life. What do you think promote the general welfare means?
Well, I definitely don't think it means that we should be paying unemployment rates for 2 years. That's definitely what I don't think it means. You know, now this is again a gray area. This is the problem with politicians. They take words out of a document and they just manipulate them however they please.
Well,
We could
I'm
go on
asking
forever
you.
about
You're
what
not
the
a
general
politician. Tell me what, I mean, we need, you can say this is a gray area, but I mean, if you're sitting on the Supreme Court and this comes before you can't go like, that's a gray area. Let's just reconvene in 20 years.
I absolutely agree. Look, if you want to ask what I personally believe, I just told you. I believe that the general welfare means that we all you can have your own property. You can have.
Well,
it
that's
kinda goes
property
along with
rights.
Life, liberty.
That's
and-
property.
That's
rights. Why would they write that twice?
You're literally describing
Why would they write
property
that
rights.
twice?
Good job.
It obviously means something
Good
different
question.
than property rights. It obviously means something different than
What do
protection
you
of
think
life.
it means? Let me ask you, what do you think it means?
Well, I think it means that we're going to try and enhance society for everybody. I think that means that
By
we
turning
need to
socialist?
protect the commons, that we need to protect the things like the air and natural resources for everybody, that we
I do
need to
believe
try
in
and
protecting
lift.
the air and our natural resources, but not federally. Not to walk in with the EPA and then be like, "Oh, well."
But I'm
you
quoting
have
a
this little
federal
spill over
document.
here. We're going to charge you $1 million.
I'm
for it.
quoting
You know, that's
a
unreal.
federal document.
Yeah, well, I don't believe that the federal government should be able to do that. I believe that.
Well,
it's
then
the
you don't.
state
You
that
have a
should be
problem
able
with the
to do that.
Constitution, buddy. You don't have a problem with me.
Well, I mean,
you got a problem with the Constitution of the United States of America.
I have a problem with all the amendments they're putting into the Constitution. I
Oh,
do have
yeah.
a problem with that. You know,
When was the last amendment they put into the Constitution you had a problem with?
I have a huge problem with income tax. Huge problem with it. I don't believe that should be. That's another gray area. But I mean, if you want to have income tax, okay, that's fine. The math wants to have it, but it should not be up to 40% for people. That's unreal to me. That is ludicrous that you should be paying 40% of your income to the federal government to help other people live on their fucking ass. I'm sorry for using cuss words, but it makes me very angry that you should be paying so much of your hard income to the government so they can turn around and pay somebody who has 14 kids and sitting on their butt saying, I need money. That's unreal to me. No, you should be paying a standard flat rate, everybody, not to mention only 50% about pay income tax in this country. So therefore, only 50% pay for the other 50% when it comes to that. Unreal to me in that
Do you know
aspect.
how many federal dollars flow in and out of Alabama? In other words, do you realize that you're living in one of the biggest moocher states in the country in terms of the federal government?
I think word got out not to challenge Sam. Been a long time since a libertarian called in, other than the Indian dude that is MRA and hates Emma.
That Alabama.
Well, I know that libertarianism is becoming a little less popular.
I think it
I don't know, Talon, you should call.
Takes in more federal dollars than it pays out to the federal government.
I'd feature it.
But good. Mooch off of them then, you know? It's like, if that's the way it's going to work, then do it, you know? Why haven't they made a law about that one? Why haven't they had to pass the law that you can't do that, you know? I don't... Look, if they're going
where does a
then they're going to
40%
allow
tax rate, where does that kick in, that federal income tax?
For people who make over $400,000 a year, I'm pretty sure, don't they have to pay like 39% of their income?
Every dollar over $450,000, not for the first $450,000, but for every dollar over the $450,000, they pay 39%. Let me ask you this. Where does that stand in terms of history of this country? Let's say the past 100 years. Is that lower or higher than it's been, you know, I guess, I don't know, since 1940?
Wait, what are you asking? I'm sorry.
That tax rate that is so disgusting to you because it's paying for people to have 14 children. Is that higher or lower than it has been historically in this country?
It's fluctuated. Back in the during World War II, it was up to like 90-something%, you know? But if you want to go back to the history of it, the very beginning, it was at like less than 10%, and they said that it would never go above 10% or something like that. You know, their numbers are not exact in my mind, but it's, you know, and then what happened? Like 5, 6, 7 years later, it was up to like 20%. You know, it's fluctuated dramatically over the history of
bad
income
times
tax,
for this
you know?
country, I guess, some of those 70 years.
Yeah, it's been all over the place. And, you know, and to say that it went up to 90%, I can understand why it did that, because we were in a world war and we needed the money. But at the same time, that, you know, look.
In the 50s and the 60s, it was
you know?
also the highest marginal rate was in the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
Yeah, I don't know what they are exactly, what they were back then.
All right, well, listen.
You know, but I'm talking about today, it should not be 40%. You know, it's like over in France, they do 75% for millionaires, you know, and then look, all the millionaires are leaving now. They're all just bailing out in that country.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what I'm talking about. You can't do that, you know, not to mention these people that you're charging this much tax on, they're the ones that are hiring people and creating jobs.
All right, well, Chad, listen, I don't have time to go into this with you today, that these people are going to start hiring less people because they're paying 3% more on every dollar over $450,000 that they're making. But Chad, listen, let me say this. Chad, hold on. Let me say this. I appreciate the call. I got to jump because I got other things to do. But I would encourage you
to do than talk to you.
To call back as often as you like. We take calls after 12:40 Eastern. On the East Coast, and you know, call in anytime. I appreciate talking to you.
Yeah, I'd love to debate with you again about this one.
Great, thank you. I appreciate it, Chad. Thanks for the call.
Thanks, Sam. I appreciate it. Have a good one.
I was wondering because back when the tax rates were higher, we didn't have the same light bulb regulations. So is there like a trade-off going on? Could we? Can I raise you a tax rate for a light bulb option? Like, are there things we could do here?
Yeah. I don't know what to tell you. There were times I did think that was.
I think Jim from PA's got to step up his game. Man.
Yeah.
Habit of grading Donald Trump on a curve and deflecting from Trump's stupidity, corruption, incompetence, and unpopularity, instead choosing to focus on former President Joe Biden and former FBI Director James Comey and his seashells. Unfortunately for Morgan and his MAGA allies, Michael Knowles of the Daily Wire and Dave Rubin from Mother Russia, they were trounced in a heated debate by progressive journalist Wajahat Ali and liberal streamer Destiny. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go.
I didn't realize this was what he was talking about. I thought he was talking about a different debate. Well, fuck it.
Oh, somebody needs to do it. What the? This has 500,000 views?
Across the internet, thousands and thousands of people are making the same plea.
Yo, can somebody just do it? Can somebody, anybody, just do it?
Somebody's got to do it. There has to be somebody out there that is willing to do it.
Who's going to take the initiative to do it? We all know what needs to be done, and somebody needs to do it.
If someone does it before the summertime, it's going to be like that one summer when everyone was playing Pokemon Go and everyone was a friend.
Gotta do it.
That was dope. That was closest to world peace I think I've ever felt.
Please. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, they're talking about Nike. They're talking about Nike shoes, right? That's what they're talking about.
I'm not saying somebody should. Nobody should.
I 100% dare you to name one thing that you hope happens in 2025.
That's crazy.
On X, TikTok, Instagram, and in comment sections all over, people are begging, pleading for someone out there to just do it. In these pleas, the subject is never stated, the action is never spelled out, but somehow we all know exactly what's being said. But in case you are somehow still in the dark, these memes are about unaliving Trump. And sorry to say it in very dumb algo speak terms, but I don't want this video to get taken down from YouTube. What we're witnessing is not just an absurd or ironic online trend. It's something much, much deeper. We are living in a political tinderbox. Trump is back in power, enacting policies that undermine civil liberty.
Jesus. Wow. I didn't realize that they actually like went through the whole thing. I'm not really comfortable covering any of that. So, to be completely honest. Let them leave. Don't need millionaires. And yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how that would work. I'm thinking of the logistical side of things. If they just up and left, okay. Sounds like a good idea to me. All right. Second. Do I even want to get his opinion on this? You know what? Screw it. I don't.
Man accused of killing 2 Israeli embassy staffers in D.C. charged with murder of foreign officials.
I know. Let's get his takes.
Pretty straightforward title. I honestly, from a like in like a purely like look at the facts, the case kind of way, it's pretty straightforward and there's not much to say. Guy said, "Free Palestine" as he was being escorted out. Is that contained in this video here?
2 Israeli embassy employees based in Washington, D.C. were shot and killed outside the Capitol Jewish Museum late Wednesday night. We are about a block away from where that shooting took place. As you can see, several police cars are blocking off the entire area, and numerous
I can't see
reporters with outlets from around the world are still here reporting live. We are very close, to give you a sense of where we're at, to an FBI field office several blocks away from the U.S. Capitol. Numerous law enforcement agencies from the area responded to the shooting, including Attorney General Pam Bondi, who said during a press conference that the suspect will be, quote,
"The shooter was extremely mentally unwell. Their Twitter account was banned for spamming death threats at Will Stansel." At Will Stansel? No way.
Oh, what is the box?
You're kidding me. That's funny.
Wait, how do you get those dimensions?
Oh my god.
It's a better dimension block. I like that.
Who's Will Stansel? One of the more aggressive lib
What's with
posters.
all the streamers going minimalist all of a sudden, huh?
on Twitter.
Pep Talk shows up on the scene, and all of a sudden, trendsetter.
Not to say I agree with everything that he says or anything. He is a poster though, capital P poster. You know, it's an honorable role. I had no idea. Well, I assumed this guy was mentally ill because I'll assume like at a default anyone who does like a targeted like killing of civilians is mentally ill. Usually that turns out to be the case. Jesus.
Oh my God, the streamception with his chat and like the everything here. If my mom like was, you know, she would have just gone absolutely nuts over this. She hated this like type of stuff. I'm pretty sure that she might have had a little bit
There's
of,
a bit of the suspect saying free Palestine.
She might have been on the spectrum. Because
yeah, I saw
overstimulation, man.
I saw this
like
is one of the one of the reasons people are calling it a false flag because the he was given like a tee up for this, but
that is okay. I haven't seen that like.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
From Hamas. That guy. They just
give him a
shot
tee up.
somebody.
Oh, just because it looks like they let him talk, but I think that's just people baiting. You know, that's just people want to see conspiracy everywhere. The idea that some of the more mentally ill pro-Palestinian types would do some, we'll say Israel-style military action themselves and kill civilians. It's not surprising given how the discourse has panned out. We'll add this to, you know, to the bucket of civilians that have been killed as a consequence of Israel's ongoing genocide of the Palestinians. It's unfortunate. You shouldn't kill civilians. Pardon me. I know. Me and my hot takes. Even if they're working with the Israeli embassy, any arguments you see from the left, and there are people doing this where they're like, well, maybe they shouldn't have been working with Israel. Come on, stop. They're civilians. But Israel kills civilians. Yes, they do in enormous quantities. I'm not engaging in an equation here. I'm just saying, like, don't pretend this gets anything for anyone, right? If anything, you know, you can all look forward.
What's happening
to the revocation of the First Amendment sometime within the next next few months. Because you know they're begging for it, right? Like they want so badly. They've been screeching about pro-Hamas terrorism on campus that doesn't exist for over a year now. Obviously, they're looking for, you know, any possible excuse. Do we have an example of that? Do we have an example of that insanity here?
The fact of the matter is the Palestinian cause is an evil one.
Yeah, and Congressman, there is a ceasefire deal on the table right now that the White House is hoping both Israel and Hamas will sign on to. Does this shooting change anything when it comes to the course of the war or the negotiations to end it?
Well, I think it speaks to the importance of the only end of the conflict is complete and total surrender by those who support Muslim terror. In World War II, we did not negotiate a surrender with the Nazis. We did not negotiate a surrender with the Japanese. We nuked the Japanese twice.
Wait, we did? That's how you end a war. Yes, we did. It's an unconditional surrender, but that is. Okay, sorry, just basic, like, lack of historical knowledge.
In order to get unconditional surrender, that needs to be the same here. There is something deeply, deeply wrong with this culture, and it needs to be defeated.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, the total number of civilians who have been killed as a consequence of this conflict has gone up from, like, well in excess of 50,000, I'll tell you that much, to slightly more than well in excess of 50,000. I'm not trying to be callous about it. It's just like we all know what's coming from this, right? What's the consequence of this going to be? Is it going to be Israeli detente? Is it going to be a ceasefire? Is it going to be an international response to crack down on the genocide? Of course not. It's going to be political persecution of anti-genocide protesters here in the United States.
Yep.
Didn't you know they were set to be engaged, though? The two were killed? No, I didn't know that. That's sad. Were they?
Mm-hmm.
Or do you mean the shooter in one of the two that he killed? Because if that just opens up more questions. Yes? Yes to the first one? Okay. Yeah, that's sad. No to the first one? Yeah, I figured. Anyway, I just don't buy into the Fed bullshit. Obviously, anyone who tries to turn this into like the left actually is anti-Semitic or what have you is obviously lying for political gain. And there's a decent chance the person making that argument is a Nazi, right? Given the state of the right at the moment. But also at the same time, anyone who's like, well, actually, this was based like this is adventurism.
Yep.
You know, like that's adventurism where it's not about it's not about like the outcome. You're not trying to fight for any kind of like political change.
Yep.
You're instead just trying to like feel like you're the most basest activist in the world.
Yes. Oh my God.
The ADL called out Hassan by name for this. Well, sure. The ADL is a tool of the military industrial.
I haven't agreed with them on a take like this in a while.
Complex. They are an organization that.
To be fair, I haven't actually like watched or listened to Voshin.
Cynically weaponizes accusations of anti-Semitism in order to further a Zionist agenda. They've done the extent of their bias is.
To be fair, I don't watch a lot of streamers when I'm just taking my time off.
I mean, it was always pretty clear, but like after October,
you start streaming, you start watching less.
That shit got real wacky.
Although Angry Ginger, AG,
yeah, I remember after Elon Musk's Nazi salute, they were like, "Okay, everyone, come on." It's just like it's ridiculous. All right, so what are they saying?
But all of us need to call it out. Like I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hassan Piker, who regularly employs...
Don't think he's a gamer. I haven't seen any impressive video game performances from him, to be honest with you.
This awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state. Like, extremists should not be empowered. People who spout prejudice should not be platformed. This is a moment when we need to look ourselves in the mirror and say, we've got to stop this because the consequences are deadly.
Yeah, you get it. But like the ADL would like happily trade away American democracy and every constitutional protection that we enjoy for infinite, unending military support to Israel. The idea that they're a civil rights organization is laughable. Literally look at anything they've said or been saying. It's not much really to go over there. It's like we know what their job is, right? Yeah, unending, infinite Gazan child death or whatever. No, it's this could very well mark a turning point, you know, an enormous crackdown. And yeah, I don't know. History is going to look at us very, very unfavorably. Right? When the historians are mounting up the enormous pile of dead from this conflict, and they see, you know, what our government and other Western governments wrought as what they were excused to do as a consequence of you know, this conflict, it's not going to look good for us. And by us, of course, I mean Americans. And us, in terms of lefties, will come out looking sterling. Because, like, just don't do the genocide. Just stop killing people would be great. I do think that genocide is bad. I know. This is, by the way, and this is not an exaggeration, a position for which people are literally getting deported. I want to be clear on that. It's not like that's not even a joke. Like that verbatim, that statement actually is getting people deported. But bravely, I insist. I don't think that genocide is good, in my opinion. Apparently, this guy had a manifesto. I mean, he's like crazy, right? No, he actually wasn't crazy. I think it's pretty crazy to kill civilians, in my opinion. I don't know. Dude, like, where are your faculties if you're reacting? If in this political environment, you're like, you know what's really going to tip the needle, like in the favor of like the Palestinian people, what's going to like improve their outlook, what's going to make the world a better place? What if I tee the Zionist state up for this one? That shit's crazy. Being earnestly invested in politics already means you're mentally ill. Yeah, that's true. Many were criticizing Bernie for condemning this guy. Yeah, like I said, adventurism. Damn. You know? A lot of a lot of people's like engagement with and interest in this issue at this point. They're so frustrated by the lack of action, the obvious lies and hypocrisy, the genocidal language and actions from Israel and America that they're like, yeah, anything, whatever, stuff's happening, yeah, but they don't. It's not rooted in a desire to improve anything, right? Like again, that's adventurism. That's the term. It's wacky business, you know. I am seriously worried Hassan's going to be arrested in some kind of concocted connection with the shooter. Well, who's connected? I remember seeing on Twitter that he was connected to some lefty org back in like 2017. Like he was briefly the PSL, briefly affiliated with the PSL like 8 years ago or something. So they're probably gonna pin that on them. PSL clapped them. Well, yeah, God, what are they gonna do? Take credit for it? What's the difference between the right calling their domestic terrorist mentally ill and us calling this guy mentally ill? There is no difference because we're both correct. People who do domestic terrorism, by and large, are mentally ill. He wrote an article for their newsletter and they just took it down. He was more than just temporarily associated. So he wrote an article for them 8 years ago. I just don't know what kind of ongoing association they had. I just know it was in 2017. But isn't blaming mental illness on this put mentally ill people in a negative light? You have to approach this from a reality-first perspective, I'm sorry to say. Apparently, the right on Twitter is trying to get Hassan banned again due to this attack. Yeah, eventually they're probably going to succeed, unfortunately. Let's look at Pam Bondi.
I looked the killer in the eyes and said, "Can I get you water?" He said, "Yes, that would be great." And I walked to get it to him, and I literally handed it off. Unbeknownst to me, moments ago, this man had execution-style killed 2 people. Not one shot. We're talking multiple gunshots. And I looked evil right in the eye, and there he was. And seconds after I handed him the water, he brandishes the keffiyeh, yells "Free Palestine," and then he's apprehended. And that's how it all unfolded.
Wow. That's the woman who organized last night's event.
She provided him water? Shit. She's going to get arrested for providing aid and support to terrorists.
Last hour, she was on the air telling us how she came face to face with the man who police say killed 2 Israeli embassy staffers in Washington, D.C. Only blocks away from the U.S. Capitol building, the suspected gunman seen shouting on camera, yelling "Free Palestine."
Yeah, this is definitely like, this screams PSYOP.
Attorney General Pam Bondi joins me now, and thank you for your time, and good morning to you, to the people in Washington, D.C.
How quickly do you think she was thinking, I can't wait to go on Fox?
The Jewish members of your community in Washington and throughout America are...
How long until Free Palestine is hate speech? They are literally deporting people for saying it. They've been arguing that it's hate speech for quite a while now.
Condolences as they take in this news today. The suspect is described as 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez from Chicago. What have you learned about him?
I don't own him.
Yeah, we can't give any more details right now about him other than he is in custody and authorities believe he acted alone. So we are doing everything we can to protect our entire community and especially our Jewish community right now. It was horrific. I was out at the scene last night with Jeanine Pirro, who is our U.S. attorney and will be prosecuting this case.
Okay, so a few minutes ago, we had a guest on who made a claim that he was a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation.
Oh, no.
We haven't confirmed that. Can you?
Yeah, I can't confirm any of that now because, again, this is a pending investigation. What I can say is 2 beautiful young people were gunned down last night needlessly. You know, I saw his body being taken away from the scene. That was horrific. No parents should have to be called and told that their children were violently murdered, leaving a religious event at the Jewish Museum. That should never happen in this world and not in our country. And this person will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. As far as the facts in the law bill, we'll follow those. We'll follow those where they lead, but we will ensure everyone, America will be safe. We will do everything we can. This violence has to stop.
Yeah. The eyewitnesses we have spoken to have given us some descriptions that really
I know this will make you mad, guys, but like seriously, I called this. Like I saw that this is exactly how they were going to use it. They're weaponizing this against the left, and I'm telling you, next few days are going to be.
I feel like the biggest argument against it being a false flag is just the fact that they would have capitalized on it way more aggressively if it was. Not to be cynical, obviously, you know, we live in a post-Third Reich, currently Fourth Reich world, where we're familiar with the extent to which governments will lie and cause suffering to further their agenda. You know, it seems I honestly, the only thing I'm interested in talking about with regard to this in the future, apart from sort of stamping down on the adventurous bullshit from lefties who haven't really thought out what they want to say, is just like, damn, we're gonna lose our gosh darn First Amendment over this one, huh? 2 bodies and an amendment. It's a pretty bad shooting.
Oh, it's like Obi-Wan with that air. He's got episode 3 Ewan McGregor vibes, you know what I mean? Yeah, I honestly, that's one of the rare times in the last few years, like I feel like it's been a few years where I'm just like, no, I completely agree with them. I think they're going to use this to start coming after us, man. The fact that they're just openly just going PSL. Yeah. Saw this coming. I saw this shit coming. All right, guys. So real quick. Not sure if you guys are into the comic book world. So even if you're not, if you're into watching Invincible, they just released these, right? So if you can see, it's a blind bag, right? Now, I experienced something really funny with these. Where right before I opened this, my buddy was just like, yeah, so they did a Marvel team up where Spider-Man met Invincible, and then they had a very, very ultra rare preview of number 2. I ended up with both of them. And these are like blind bags. I think they made like I think it's like 100,000, like over 100,000 of them. And there were only a couple of these, so yeah, it was cool. Completely random. And also, if you guys don't know, this is who Battle Beast is. He's voiced by Worf actor Michael Dorn. Wow. Can you get that up? And where's my other weekly? Here it is. This is also a freaking really good comic. Sonic with DC. It is surprisingly good. Was not expecting it, but anyway, sorry. Didn't mean to go into a full comic segment. Actually, I totally did. Ooh. Yeah, I forgot this too. This is really good too. Ultimates. The version of the Marvel Universe. Oh. But yeah. Fuck, that was cool. Also, you know what? Fuck it. We got a minute left. Got one more pack. Let's do it. Feeling lucky tonight. Oh, come on. All right. Let's see. What do we got? Ooh. Vesta. Fungus. Fuck yeah! I needed this. Can't see. It's a Pidgey. I know, basic, but I am building a very specific deck. That was Litwick, Dartix. Ooh. Frog-a-Deleer. I can't say that fucking name. There you go. It's a little pup. He looks like my old dog. And Bust. No EX. No nothing. No nothing good. What you gotta do? Dude, I've had that pack sitting there for like a month. Got one more. I literally got one more. What do you think? Fuck it. Let's do it. Although this one came with a coin. Yeah, I'm thinking what I can get now. I can find any Pokemon at this point. I'm still trying to build even old decks. Like, dude, I have a Sword and Shield deck that I'm still trying to build. And I know damn well I can't build, like, play a tournament or any of that, so. Yeah, I'm one of those guys. What you gonna do? It's a fun-ass game to play, by the way. You've never actually played it? Try it. Yeah, Pikachu. Alright. Let's see. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Ready? Ooh, this one has the lucky feel. Let's see. Let's see. I always like to say that, just in case. Alright, so... Nope. Surskit. Whismer. Flamingo. Really? Flamigo. Oh. They literally took out the N. Porygon. Ooh. Iron Bundle. Oh, hell yeah. Fucking Palkia. Oh, dude, what? Okay, so I got two legendaries. Zekrom and Palkia. Hell yeah, dude. Okay, that was a really good pack. Alright, alright. Oh, dude. Andy has Teleportation Burst. You may switch this Pokemon with one of your bench Pokemon. Oh, hell yeah. Does 30 damage, too. Ooh, got a Counter Catcher. Didn't even catch that. Alright. Guys, look at that. We went through all my Christmas Pokemon cards. 2 legend? Yeah, I got 2 legends. That's cool. I'm pretty happy about that. Fuck yeah. Alright, so these are the top ones that we've pulled so far on stream. I kept these around just so I could show you guys. There we go. We got Melmetal, EX, Dotlier, right? Dottler, aha. This is my favorite one. Infernape. Look at it. Fucking awesome. And then Parasol Lady. Not bad. Not bad, if I do say so. Oh, sad part is I don't need to sell these. I put them in a binder, and then they might go in a deck. We'll see. But again, if you've never played, by the way, if you guys play Pokemon TCG Pocket, just look up Pep Talks, and that's me. So. Actually, wait, I think I have a game code for that. Give me 1 second. Can you tell that I need a few more people to possibly trade with, so if you got something to trade, I'm down. God, that's literally... If you don't know what I'm talking about this. It's a good game. All right. What's my friend code? You can get a friend in me. There it is, friend ID. Look up my friend ID. If you wanna play Pokemon, then you gotta just put this number on. Then you might get a nice trade out of me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Couldn't rhyme, so I was just like, you know what? I'll speed it up. There you go. Just reached level 34, like right as I did that. That was cool. All right, no complaints there. Damn. Wait, did I just get that Rayquaza? No. I did. Ah, sweet. All right. Well, apparently for sharing my code, which is weird because how does it know I did that? Wait, did one of y'all already do that? No. Did I put it out? Dude, that's crazy. Okay, no, because like somebody's just like, here, you got a free gift for sharing. It's no. All right. Who's live? Skid? What's he doing? Anime. He's watching One Piece. Kin. You know what? He's doing politics. Let's do Kidnakin. All right, guys. I'm going to go eat. Tomorrow, normal stream time. It's gonna be more of a chill stream. Think of it like more of a Saturday one where we'll wrap up the week and then we're just gonna hang because Saturday is my special guest appearance on Smoke a Tide Pod show. So I hope you guys can join that one. As I said, wait, shit. Where'd it go? It's going to be exclusively on his channel, so follow him here. I will have a VOD of it, so no worries there. But yeah, here over on Twitch, I'm going to raid Kid Not Kin, and then yeah, I gotta get going. All right, y'all.
If you're going to be, if you want to apply for asylum in the United States, at minimum, it costs $1,000. $1,000 minimum to apply per year. Pep talk. Thank you for the raid. $1,000.
Cool. All right. Nice. 61. Damn, dude. Sounds informative, so you know what? Keep with that guy. All right, guys. I'll catch you all tomorrow. All right. I think. Wait, yeah. Wow. All right, guys. I will see you all tomorrow. Yeah, the music's supposed to be playing. Okay. Great. Now I'm having a freaking... Oh, here we go.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction.
My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed